say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 12/26/2024. And it's 9:10 p.m. Eastern Time. We got Christmas out of the way. We're heading into the new year. Exciting times. I feel like shit right now. I am not feeling good. I'm not feeling good. So if you guys have seen the target in chat, it does not start at $2. Thank you, Spartacus. I was gonna ask, but yeah, the holidays have not been fun for me. I have not felt well. The last stream, I started feeling like shit towards the end of it, and I was sitting there staring at the goal the whole time, like, please, for fuck's sake, do not hit this goal. Please, for the love of God, do not hit this goal. I need to get off. I gotta go. I do not feel good. I am not having it. And then, yeah, Christmas Day, just kind of stayed in bed the whole day, didn't get out of bed, didn't feel well. Maybe about 6 hours ago, started feeling a little bit better, was out and about, doing shit, hanging with the homies, you know, shooting up the block. And then, yeah, right as I like came and got ready for stream and everything, just started feeling like shit again, and do not feel great. So the goal currently in chat does say that there is excuse me, $5 for 5 super chats. And yeah, I think I'm good to do a 6-hour stream. So we're good to do a 6-hour stream. But I am likely going to cut it off there. We'll see once we get to 6 hours. If I feel all right, we might set another goal. But Tom is a fool who doesn't know what Marxism is. Did you read my response to you, Wrestling, or did I send the response? Did I respond to you? I saw that you commented, and I thought I replied, but I might not have. Again, have not been feeling great the last couple of days, so it's possible that I typed up an entire response and then just never finished it and never hit send. That is totally possible. You did respond, and I responded to your response because it was dumb. Okay. Well, Marxism is a process to get to communism. And under the Marxist sense of communism, the idea is to get to a stateless, classless society. The only reason that they use the word Marxism in Marxist-Leninism is because they're calling it socialism and communism. That's it. That's the only reason it's in there, not because it actually pulls anything from Marx. Have you ever read his book? Who's his? Who's his? You talking about Marx? Are you talking about Das Kapital? Or are you talking about the Communist Manifesto? Because the Communist Manifesto isn't really his book. It's just kind of bullshit. But if you're talking about Das Kapital, yeah, I've read some Das. I've read some Das, bro. Are you saying Marxism is an ideology / philosophy and communism is an economic system? Well, I'm not. I didn't say anything like that. Right now, we're just talking about whether or not Maoism is Marxism. And Maoism, there's a reason we call it Maoism. There's a reason we call people Maoists. And it's because Mao took a version of Marxist-Leninism and turned it into his own thing that's separate from those, right? So he was aligned with the Russians. The Russians were helping fund him. The Russians were backing him to kind of win the war when they had it was technically the communists versus the nationalists, and they fought a war within China that's called the 20-Year War, where it wasn't really a 20-year war. A good chunk of it was taken up by them fighting the Japanese instead, but the communists and the nationalists teamed up against the Japanese to try to take them out. So Mao or Marx, he wanted to go in the direction of communism. He was trying to follow Marx's path that was laid out. Wait, who? If you're following the path, then you follow the path of socialism, where you start to give the employee or the workers the means of production, and you have like a everything kind of head in the Mao was interested in Marx when he was in like a college and when he was like a college professor, but he moved away from Marx. No, you're wrong. What? Did you not see my video about all of this? Did you? Here, maybe you I've got some watching material for you, okay? I literally just did a video talking about Marxism. Kind of talking about what it is, to where like people don't understand the differences between like socialism, Marxism, communism, all these different things. Leftism, all of that. So like
are essentially the same, but they're not. In fact, liberalism and leftism have almost nothing in common.
I don't equate liberals and leftists. They're not the same.
Okay.
I think they're liberals who believe what
some of that, and I'll just summarize it. So the caller is saying, hey, you attributed the motivations of the shooter, Luigi Mangione, you attributed his motivations to Marxism. And so now when I ask you if you've ever read Marx, Marx said you need an authoritarian state to transition into socialism, Tom. It's in his fucking book. That's what... Yes, they weren't fucking socialists. They were communists, motherfucker. They literally said that they were a communist state. They did not believe in a classless, stateless society. They didn't believe in one. Marxist-Leninists did not believe in that, okay? They did not. They do not believe in a stateless, classless society. They believe that they have achieved communism and that they are there. They are already there. They are in the promised land. So I don't know why you're saying things that like, yes, that is what Marx believed. That is not what they believed. They did not believe that. So I don't know why you're disproving your own fucking theory here. But Mao and Lenin and all of these, all of these fucking, Trotsky, all of these motherfuckers did not believe in the socialism of Marx. They did not believe in this. Bruh, are you mentally disabled? Possibly. Why? Are you here to diagnose me? What do you think I have? Wait, I thought Marx didn't give any prescriptions, right? He was just a philosopher. Well, philosophers give prescriptions, so I don't know why you would say he's just a philosopher, as though that's some sort of dichotomy to being a philosopher. But he did give prescriptions. The economic systems that he prescribed were his prescriptions, but they do come from his like ideology that he kind of engages in. And so based on the ideology and based on the moral structures that he has, those are now applied to economics. You say no. And so the caller says, what, do you just know it when you see it or something like that? And he's obviously saying that ironically. Okay, so here we go. I think this is where we get into it.
It is something that the left believe that idiot liberals like you will accept.
So this guy, just to give you like a short update on what it is that I'm talking about here, we're only going to watch like 2 minutes of this, but this is my video recently that I did on a radio show host, a conservative radio show host who was mixing up all of the terms, the left, leftist, liberal, Marxist, and communist and socialist. Like all of these things, they're all the same thing to him. He believes all of it's the same. He believes that liberals believe in socialism and communism and shit like that. And so, yeah.
So again, you
You don't actually know what you're talking about, but you're...
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
He made an authoritarian state that revolved around Marxism. What modern Marxists don't understand, but Marx and Mao did, is you need a state to enforce all of it. I understand that. I do not believe that any sort of anarchy can work. I agree with that. But that's not Marxism. You understand there were other socialists and other communists before Marx. You understand that, right? Marx did not invent socialism and communism. He didn't invent those. He is not the fucking inventor. So just because somebody calls themselves a Marxist, just because somebody calls themselves a communist, it does not make them a Marxist or a communist. This is literally the video that you commented on. That's what it's talking about. Is the fact that anytime they see somebody who calls themselves communist or calls themselves socialist or calls themselves Marxist-Leninist, that this does not make them a Marxist because they don't actually abide by Marxisms. To be clear, he has literally no idea what he's talking about. Socialism and communism are totally different things, especially under the Marxist ideology, where communism is a stateless, classless, governmentless society. It has like no hierarchies. They believe like, lots of hierarchies are unjust, and so they don't believe in. So this says Marxist economics, socialism, a state between capitalism and communism, where the workers own the means of production to break down the ruling class referred to as the bourgeoisie, to give more power to the proletariat, also known as the working class people. This is the start of the process to get to communism. So this is, again, this is Marxism. This is what it is. And so this is what socialism is under Marx. And then communism, the final state of humanity where there are no more classes and no more states as we know them today. Markets will no longer dictate what we make, nor the cost of something, but instead, each according to his ability, each according to his need. This is... You're not very smart? Well, why don't you come on? Jump on. Whoever the fuck wants to, whether it's wrestling or whoever. If you want to jump on, I got a little time to take some calls. If you guys want to jump on, we can go over. We can go over this shit. We'll get into it. We'll get deep. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Let me pull up my Discord. Yeah, we can fucking go. Let me pull up my Discord mic. Make sure that's all set up to rock somebody. Because yes, this is why like Marxism is such bullshit, and this is why that like Marxist-Leninism is like maybe the closest thing that can like actually exist to Marxism. But whenever you debate a Marxist, they'll always say, "Oh, well, that's not real Marxism." They're actually correct. It's not real Marxism, but it is real socialism, and it is the only type of socialism that's ever existed. And so when they advocate for a system that has never even been tried, it's never been tried because it can't possibly exist. Marxism is complete bullshit across the board and could never possibly work for a day, let alone years. And that's why everybody calls their states Marxist, Leninist, or something like that, is because they want like the branding of Marxism, but it's not really Marxism. I hate these fucking lifelong Democrats like Vivek and Elon, fucking turncoats, or Trump. This governmentless society, it has like no hierarchies. They believe like, I'm not available to call in right now, but both the CCP and the USSR were Marxist. Marx himself said there would need to be... Okay, I don't know why. I've already argued against this. If you're not going to respond to my arguments against this, you're just going to keep repeating yourself, then I know where you're at. I get it. You just don't think that you're capable of contending with my arguments, so you just have to be like a broken record and then say that you can't jump on because you're just way too busy. So I got it. I get it. I've dealt with this before. Thank you for the $5 donos. We got 3 of them that I missed. So let me. Aaron Sound, Tom pulling an all-nighter. Let's go, dono train. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Aaron Sound, for the $5 dono. Is it reading them? Am I just not hearing it? Did anybody hear the TTS? Yeah, just check in with the fall of the Soviet Union. Wait, then can you restate the main arguments, please? Thank you. Wait, Dank, I thought I saw a couple of your comments. I thought you were saying the same thing as me. So the main argument was that Mao was a Marxist because his system was called what was a branch of Marxist-Leninism. So it's a type of Marxist-Leninism. That's what they're saying. They're saying because it's called a type of Marxist-Leninism, then Mao was a Marxist. And I'm saying, well, Mao wasn't really a Marxist because he wasn't actually using the Marxist plan, the Marxist process, the Marxist type of communism. If they called it socialism and said, yes, this is socialism, and we're on our way to communism, then maybe I would be a little bit more okay with people saying that there's some Marxism in there. But Mao is a Maoist. Exactly. That's what I keep saying. I'm like, but Mao is a Maoist. Like, Mao has his own brand of what they call Marxist-Leninism. But even Marxist-Leninism isn't really Marxism. It's like a whole different thing. Mao was a Maoist. Mao didn't know Marx. Yes, this is a thank you. Thank you. I'm glad some other people here know what they're talking about. Because, yes, did he not call it socialism with Chinese characteristics? He called it Marxist-Leninism with it, but like, yeah, that it was his own brand of, it was like a Chinese version of Marxist-Leninism, but Marxist-Leninism isn't Marxism. He self-identified as Marxist. Read Mao's book. I don't care what he identified as. I don't care, okay? I identify as a far-right conservative. I'm the most conservative person you'll ever meet. Does that matter to you, what I identify as? Or Nick Fuentes doesn't identify as a neo-Nazi. Does that matter to you? That what he it doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck what you identify as. We're talking about the facts right now. So if you read the rest of my comment... I don't even know where we're at. He self-identified as a Marxist. Read Mao's book. He wanted the CCP to go global and then would demolish the state after capitalist mindset was purged like Marx wanted. Okay. Okay, still nothing about his system was Marxist, so I don't know why that matters. I said, if they called it socialism, I would consider it. Now you're telling me that there are things in there that he said that we would consider to be kind of socialist, but they still called it communism and wasn't Marx's communism, so. Tom's brain shut down after seeing Mao's self-ID. Okay, if that's your whole argument, I literally have absolutely no... I feel no need to even argue with that. I don't think anybody else here will see that as even a half decent argument. I think you're going to be alone in the world thinking that it's a good argument just to say he identified as this. So there you go. Good job. Well done. I don't think literally anybody else is going to think that that matters. So if that's your whole argument, you win. You got it, buddy. Well done. Lots of hierarchies are unjust, and so they don't believe in, like, ruling classes or ruling governments or anything like that. They don't believe in like. Speaking of people not identifying as the things that they are, so a couple of times recently we talked about the fact that there was a guy on the right who was in the Tenet indictment. Fuck, I'm blanking on his name. Who's the guy with the glasses? He's kind of a good-looking dude, little built, but he's like fully retarded. He's on Piers Morgan a lot. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? It's this guy. Who's this guy? What's his name? Benny what? I forget his name. Benny Johnson. Okay. So Benny Johnson, I remember recently, we talked a couple of times about the fact that there was a video that I was going to do on Tenet, and I ended up getting too busy to do it. And I talked about one of the things that I wanted to talk about that nobody else talked about was that there was a part in the indictment that was discussed that I found, and nobody else seemed to have found this, and then I lost it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And now I found it. I found it here. So I wanted to go over this real quick. It's very, very late in the game, but I wanted to go over this real quick because I did find it, and I have referenced this a couple of times. So I do want to make sure that I go over it and at least have somewhere that I've shown this. But this is the indictment for Tenet Media, where they mention all of the people within Tenet Media. So if you weren't around for this or you somehow lived under a rock at the time, it was, Tim Pool, Lauren Southern, Lauren Chen, Dave Rubin, a bunch of big names on the right who were all hired by a Russian propaganda machine and paid to put out content on their channel. And the idea was that they didn't know. Nobody knew. Nobody knew that they were being paid by Russians. Nobody knew where the money was coming from. Nobody knew that this was supposed to be Kremlin-approved propaganda. Nobody knew. And I've said over and over, there's no reason to believe that they knew this. There's tons of people who are going after Dave Rubin, who are going after Tim Pool, and they love to throw this in their faces, that you got paid by the Russians. And they'll say, well, we were victims in this case. They were victims in a sense that, like, they were led into taking part in a crime that they didn't know that they were taking part in. And so they were definitely victims in that sense. Obviously, people don't like the term victim because they made millions of dollars in this. Victim blaming? Yeah, sure. Yes. Prove he was paying them? Who's he? Who's he? Wait, Tim and them have already, like, agreed that they were getting paid by Russians. So none of them have denied this. So I don't know why I would prove something that no one's even denying. But yeah, anyways, they definitely got, they definitely were not part of the process. And so when people get upset with me for saying, it doesn't seem like there's any evidence that they knew that they were getting paid by Russians. It doesn't seem like there's any evidence that they were, like, part of this plan or part of this, like they were there knowing that they're trying to put out Russian propaganda. And I've said there's only one person that I'm a little skeptical of, and that's in the indictment. They talk about the fact that the Russian producers were telling people in the Discord that there was a recent terrorist attack on Russia at a concert, and that they killed a bunch of people at this concert. And they were saying, hey, we need someone to blame this on America and Ukraine. We need someone to blame this on America and or Ukraine. Get one of the content creators to do that. And I said, if we ever found who did this, or if somebody ever put this out, then we would know. They probably knew at that point. Like, if we ever found someone who actually took part in Tom's not going to prove any of this. Prove what? Hugh, prove what? What part do you guys have issues with so far? What is there an argument with? I haven't even... What am I supposed to prove? Name something that I'm supposed to prove real quick, please. I will pause what it is that I'm talking about and ask. And if you don't respond very quickly with something that I've actually stated, I'm just going to ban your dumbass. I don't have time to stop for the retards who aren't paying attention and just randomly type, Tom's not going to prove this. So, quickly, Hugh. We're all waiting. Dick, that's what I thought. Adios, amigos. 07's in chat for Hugh, everybody. He was a brave soul. It was very brave of him to say such retarded shit in my chat. Very, very brave. We'll give him a 24/7. Or sorry, a 24/7. We'll give him a 24-hour timeout. All right. All right. So, as I was saying, the only way that I would actually accuse any of them of knowing is there was that one part that said that they wanted a content creator to go and push that Americans or Ukrainians were the ones who were responsible for the terrorist attack. And I said I downloaded a VOD somewhere that I'd never had time to look at of Benny Johnson's where it could have been him, but I never got the chance to look at it. And so this is the VOD. I found the VOD. And so this is what the indictment said right here. Let's see. Was this... Okay, here it is. So so number 37 in the indictment on page 24 says, second, with Founder 1 and Founder 2's backing. So they don't use anybody's names in here, but we kind of figured out over time who each person was. And so it'll say like, you know, content creator 1, producer 1, Founder 1, stuff like that instead of their names. But we kind of, we all figured out who they were eventually. But this is what it says. It says, second, with Founder 1 and Founder 2's backing, Afanya Sieva, director, U.S. Company 1, staff, published specific content that Afanya Sieva identified. On or about January 15th, 2024, Founder 1 wrote in a channel on the U.S. Company 1 Discord server that producer Discord channel comprised of Afanya Sieva, Kalashnikov, Founder 1, Founder 2, Producer 1, Producer 2, and Producer 3 is going to start creating customized videos for us to post on our socials of viral content that's floating around. Between in about January 2024 and in or about June 2024, Afanya Sieva posted links to approximately 841 video clips, which were routinely posted by U.S. Company 1 staff onto U.S. Company 1 social media channels. On occasion, U.S. Company 1 staff privately contacted Founder 1 or Founder 2 to push back on Afanya Sieva's content and were rebuffed. For example, A, on or about February 15th, 2024, Afanasieva shared with U.S. Company One a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting the grocery store in Russia. So that well-known content creator that was, or political commentator that was visiting a grocery store in Russia, that was Tucker Carlson. And it was kind of cringe, kind of funny, but yeah, that's who that was. It was Tucker Carlson. He was visiting. They showed a video of him visiting a grocery store in Russia. Afanasieva posted the video in producer's Discord channel. Later that day, producer one privately messaged founder two on Discord. They want me to post this, referencing the video of Afanasieva had posted, but it just feels like overt shilling. Founder 2 replied that Founder 1 thinks we should put it out there. Producer 1 acquiesced, responding, all right, I'll put it out tomorrow. B, as another example, on about March 22nd, 2024, Afanasieva, as Helena Shudra, shared in the producer Discord channel a video of the March 22nd, 2024 terrorist attack on a music venue in Moscow, which killed approximately 145 people and injured hundreds more. Producer 1 privately messaged Founder 1, writing, I don't know if you saw, but they want me to post some footage from an attack in Moscow today. There's a watermark in the middle of the page that's blurred, which looks bad, and it's also pretty graphic. You can see people getting shot, albeit from far away. Founder 1 did not push back on the content of the clip, but replied in the producer Discord channel. I'm not sure it's a good idea to blur out someone's watermark, Afanasieva, Helena Shudra, then assured the group that it's fine, no worries, it falls under fair use. Producer 1 and Producer 2 found that the video clip of the attack without the watermark and posted the clip on X, satisfying Afanasieva's request. So this is the part right here that I'm mostly talking about. This is C of 37 on the indictment. It says, the next day, on or about March 23rd, 2024, Afanasieva privately messaged Founder 1 on Discord asking that one of our creators record something about the Moscow terror attack, despite public reporting that foreign terrorist organization ISIS had claimed responsibility for the attack. Afanasieva requested that U.S. Company 1 blame Ukraine and the United States, writing, I think we can focus on the Ukraine-U.S. angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements. All terrorists are now detained while they were heading to the border with Ukraine, which makes it even more suspicious they would want to go to Ukraine to hide. Founder 1 responded that Founder 1 would ask Commentator 3, and the next day confirmed that Commentator 3 said he's happy to cover it. So nobody could ever find this. Nobody knew where this was. Nobody knew if anybody ever covered it. And this is Commentator 3 covering it here. So this is, I downloaded it right when I found it and then just never went through it because I was planning on going through it when I went looking through all of the evidence that I had for the video that I was making, and then just never really cared much about the video and kind of lost interest over time. But this is the video.
Hey guys, it's Benny. Breaking news, there is a massive terrorist attack happening right now in Moscow, Russia, of course, the capital of Russia. A monstrous concert hall has been invaded by 5 gunmen wearing camouflage that ruthlessly murdered hundreds of people and have now set the thing on fire. This is a massive concert hall inside of Moscow. This is called the Crocus Concert Hall, and it is burning to the ground, what it looks like, along with the hundreds and hundreds of people that were inside.
So this is him talking about the terrorist attack that took place. This is at a concert. And this is where he seems to do what it is they were asking of him in the Discord. So as I said this whole time, I don't think we can actually act as though any of these people know that they are paid to spread Russian propaganda, because it just seemed like the production company, the Russians, never got to asking them to do these things. This was the only thing that we ever saw in that entire indictment through the whole thing. There's not anything in here where they asked them to cover anything except for this, and then they told, like, producers to post stuff about Tucker Carlson shopping in Russia. But that's it. It wasn't the content creators who did that. It was just producers posting things on Twitter. So this, and they posted it on the Tenet, Twitter page, and that was it, was for the Tucker Carlson shopping in Russia. But this was the only other thing that we saw in there where it looked like, they were asking them to post Russian propaganda, and we didn't know if it ever got done. So, like, we had no reason to believe that any of these people knew who they were working for, or what they were doing. And then, now it does seem as though Benny Johnson may have known.
Gunmen fatigues are opening fire. The story is developing. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know, as of yet, where the gunmen are from. 5 gunmen wearing camouflage entered the Crocus City Hall music venue. The U.S. and other European nations warned of an imminent terrorist attack in Moscow. Hundreds wounded, 40 killed, number expected to rise. Crocus City Music Hall venue currently on fire. Hundreds still reportedly trapped inside. Russian emergency authorities are arriving on scene along with firefighters. We pray for everyone's safety. 40 killed, hundreds wounded after multiple gunmen opened fire in concert hall in Moscow. There is some really, and now apparently Moscow is on lockdown, full lockdown and curfew after the terrorist attack on the venue. The police and personnel being assembled to reinforce security.
So a person that he does reference a lot in this is Ian Miles Chong, who I believe has had connections with RT as well. Am I wrong about this? I could be totally wrong about that. I'm not. Okay, yeah, no. Yep, there he is. RT International, Ian Miles Chong. Ian Miles Chong is a political and cultural commentator. His work has been featured on The Rebel, Penthouse, Human Events, and The Post Millennial, which, yeah. Anyways, that's him being promoted on the Russian Times. So, okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I'm not misquoting that. So, yeah, so he is quoting a lot of things from Ian Miles Chong, who is also paid by Russian propagandists.
In the city. So, the U.S. State Department did warn for people to avoid large gatherings over the next 48 hours in Moscow, Russia. Embassy is monitoring reports of extremists and imminent plans to target large gatherings in Moscow, include concerts. U.S. citizens be advised to avoid large gatherings. So this is public.
So he's showing that the U.S. Embassy told people to avoid large gatherings while in Russia because there might be some terrorist attacks. You say it's even public. It's public. They posted it themselves. Yeah.
2 weeks ago, U.S. Embassy in Moscow warned against imminent attacks by Islamic extremists. And ladies and gentlemen, here we are. So again, I do not know who the extremists are, but
again, at this point, it had already been concluded. ISIS was responsible for it. They had already done it. They had already taken responsibility for it. It had already been concluded. He keeps saying he doesn't know who it is, and then is reading that, it's a little weird. The United States is telling people that the Islamics might be doing this.
The American Embassy was warning against it, along with John Kirby.
Hopefully you saw the State Department, our embassy there, put out a notice to all Americans in Moscow to avoid any large gathering, concerts, obviously shopping malls, anything like that, just for their own safety. They should.
Do you notice so this was a concert and a shopping mall, and you notice John Kirby says avoid concerts and shopping malls. Little too on the nose for me.
Little too on the nose for him, guys. Little too on the nose for him. They did it at a concert and a shopping mall, and it's strange because this guy, an American intelligence guy, did say to avoid concerts and shopping malls, and that's where it happened at. Little too on the nose for Benny Johnson, guys. Little too specific for him. We don't know who did it. We don't know who did it. But this is a little too on the nose for Benny.
Little too on the nose for me, ladies and gentlemen. What was it like inside? We have our first eyewitness talking.
Balcony on the third floor. A couple of minutes before the start of the concert, we heard some sound, some clapping sound. We heard those gunshots. The people started running towards the stage. And there seems to be other exits there. We were at the upper.
And he is playing RT, the Russian Times. That is who he's sourcing here.
Areas.
Which the producers, producer 1, producer 2, the Russians, were also associated with. Or yes, Russia Today. That's right. Thank you. Russia Today, not Russian Times. Yeah. I always call it the Russian Times for some reason. Yeah, thank you.
Then we saw the gunshots near the center of the stage. We decided whether we want to stay there or run out of there. We decided to get out. We went to the lower floors, despite the fact that we heard gunshots on the other floors as well. On the second floor too, we heard gunshots there too.
So, ladies and gentlemen, people are talking about what geopolitical ramifications may occur in this scenario. Now, it has been public knowledge that the war in Ukraine is lost. Former top Polish army chief admits Ukraine is losing the war. Every indication is that Ukraine is losing the war. Is the world running out of patience for Zelensky's blank check demands? Poland stops giving arms. The U.S. gives a fraction of what Ukraine's leaders want. You can see here on the map, this is from the New York Times, the red is the area that Russia gained, and the little blue areas is what the billions and billions of dollars of counteroffensive money has gained in Ukraine. Yes, this is lost, and Russia continues to take territory from Ukraine. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it is what it is. Okay? The world is not sunshine and gumdrops. There are bad people, and oftentimes in war, both sides are the devil. Okay? Artillery shells per day.
So
this is a terrorist attack. This is the largest eco-terrorism and economic terrorism ever. This is a terrorist attack that the U.S. knew about and then did nothing. Mike Benz, who's one of our favorite people as it pertains to these kind of topics of geopolitical warfare and next-gen warfare, says to the report that the U.S. State Department said, do not go to concerts in Russia. Once again, targeting music concerts. If the State Department knew it, the CIA somehow had advanced awareness and provided the intelligence and domestic paramilitary operations being planned in Moscow. Fill in the rest yourself.
Fill in the rest yourself. So the idea being put forward here is the United States intelligence had something to do with this. And before they did it, they warned everybody about it and told them to stay away from the place that they were going to go shoot them at. So the places where they wanted a bunch of people to be, that they were shooting up, they were trying to tell people not to be there. Is the idea here from Ian Miles Chong. And who was the guy right before this? Mike Benz. And so, yeah, it's again, if the State Department knew it, the CIA somehow had advanced awareness and provided state the intelligence of domestic paramilitary operations being planned in Moscow. Fill in the rest yourself. And so this is always kind of what they do, is they'll say something like, fill in the rest yourself, or I'm just stating facts here. Who knows what that means? Or I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying one way or the other. I couldn't possibly know. And so, yeah, it's always, this is always kind of what they do, is we don't know who did it. We have no idea what, the information's still coming in. Here's the information that I'm going to share with you, though. And I'm not going to tell you that ISIS has already claimed responsibility for this, that State Departments have already concluded that ISIS was responsible for this. I'm going to give you a bunch of information that makes it sound like the United States is responsible and that they were the ones who did it.
Advanced awareness and provided state the intelligence and domestic paramilitary operations being planned in Moscow. Fill in the rest yourself. I mean, by every measure, it looks like the United States knew that something like this was going to pop off. At what point is there culpability? Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see to find out who these guys were, and to find out, what the response will be with you as it pertains to Ukraine.
So yeah, for those of you who kept spamming what's the propaganda as I was telling you, I'm going to go through it, and I haven't even gotten like 10 seconds into it as you're like, what is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Where is it? This is it. This is what I was talking about. This is the propaganda. This is what I'm talking about right here. So yeah. Now, just to be clear, the reason I got this was because I was watching AJW, and when I was watching AJW, he, I believe, just mentioned this for a second while he was playing a lot of defense for Tim Pool. This is one of the things that he said when covering the Tenet stuff, because it wasn't just Tim Pool. He was also like, these are his friends, these are people he knows, and so he was trying to like explain that they were victims in a lot of these cases. And again, I do believe that for the most part. So, but this is one of the
Culture War segments, so they're just his normal, ordinary appearances. In fact, one of the clips that has gone viral is somebody claiming that Tim Pool was lying when he said that he didn't have any investors to Emma Vigeland, and this was in a June 23rd episode of the Culture War. And as somebody who was on that episode, I can tell you that this was 100% true at the time. In fact, this Culture War episode is up on Tim Pool's YouTube channel. The reason why it's up on Tim Pool's YouTube channel is because he had not signed the deal with Tenet at this moment in time, and it is ridiculous to assert otherwise. On top of that, in this very Culture War episode, Tim and I got into an argument about Ukraine, and unsurprisingly, he held the same positions that he would later hold when he was signed up with Tenet Media.
Yeah, so everybody knows that, yes, like, it's likely that if Russians are going to sign Russian propagandists, that they're not going to go get people who are vehemently anti-Russia and then pay them to totally switch their positions. No, they're going to go sign big names who are already super pro-Russia at the time, and then just to continue pushing Russian propaganda, they just get to tell you which kind. So this isn't anything amazing from him. But his assertion here is that Tim had not signed with Tenet Media at the time, which that part I'm not sure on, but okay, let's say that that's true, that when this video with Emma Vigeland was done, that this, they hadn't signed the deal yet. This is after the whole thing came out.
That's in donations from people, I guess. I don't know. But there's never been an instance where I've received a check. My business has never received any investment. We've received zero investment, period. Let alone to say from anyone related to Trump. This company the show right now is fully funded off of starting with my personal savings into the revenue that we generated and expanding. And then with.
So this is, you know, a clip of Tim Pool saying, yeah, I'm not funded by anybody. We don't get money from anybody else. It's all fully fan funded by everyone. That's it. It's just fan funding. And that is what he said here in this clip. But yeah, before AJW made that video, he had also said this. I believe it was before. So this was on September 3rd, 2024. And this was September 6th. So September 6th is when AJW made this video saying, dude, he wasn't lying about the fact that he was fully fan funded because he hadn't even signed that tenant deal yet. So it wasn't a lie. It was all true. And then yes, 3 days before he made that video, Tim is saying the same thing here.
There may be super chats and donations from people, I guess. I don't know. But there's never been an instance where I've received a check. My business has never received any investment. We've received zero investment, period. Let alone to say from anyone related to Trump. This company, the show right now, is fully funded off of starting with my personal savings into the revenue that we generated and expanding, and then with you as members.
So yeah. Tim said this many times, not just these 2 times. He said this a bunch, but yeah, it is what it is. These are just some of the things that I had picked up on while doing research for this project and then just never ended up putting it out. So figured, yeah, I'm not going to put this stuff out, so I might as well just go over it real quick. But done with Democrats? Yeah, base. Me too. Russians are literally funding entire pockets of conservative media, but you won't hear a peep of concern from these Americans here. You are one? No. Nope. I'm an independent. Tim also explained that they bought content already made as well. There's no there. Right. We're talking about the fact that before all of this came out, Tim did consistently say that he didn't have any funding, that he didn't have any investors, that he didn't have anybody like helping support his show, that it was just all him. Everything was fan funding. And so yes, he has talked about the fact that they did pay him. But when they paid him, he would say things like, we have no advertisers, we don't do any advertising, blah blah blah. But then they did say on the show, like they did advertising spots for Tenet Media and would put up banners, like all sorts of shit for Tenet. And so yeah, there was just a lot of yeah, there was a lot of like games being played with the way that things were being worded. Whereas I do think that there's like a technicality way that you can say they're not technically advertisers. They're not technically this. They're not technically that. There's definitely ways to like wiggle it in and out of there. It's just more so to show that like when these things are being presented in a specific type of way, it is meant to say that we don't get money from anybody else. We only get money from our fans. That's it. And we don't have any special interests behind us. And then you see that they did have special interests behind them. And so the reason Tim says that is to let people know that there's nobody with any special interests that are paying us to where you don't ever have to question anything that we say. That's the reason that he's saying it. So McCain is a Republican that was loved because he lost at everything. Well, he was also the reason that Trump lost at everything, so Trump literally blames him all the time for the reason that he lost. When I have debates about why Donald Trump couldn't get anything done his first term, the first person people bring up is McCain, saying that, well, it's his fault. He stopped Trump from everything that he was trying to do. So it's funny that you would say that he's failing nonstop when everybody brings him up as the reason that Trump was failing nonstop. So, because he, like you, was a Democrat posing as a Republican. I'm not posing as a Republican. I'm not calling myself a Republican. I don't know why you just said that. I have not said that I am a Republican, at least not in any serious manner. Wrestling. Ricket. Wrestling. For some reason the chat's timed out, so I'm trying to reload them real quick. But the base chat was not popping up for you guys. Wrestling! Oh, I can't hear you. Hold on. Let me see if I can switch the output. Output, baby. We're gonna output it right now. Wrestling, say something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, let's freaking go.
Man, I forgot I was in here. But we can have this conversation.
Oh, can we?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I am down to debunk your Maoist claims anytime.
Right. Let's go.
So, Maoism is fundamentally rooted in Marxist theory.
Okay.
Everything about Maoism.
Okay.
That makes it Marxism.
Okay, so like what?
Class struggle.
What? Come on, dude. Trump is fucking about class struggle too. Is he a Marxist? Like, give me a break. Well, you're gonna have to do better than that.
Class struggle in terms of the how do I phrase this? That the working class or the poor people need to take control of the means of production.
Okay.
Mao agreed with that.
Yeah.
He agreed with anti-imperialism. Like getting away from capitalism is another thing that he agreed with. Like, he's very anti-imperialist. He wanted to liberate his country from nationalism, or sorry, not nationalism, from imperialism.
So if there was a thing, like, what is the most like fundamental aspect of Marxism? Like, what is like the thing that we're talking about when we say one is a Marxist, or when we say they're a Marxist, we're saying they believe in Marxism. So what is like the fundamental thing that they believe in when it comes to Marxism? What would that be?
I mean, you would just, I guess when you phrase the question like that, it comes down to whether or not they believe in the philosophy of Marx.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
Like with taking the society through transitions into communism.
Yeah.
Mao did.
Okay, but he didn't though. Like, there's no reason to believe that he did. He was he when you're saying like, oh, he wanted to, you know, get to a point where there was a classless, stateless society, like, okay, but he was running the state and he still didn't have the workers owning the means of production
Marxism.
At any point. And so he was not actually like doing anything to get anywhere closer to anything Marxist throughout his entire regime.
That is a fundamental point of a transition from capitalism to Marxism, is an authoritarian state.
Okay, again, it's there's the you're mentioning things that can be that can exist outside of Marxism and have like, because if we're just talking about like authoritarian states, and now we can just find any authoritarian state that's ever existed and just start saying that these were Marxist, then like the fucking Nazis were Marxists now too, but they weren't. So that doesn't actually apply. Just saying they were authoritarian, yeah, sure, but the reason that they're supposed to be authoritarian is to make it to where the workers own the means of production. That is why they ought to be authoritarian during the process of socialism into communism, is because they have to make it to where the workers own the means of production. They never did that. They were never even talking about doing that. They were never even in process of doing that, ever.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
He so he wanted the peasants to own the means of production.
Okay. They were not actually doing anything to make that happen. They were not talking about actually doing it. They were not ever actually doing it.
They were.
When?
I don't know, fucking like 1940s.
Do you know what the Great Leap Forward is? Like, what the fuck? How can you possibly think that that's true? How can you possibly think that that's true?
So he took away the land from the landowning class, and redistributed it among the peasants. He formed the agrarian collective.
Okay.
He promoted Marxism to be taught in schools. This is all, it's Marxism.
I again, you're just naming a bunch of things that I don't think that these, I would say that they have like the aesthetics of Marxism. Like I would definitely say that Marxist-Leninism is called Marxist-Leninism because they use the aesthetics of Marxism to appeal to people. But so did Hitler. Like Hitler's National Socialism is called that because they are trying to use the aesthetics of like the workers being held down, the lower classes being owned by the upper classes. Why? Because the upper classes were the fucking Jews that they wanted to blame for everything. So they were able to use aesthetics of Marxism, of socialism, to try to stick it to the man. But they were never actually socialist in any meaning of the word. Whereas the Maoists were socialists in some meaning of the word, but mainly through the idea that there was a centralized mode that decided what the production was going to be, what prices were going to be. That's the main thing. But they weren't actually working towards the classes or the lower classes gaining more power, and instead it was more just about the government gaining more power and being more dictatorial.
Right, what you were talking about with the great, it's
the Great Leap Forward.
The Great Leap Forward, that was about collecting all of the land into a government
what?
That the people were running through the new democracy.
That was
what Mao considered the new democracy.
That was about proving communism. The idea that like all of the Marxist-Leninist states that had existed, like with Russia, they had never actually been anywhere close to competing with the top capitalist states like America. And so the Great Leap Forward, initially, Russia, I forget who came after Lenin, but he was saying, yes, we are also going to, we're going to be the first communist state that's actually going to compete with America, and we're going to outdo the Americans. We will have more production than them. Over the next 10 years, we're going to triple what it is that Americans are doing. And so Mao saw that, and he said he didn't like the Russians anymore. At this point, he hated the fucking Russians. He didn't like who came after. And so now he's like, oh, okay, well, they're going to triple it. Well, then we're going to fucking quadruple it. And then later, I think he said, we're going to do it 8 times. Not even quadruple. We're going to do 8 times what they were doing. And so he's like trying to say that communist regimes like his can put out big production numbers like America, and they can actually compete, and they can't. Like, that's obvious. So the reason that they were buying up all of this land and all of this production was to kind of force everybody to put in more work and to have more output so that they could actually put up numbers that were somewhat competitive with Americans and capitalism, and they couldn't. And that's why they ended up having over 40 million people die throughout the process, is because they were just trying to force everybody to be more productive in a way that they literally couldn't be.
Are you familiar with the idea of the new democracy? Like Mao's idea of the new democracy?
I don't remember that term, the new democracy, no.
So the new democracy was, so it was Mao thought that it was necessary to create this new democracy before going into complete socialism. And then after socialism, his goal was to go into communism, but he couldn't do it on a global scale because communism, if it ever is going to work, it has to be done on a global scale, which is why the state never got abolished. You still there? Sorry.
Yeah, so I don't remember him saying this, but that's actually true. Yes, communism cannot work and Marxism can't work. The reason I don't remember him saying this is because I felt like this has been my argument against Marxists and communists and people like this for a very long time, because it seems like they don't understand that any state that exists that becomes a stateless, classless society will immediately just be taken over by whatever superpower is capable of doing so, because they have no way of defending themselves in that case. And so the only way that it could ever happen is if the entire world all did it together, all at the same time. And that's obviously not going to happen when we still have third world countries right now that they don't even have the ability to to shift fucking to shift things over when they're not even making enough money to exist on capitalism alone.
Right. The new democracy was Mao's solution to this problem, because he was fundamentally a Marxist. He couldn't do it on a global scale. So he came up with this system called the new democracy.
So let's see. It says, when I look it up, it says the new democracy or the new democratic revolution is a type of democracy in Marxism based on Mao Zedong's block of 4 social classes. Which argued originally that democracy in China would take a path that was decisively distinct from that in any other country. He also said every colonial or semi-colonial country would have its own unique path to democracy, given that particular country's own social and material conditions. Mao labeled representative democracy in the Western nations as old democracy, characterizing parliamentarianism as just an instrument to promote the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, land-owning class through manufacturing consent. He also found his concept of new democracy not in contrast with the Soviet-style dictatorship of the proletariat, which he assumed would be the dominant political structure of a post-capitalist world. So yeah, even this is talking about the kind of what I was saying, is that he's taking things that are initially like Marxist in like theory, but he's doing something like totally different with it that's kind of changes it from Marxism at that point. So this is like the idea that like anybody who builds on Marxist thought and thinks, okay, Marx got this wrong, he got this wrong, he got this wrong, he got this wrong, he got this one thing right. So we're going to take like that small idea and we're going to kind of use that as part of our other 99 ideas that we're using. And then now, because they got one thing in there that's kind of Marxist, now we're going to call them a Marxist state or that person a Marxist, when they're not really going along with the philosophy of Marx. They're just taking some aspects of Marx, some language that Marx used, some branding that Marx had, and then moving forward with that without actually using Marxism as the motivating factor.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Wait, are you talking? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Tom?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you just said Tom.
You're lagging out.
Wait, I'm lagging out?
You lagged for like 15 seconds. Like,
oh, okay.
I don't know if it was on my end or your end, but like for like 15 seconds you just
it says my connection is perfect right now. Okay, so do you want me to repeat what I just said?
Yeah, sure. Just like,
okay. So I was saying that if even according to this, what it's saying is that it's taking things that are like initially somewhat Marxist, but it's like totally changing it into something different. And so I'm saying if I take like 100 things that I'm doing, but I take one thing that is somewhat Marxist and put it in there and say, you know, Marx got pretty much everything wrong, except for he kind of got this one thing right. So we're going to throw this one little thing in there that kind of sounds similar to what Marx said. We're just going to change it a bunch. Now, for us to call that person a Marxist doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when they're not really using Marxist philosophy as the motivating factor there. It is not the... it's not the thing that is actually moving things forward, when it's Mao's own ideas that are influenced by Marx. I would 100% agree that he is influenced by Marx, and that Marx is somebody who heavily influenced him when he was a professor at college, but that he even himself kind of said later on that he was moving away from Marxism and more towards the Russian version of communism, which now today we call Marxist Leninism, but it's not really Marxism. Otherwise we would just call it Marxism.
So Mao says this in his book as well. He was taking a Marxist fundamentals and applying it to what he saw in China to make it closer to the ideal of what he and Marx both agreed upon, which was the ideal, like, of this classless society where the workers own the means of production.
Yeah.
So he was trying to get to that, and he did it even with Marxist theory. How is that not Marxist?
I don't think he really did. Again, the few things that we're bringing up are just like kind of Marxist branding, but they're not really Marxist. Like they're things that are influential to him from Marx, but they're not Marxism in and of themselves. If he's taking these things and then saying, but they don't really work, I'm going to kind of change them to implement them into my like bigger, broader plan. It's kind of, it's now different from Marxism, where even Marx himself is also taking ideas of what we already consider to be socialist ideas, communist ideas. Those things already exist. And now he is taking those and kind of, coming up with his own plan, his own process, his own philosophy, his own economics. And we now call that Marxism because he is It is his own version of this. Then, when Lenin does the same thing with Marxism, we call that Leninism. Eventually, we called it Marxist-Leninism. But then even Mao took Marxist-Leninism and changed it pretty dramatically to where we would call that Maoism now. But if we were going back to the root of all of this, we wouldn't call any of it Marxist or Leninist or anything. We would just call it all socialism because that's where it all starts at. But it's all continuing to evolve and change pretty dramatically over time to where the original piece is not recognizable in the outcomes. Just like Maoism, you do not really see Marxism in that economy.
Yeah, and where I'll agree with you is that socialism as a concept before Marx, the concept that Marx thought of as socialism is almost nothing like what socialism, what he said it was. It's more close to communism than it is to actual, like, what he was saying was socialism. But what I'm trying to say is that if you have somebody who is rooted in Marxist philosophy and wanting to go to the same end goal as Marx, but saying that, yeah, Marx, he maybe would have done it this way for here.
So, okay, hold on. Just I even just what you're saying there, I don't even agree with that. Like, I agree that these are things that Mao said, but from my from my perspective, Mao was just actually like a power-hungry fucking like crazy person, especially after he lost his seat. He was, and then like they had the color revolution, they're like grabbing teachers and shaving their heads and all of this shit like that. Yes, and then like when he gets to like, you know, let's say 5 million people have starved to death and he's still pushing the Great Leap Forward. Then we get to 10 million, then we get to 20 million, then we get to 30 million, then we get to 40 million. Like at some point he has to know what's happening and what he's doing. And that every decision that he has made so far has been insanely detrimental to the people and to the country. Yet he's continuing forward for a reason. It's not because he gives a fuck about the proletariat. It's not because he gives a fuck about the, you know, the people or the, you know, the working class. It's because he wants his idea to succeed. He wants his idea to be the thing. That's all he cares about. He does not give a fuck about the people, and everything that he does is just branding to forward his own ideals. That's it. It becomes very blatantly clear over time that he had no care for the people whatsoever. Otherwise, he never would have allowed half that many people to die before cutting off the Great Leap Forward.
Yeah, I mean, but that's sure, but that doesn't. He was still, as I said again, like everything he did was rooted in Marxist philosophy.
Yes, but again, I'm saying that he uses Marxist branding to push his own version of his own ideals. Whereas you're saying, well, when he's talking about his ideals, he uses the branding. Like, we agree on that part. We agree that he uses the branding. He wants to look like he like cares about the proletariat, that he is a, you know, somebody who's very much about the workers' struggle and crap like that. But in reality, the things that he is creating it does not match what he says.
And I'm not completely disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is that the decisions he makes are based on Marxist philosophy. Every single decision he makes, this new democracy thing, the taking land from the rich people and giving it back to the poor people, every single thing that he did, the collectivization of the agriculture, all of it is rooted in Marxist philosophy. Even the Great Leap Forward was rooted in Marxist philosophy.
Okay. Yeah. Again, like I'm agreeing. I feel like I don't
You're
know
saying
how to get
branding,
past
and
this
I'm saying
point. Yes, because
philosophy, right?
because everything you're saying is still branding to me, and
It's not branding. It's how he makes his decisions. It's like, okay,
because the actual like the fundamentals of this is insanely different from what it is he's saying. What is actually being built is different from what it is he's saying. What is actually happening is insanely different than what it is he says. And so where you're saying, you're using like, yes, he gave tons of land to the peasants, and especially farmland, excuse me, so that they were able to work and be part of the Great Leap Forward. That is branding to me, to where it doesn't actually make them richer, it does not make them any better off, and instead they all die in a massive fucking like economic genocide of his own doing. This is not.
well, I would argue that's just a result of Marxism. That's what Marxism inevitably results in.
I don't know about that. I would say that's true in a sense, but I wouldn't call this Marxism when the motivation of this is not for the betterment of the people, but instead for his own legacy and for his own name, that he is competing with the Russians and competing with the United States, and he is doing these things only to kind of outdo everybody else, not for like the sake of Marxism.
Right, but what you're like, what I'm saying is that like I said, he goes through like almost all the decisions he made in his book. They were all rooted in Marxist philosophy. And what I'm saying is that is Marxist to me, even if it looks slightly different. And I'm also saying that what supports my position is I would say that most Marxist ideologies are going to end in something like that. Like, for example, like once you give an authoritarian state ultimate power to take everything and redistribute it, they're not going to want to let that power go.
Well, yes, of course, but so consider, like, he starts the Great Leap Forward, okay? The Great Leap Forward in and of itself is not a Marxist thing, right? It is saying, hey, we're already this communist state, and so look how good we can be. But that sort of like competitive aspect is almost like anti-Marxist, where you feel like your economy has to be in competition with other economies in order to show off and say how great you are. Like, that is not Marxist in any way, and that isn't a necessary conclusion of Marxism. And once those people are dying off by the tens of millions, continuing to push this idea that is not Marxist and is not necessary is also not part of Marxism. And so all of this, and then even what comes after, like a lot of these things just are not Marxist, but they are using Marxist branding to push them to say, we have to do this for the betterment of the people, to be the greatest nation, blah, blah, blah. But it isn't like actually beneficial for them, and they just continue pushing it anyways. Like, I don't see anything Marxist about any of that.
Actually, I agree with you. It's the first time you've said something that I completely agree with. The idea of competing with these capitalist societies is like pretty much anti-Marxist.
But this is kind of what I've been saying
it,
like the last like 10 times, is that the thing that is being done, yes, has like Marxist branding attached to it, but I don't think it's actually Marxism in its essence. Like the motivating factors, I don't think these are Marxism or Marxist.
Well, the way he went about the I forgot it again. the Great Leap Forward.
The Great Leap Forward
was foundationally like rooted in Marxist philosophy.
A lot of aspects of it, yeah. Again, obviously, again, doing some sort of like Marxist process is always going to fail. Like, especially if you are doing the real Marxist process where you are taking away, aspects of the state and starting to kill those off in order to get rid of the bourgeoisie and like all of this. Like, that's obviously just gonna, your entire like country will just disappear in fucking months at that point. But yeah, it's just the there is, I don't know. Yeah, we would it would take literally like too long to go over this shit. But yes, to me, almost everything that you're going to name, these things are going to be, to me, Marxist branding that just aren't Marxist in their essence, because they're not actually going along with the process. The fact that they are called communism instead of socialism, when obviously it is we're saying we are on our way to a classless, stateless society, which would be socialism, not communism, but they're calling it socialism, they're calling it communism and saying communism has been achieved. They are, and they would say that that they are not doing Marxist communism. They literally Marxist-Leninism straight up is very clear. We are not doing Marxist communism. We're doing a different type of communism with Marxist influence on it. Like, Lenin is very clear on the fact that this is not Marxist communism. Mao is doing Lenin communism that we call now today Marxist-Leninism, even though Lenin he never actually wanted a Leninism to exist, but we call it Marxist-Leninism. But it is still not the actual, and again, Lenin says that this is not the Marxist communism. And so, yes, again, while they're saying that there are Marxist influences, and I admit this, of course, there are Marxist influences, they are, I would say, the majority of what it is that they're doing just isn't Marxism. And that it is mostly using Marxist branding and a couple of like cherry-picked Marxist ideas to do something massively different.
Yeah, you're kind of taking like a stance similar to like an ANCAP that I had a conversation with, where like we're not actually in capitalism because the government.
Yes, but they're wrong.
Like,
yes, but they're wrong.
Market. Like,
yes, but they're wrong. But the reason that they're wrong is because the reason that ANCAPs are wrong is because capitalism, since its inception, has had government regulation. The idea of capitalism includes government regulation. At no point did capitalism ever in any way have this idea of no government regulation, except until ANCAPs came up with it. And then they said that's the real capitalism. But the real capitalism, they had just made it up themselves. So it's not, what they believe is capitalism isn't even capitalism. What they call the real capitalism is not even capitalism. It is something insanely different, because capitalism has always required state regulation. So it is, theirs
Adam Smith
is different.
Yeah. The founder of capitalism, I would argue, Adam Smith, didn't want any government involvement in the markets. So then we're not all, like, we don't live in a capitalist society because, yeah, we root our ideals in Adam Smith's thinking, but we do something else with it. The government gets involved, so we're not actually capitalist. The same argument.
Let's see. I don't believe that's true. I just looked it up. Let me see. Because I'm almost positive I saw shit from him that said that Myth number 7. Smith was a laissez-faire economist who didn't believe in government intervention. Many think that Adam Smith believed in giving markets free rein with no government intervention. Only half of that statement is true.
So the only caveat, and I've read Adam Smith, is that he did not like the idea of monopolies, and he thought the government should intervene to break up monopolies.
Yeah.
But the government does way more than that. Way more than that.
Well, ANCAPs believe that they that monopolies only exist because the government makes it to where they have to exist.
Well, that's a big reason for their existence, to be honest with you. It's not the only one, but it is the reason for their existence. I would say. I'm not an ANCAP, but
it's hard to actually classify monopolies today. The problem right now is that like a company like Amazon, right, or Walmart or Apple, the idea of a monopoly is that they have made it impossible for others to compete within that market, but they don't have one market. Like Amazon is not one market. They are hundreds of thousands of different markets, and they are now also allowing others who are competitors to just work for them as part of that market. And so this makes it almost impossible to categorize them when we're looking at somebody like Apple. Like the last big monopoly that I can think of that got broken up was, I think, Bell, and they were a telecommunications company, and they got broken up into 7 different companies. But then as soon as cell phones came out and everybody was like, everything was moving from house phones to cell phones, those all ended up getting bought out by the same companies again, like Singular, Bell South, AT&T, like all of these different companies that were split up from Bell in the first place, all got bought up again by, I think AT&T was the one who bought them all back up. And now they are so diverse in all of the different things that they sell that it's hard to classify them at this point. So currently, I don't know that any real monopolies actually exist, but the
Beers Diamond Corporation.
But yeah, okay, so it says, Smith also supported, Smith certainly believed in free trade and frequently refers to the system of natural liberty. The impetus of wealth of nations, pointed out, was to argue against the mercantilist system of commerce that relies on government intervention in the market.
I said founder. I should more categorize Smith as the father of capitalism. Like I don't think he founded capitalism, but I don't know who actually founded capitalism.
Yeah, I think the main idea that we think of today came from somebody else that's normally mentioned next to Smith, but I can't think of his name right now. That like the United States would normally mention as like a more like liberal.
But we would agree the government does way more than Smith imagined, right? Subsidies, tariffs.
Yeah.
So then we don't live in a capitalist society, according to Smith. Like,
well,
it's like,
I think that these are very different. I think that markets are bigger and more complicated today than Smith could have imagined. Like, I don't think he could have imagined us having like stock markets.
Mao could have said the same thing about communism.
Yes, I think so. I think same Todd. Thank you, Todd. Yeah, I think it's Locke who I was thinking of. Yes, no, I agree. And that is my point, is I'm saying that once we get like numerous separations away from the original person and it's been built on numerous times, it's hard to still call it the same thing. It's hard to still say that is Marxism. While we would still call it socialism or communism, it's hard to call it Marxism. So where if we started calling this like Smithism or Lockeism, then yeah, it would make sense if people were like, yeah, I don't think that that's really Smithism or that's really Lockeism or something like that. It'd be like, yeah, true, that makes sense. But if they say, well, it's not capitalism, well, yeah, that's where we're going to have a disagreement. So that is kind of my that is my disagreement.
It's the same thing communists will say, like, "Oh, we've never had a communist state before."
They never had a Marxist communist state. That is true. That is 100% true, and that is part of like my argument is that yes, I like that Marxist communist state where you're saying yes, they have to have a dictatorial state in order to move towards the classless, stateless society that Marx dreams of as communism. True, but they didn't call it that. They called it communism, and they said communism had been achieved. So that obviously is not Marxism then. That's obviously something different, right?
Yeah. It's different. But I think the fundamental disagreement is just that we are categorizing what's Marxist and what's not Marxist differently. You're sticking to the real definition from Marxist, and I am saying that if it is rooted in his philosophy and applied to China as Mao thought it should be, that is still a Marxist philosophy that was applied to China in whatever way Mao thought was appropriate, which makes it Marxism to me.
Okay. Yeah, I like I said earlier, is that if they called it socialism and they said this is us trying to start a process that will be on its way to communism, I would at least be able to engage in the semantics a little bit more to say, okay, this is possible that it's somewhere within the same realm because of the process that they're using. Because that to me is the main fundamental aspect of Marxism, is the process to a governmentless, stateless, classless society. That is the fundamental thing. That is the essence of Marxism. And then kind of the moral prescriptions that exist in there around this that are applied to economics. That I don't think exists within Maoism, which is why I would call it Maoism. Yeah.
Mao believed to be in socialism.
I've never seen that. Can you show that to me? Because I've never.
It's in his book. I'm sure you can find it online. Hold on, I'll look for it. Did Mao think he ever achieved communism? It's in his book. He never achieved communism.
Mao, officially Mao Zedong, thought is a variety of Marxist-Leninism that Mao Zedong developed while trying to realize a socialist revolution in the agricultural, pre-industrial society of the Republic of China and later the People's Republic of China. See the Communist Manifesto? No. The theory stipulated that China was the primary stage of socialism due to its relativity two-level material wealth and needed to engage in economic growth before it pursued a more egalitarian form of society, which in turn would lead to a communist society described by Marxist orthodoxy. Wait, who was this? Oh no, this is Deng Xiaoping.
Here we go. I'll DM you. This has quotations from the book.
Or Deng Xiaoping? Is it Xi or Xiao?
Well, let me read it real quick to make sure it's the right quotations. Unless you just want to read it, but I just found that this has the quotations on his of his book, but I'm not 100% certain. No, hold on, I'll do it right now. I just didn't. Okay. I don't know. I'm not 100% certain it actually is quoting the things that I'm talking about. I was trying to look through it before I sent it to you, but I sent it to you now.
Okay. Hold on. So go ahead and read what you were.
So sorry, I'm looking for it right now. Like I said, it's in the book. I just don't. I'm trying to find it online because I don't want to just send you a picture of the page or something like that.
Wait, you said
Okay,
you don't want to
so
send me a picture of the page? You send me the whole thing. If you
I
want to
mean,
send me a screenshot, that would be fine.
okay. No, I'm saying I'm looking for the quote on this article. I have the
In
book, like
China,
the
the
physical book.
struggle to consolidate the socialist system, the struggle to decide whether socialism or capitalism will prevail, will still take a long historical period. However, we should all realize that the new system of socialism will unquestionably be consolidated. We can assuredly build a socialist state with modern industry, modern agriculture, and modern science and culture. The serious problem
I
with
sent you a
the
screenshot of the
education.
quote.
Oh, here it is.
One of
We
them.
must have faith. I haven't seen that, but I did find this. We must have faith, first, that the peasant masses are ready to advance step by step along a road of socialism under the leadership of the party, and second, that the party is capable of leading the peasants along this road. These 2 points are the essence of the matter, the main current. Okay, so this is saying that they're moving down a road of socialism.
Yes, that's correct. And this is I'm sending you more screenshots of the quotes, but they're on that website.
Under the leadership of the, let me pull this up for everyone else to see. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, the Chinese people are carrying out a vigorous rectification movement in order to bring about the rapid development of socialism in China on a firmer basis. It is a movement for carrying out a nationwide debate which is both guided and free, a debate in the city and the countryside on such questions as the socialist road versus the capitalist road, the basic system of the state and its major policies, the working style of the party and the government functionaries, and the question of the welfare of the people, a debate which is conducted by setting forth facts and reasoning things out so as correctly to resolve those actual contradictions among the people which demand immediate solution. This is a socialist movement for the self-education and the self-remolding of the people. Yeah, this, like, even this, it just does sound like
that he's saying he's in a socialist society, right? That he's going into socialism. That is,
well, I'm saying
that is what he wanted to do.
I'm saying it sounds like it comes off like the Communist Manifesto, where like it's just very like propagandist of like in the wording and everything. Like this is a socialist movement for the self-education and self-remolding of the people. Like this is, yes, this is very much like what I was talking about like the aesthetics of what they're doing versus like what they're actually doing. But yeah, I think like what I'm as I said, Marxism to me is the process, and it is the like the moral prescriptions that come with it that force you into this process, and that this is many levels removed from it, which is why people call it Maoism today, not Marxist-Leninism and not Marxism. They call it Maoism because it is so many levels removed to the point that it just is something different entirely, and it is his own attempt and his own version of things. But yes, if you're just saying, hey, a lot of what he's doing is influenced by fucking Marx and his writings, then yeah, of course, I agree with that, and I think like
right.
Obviously,
and I'm saying that he was trying to move China to become a socialist authoritarian state, as Marx wanted to, like as Marx envisioned. And you can see it in his writings and in his speeches.
Okay.
Like this is Marxism, right? Like I don't.
Well, it's just, again, we
understand
disagree
where...
on whether or not he's actually trying to do those things. Like we just have a disagreement on this, where you're like pointing to the things he says, and I'm saying I don't believe the things he says, but you're using
It's
it
also the
after I
policy he
keep
does.
saying that, like, I just don't really believe him, and that when we look at the actions that he took and the way that he just kind of ignored the outcomes from these over and over, that, like, while we're both going to agree that people dying from starvation is just an obvious outcome of Marxism, that's just going to keep happening, that he at some point would have put the brakes on the Great Leap Forward and tried something different, tried to tweak it, tried to, like, fix it in some way, and then maybe get into like a slower process into this or something like that. But that the fact that he never did, and that he was just constantly in competition with capitalists, that this, to me, just makes it so drastically different from Marxism that I have trouble calling it that.
He was so dedicated to the idea of a socialist state working that he let millions of people die. Because rolling back the Great Leap Forward would have been a defeat of a Marxist system.
But it wouldn't have been, though. Like, he was taking... Again, he didn't have to do that in the first place. The only reason he was doing it is because that, and again, I hate that I'm blanking on the guy's name, but it was the guy, he didn't come after, let's see, it was Lenin, then, who was the guy who had, who was the guy who came after Lenin and, like, kind of just took over, and did, like, a whole military, takeover of the party and everything?
Stalin?
Shit. Who?
Stalin?
Stalin. Yes. So after Stalin, I forget the guy who came right after him, but Mao hated that motherfucker. And when he said...
Khrushchev?
Maybe.
Khrushchev?
Maybe, I can't remember. But the point is that the guy who announced that he was, like, doing this, like, thing to prove that communism can work and that it can even have better production than capitalism, that because that guy said that thing and he hated those motherfuckers, he was fully separated from his associations with Russia at this point and was more so, like, just trying to be better than them at every turn, that now because they came out in competition with the United States, he was now coming out in competition with them and, like, doubling the numbers that they said they were going to put out in order to beat them and the United States. And so it's, yes, it was, like, to me, it is just his own. I don't think this was the case the entire time. I don't think this is the case while he was fighting the wars with the nationalists. I don't think this is the case when he's fighting the wars with the Japanese. I don't think this is the case when he's negotiating with the nationalists and trying to, like, get his the Communist Party to start taking seats. But I do think that once he is running the country, I think that it is his own legacy that starts to matter to him more than anything else. And then I think, yes, once he starts to lose power after 40 million people die and they start taking away responsibilities from him and he starts to have the color revolution and all of this shit, I think that it is clear from the point of the Great Leap Forward and everything after that it was just 100% about his legacy. And that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but, like, to me, if someone like an ANCAP argues that we're not in a capitalist society, what I would say to an ANCAP is we come from a fundamental place of capitalism and then build off of that, which is exactly what Mao did with Marxism. He started with a fundamental root of Marxism and built off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I agree. There are some, like, again, I'm not disagreeing that there are aspects of Marxism in there.
It's not just the yes, there's aspects of Marxism, but the entire system is built upon a foundation of Marxism. Like, you could say, like, later on, Mao lost his sight and he began competing with the capitalists, when we both agree that that's not Marxism, but that doesn't, it's not like, it doesn't negate the fact that everything he did was rooted in Marxism.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Holden Caulfield said, why in God's name are you even debating the veracity, morality, and ethics of communism when it is one of the ideologies that has murdered millions upon millions? We're not debating that. We were not debating the veracity, the morality, or the ethics of communism. And
I think we both agree on that, so it wouldn't have been much debate.
Yes, but neither one of us is pro-communism or pro-Marxism or anything like that. So that's not what we're debating on. So, and then I have Raymond over here in chat, like, what I want some real fucking what did he say? I want some real intellectuals to debate this. It's like, why the fuck are you watching me? Like, if you're looking for some, like, fucking, historians to have this conversation, you're watching the wrong fucking channel, bro. Like, I'm not a person who can even remember words, apparently. I'm not like a college professor or like some Ivy League, university brain or some shit. Like, intellectual honesty. Oh, I thought you said intellectuals honestly. Okay. Well, I don't know why. What? Okay, never mind. I don't know why. What do you think? What do you think is dishonest about what we've been saying? What is intellectually dishonest about what we're talking about? Okay. All right. Well, I got to move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate you jumping on.
Nice talking to you as always.
Is there? Later. Nothing on its face. Okay. Yeah, I am not a thought leader. I am not somebody who's like, I haven't gone to university. I haven't gone to college. I didn't even graduate fucking high school. Okay. I am a high school dropout with a GED who spent the time that all of my friends were graduating from high school and starting college or starting, their careers and shit. I spent that time selling drugs and locked up in prison. So I am, and then moved on from there to like work at fucking Pizza Hut and run Pizza Huts and work my way up into positions with fast food franchisees and shit like that. I am interested in these topics and I like learning about them and I like discussing them and I like trying to understand them. And then while I'm trying to understand them, if other people disagree, then I want them to jump on and challenge me on them so that I can better work my way through what it is that I don't know. And then other people come and they watch and then they take part in the process of like the research and the challenging, the learning more, sending other sources. So like lots of times when I'm learning about something and somebody comes in and they're like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You forgot about this. And I'm like, oh, Okay, cool. Can you send me a source on that? They're like, it's not my job to send you a fucking source. Well, it's not my job to teach anything. If you're going to be here, if you're going to be part of this, then yes, it is your job to send me a source. Otherwise, fuck off. We're just going to keep banning people who don't want to be part of the process. That is what we're doing. That is what I'm doing here. If you want somebody who's in charge and here to teach you and shit like that, yeah, go somewhere else. Go find someone who thinks that they're the fucking authority, because that's not me. Yes, the argument was over the semantics, correct. Which there's nothing bad about having a semantics debate. The semantics matter sometimes. Semantics matter sometimes, so. Wait, Wrestling, I didn't say you didn't send me a source, so I'm not talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the people in chat. We're here to make fun of you. Well, so yeah, so if you guys don't have any real challenges, then fuck off. We'll, as I said, yeah, if you're here to just get in the way, then we will just ban those people, because if people are just going to waste my time, then I'm going to move on. Okay, do you know the difference between a pedophile and a hebephile, Tom? Yes. That we have had that debate as well, and those semantics, correct? Anti-semantics in chat, hate to see it. Yeah, so we spend a lot of time on semantics here. Like, a lot of fucking time on semantics. This is a thing that we have almost specialized in. Do you know why most people don't? It's because they don't really care when it comes to the morality about the situation. That, like, if you just argue about the difference between a hebephile and a pedophile, you sound like a pedophile, so they are just normally going to categorize you as a pedophile just for having a conversation about the distinction. And that is what you were calling, that's what you were talking about earlier, which is called intellectual dishonesty. So. Same thing with all flavors of communism for most people. That's my point. Yes, but again, none of us are communists, so it doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything. Like, you're making an argument for just being wrong. Like, that's what you're doing right now. You're saying, yes, but most of us are happy just being wrong because we're going to moralize everything instead of caring about the truth. The truth does not matter. All that matters is that we are able to grandstand and moralize everything. And then we can virtue signal through our like buzzwords and separations of everything. Whereas, yeah, I'm more like, and it's mind-blowing that you literally started off saying that you, like, the first thing that I saw from you is you saying that you wanted us to have intellectually honest conversations, but now what you're arguing here is anti-intellectual honesty. No, I'm saying it literally does not matter. Leninism is Marxism, is whatever first name ism you want to call it. Yes, so you're saying you don't actually care about intellectual honesty. That's literally what you're saying. Why the fuck did you come in here saying that you wanted intellectual honesty, and now you're arguing for intellectual dishonesty? It's distinctions with no actual difference. Really? You don't think there's a difference? Okay, you just don't know the difference, but we literally just argued over all of the differences. So yes, there are massive differences between Marxism and Leninism and Maoism. There are massive fucking differences between all of these. Which one was successful? None of them. Bro thinks Lenin and Marx are the same thing. He doesn't actually think they're the same thing. He's saying, I just want you to virtue signal to me. He's saying, I just want to moralize all of these things. And then I want to like grade them based on some subjectivity instead of something fundamental. He's saying, so because I don't like any of these, they're all bad. And because they're all bad, who gives a fuck? That is intellectual dishonesty. You are arguing in favor of intellectual dishonesty right now. Which one didn't lead to massive starvation? Marxism. Marxism. That's the one. I don't care about morality, you fuck. I'm calling a fucking cat a cat. Okay. Yes, you're arguing for intellectual dishonesty. You're saying, I just want to categorize all of these the same regardless of what's true. Hitler and Stalin, completely no difference. Yes, let's just take any authoritarian that ever existed and just say it's authoritarianism. It's all the same. They are the same, Tom. Failed leftist political ideologies. Yes, in that sense, yes, of course. Yes, if that's what we're talking about, then sure. If we were talking about whether or not they were successful, your arguments right now would be relevant. But you have to understand that not everybody is going to see things through the very low level of analysis that you're going to engage with it. And so if people actually want to have a more substantive, more academic, more definitive conversation that's going to get into more of the realities of history, because that's what we were arguing. We were arguing over historical analysis, not whether or not communism is good or whether or not it is whether or not it's successful or anything like that. But we're going over categorizations of historical analysis. And now you're saying, well, fuck history. Let's just say it's all bad. I'm saying it's all ice cream, and Tom's like, nah, fam, chocolate is... No, you're not. You're not even on the same topic as me. You are not even on the same topic. You're saying, well, why didn't we just talk about how bad it is? As you're saying, well, it's not about morality. You're also saying, why didn't we just say it's all bad? Well, that's called morality, homie. You're making a moral argument. Never said that? Okay, you don't even know what you're saying, so I'm done. You don't even know what you're saying, so, all right, yeah, I am done talking to that guy. Yeah, Raymond, if you want to hop on, I will happily have that conversation with you. But currently, from what you're saying, that's I would categorize it that way objectively. That is what I believe you are saying across the board in every argument. So yeah. Yeah, I posted a funny screenshot of something that somebody said. So the other day I posted a video of Tim Pool arguing with, I can never remember this kid's name, Luke Beasley. And Tim Pool just got completely fucking rocked by Luke Beasley. Tim went off on this massive screed, screaming and yelling, calling Luke Beasley a fascist, saying like he was that he was advocating for people to be locked up for no reason, that he was trying to justify people being locked up with no evidence. And so then Luke's like, no, there is evidence. They had tons of evidence of all of these things. And Tim said, no, they didn't. What? That's not. And then his friends are like, that's not even available. Like, there's not even any like evidence to this. And he's like, well, what about the court papers? And they're like, what? There's no court papers. And then they look it up. It says literally exactly what it is that Luke said it said. And then they just moved on and just ignored it. Just like they finally looked it up and just ignored it. And so this person, I think their name's Publiet or Publier, said, let's not act like, because this is what like all the right wingers do, and like all these MAGA people. I wouldn't say Republicans in general, because I think like most of the Republicans that I talk to, and this may not be everybody's experience, but most of the Republicans that I talk to are like extremely embarrassed of what happened on January 6th. They are extremely embarrassed by a lot of the stuff that Trump does and says. They're still going to vote for him over Democrats because they're not going to vote for baby killers or whatever, but they're still embarrassed by Trump. That doesn't mean that they're going to like be the brain rotted NPCs that a lot of MAGA people are today. And so, yeah, I wouldn't say Republicans are this way, but I would say that, yes, MAGA, when I say MAGA, I'm talking about, yes, the just hard cultists who just are incapable of criticizing Donald Trump. But yeah, this person said, let's not act like every single person knows that walking through the Capitol as an uninvited mob through restricted, not open to the public areas is at the very least trespassing. Yeah, how would they know? How would they have known that they were trespassing? This is the first like 5 debates that I had about January 6th right after it happened, was a bunch of people saying, how were they supposed to know they weren't supposed to be there? How they were literally there. Lots of them were literally there just taking a tour. They didn't even know they weren't allowed to be there. How would they have known? How would they know they're not allowed to be there? It's public property. Their tax dollars pay for it. How did they know they're not supposed to be there? There was literally like the first like 5 debates that I had about this thing. So they said, never mind smearing excrement on walls and stealing things from inside. I've heard tons of people make the like bring up that they smeared poop on the walls. I don't remember this. I may have seen it at one point, but I don't remember this. That's insane. But yeah, so I responded. I said, yeah, I've accidentally broken through numerous levels of barricades and climbed through broken windows just to find out later I was in an area I wasn't supposed to be in. Like, if any of those cops I was fighting on my way in had just taken the time to tell me I wasn't allowed there, I would have immediately turned around and left. Looking back, feels like I was set up. I'm a very peaceful, law-abiding citizen, but like tyrants, they arrested me for absolutely nothing and acted like just because I planned the whole thing with all of my friends, now it's some BS called premeditation in terrorism. I almost had to be locked up as long as BLM rioters because I guess they didn't realize I was white or something. I'm gonna use this argument forever now, dude. I'm gonna use this forever now. Like, yeah, dude, how would they have known while they were fighting the cops and then climbing through broken windows? Like, how would they have known they weren't supposed to be there? Like, they couldn't have known. Wait, BLM rioters got locked up? Yes, they got some fucking serious charges, dude. Oh yeah, there's this idea that that most of January 6ers have been treated so unfairly compared to BLM rioters. So I believe the federal charges for BLM rioters average over a year and a half. The average for January 6th rioters averages 3 months. 3 fucking months is the average, with the most being like I think 10 years or 20 years, and then the least being like just like a week and let out. So yeah, there were like, everybody kind of forgets about this shit. What happened during BLM, but there were, and I've forgotten about it. Like, presentism is a very real thing for everybody. So I'm not exempt from this. I've forgotten about a lot of the things that happened back during BLM as well. But I've reminded myself of a lot of it, especially recently when we were talking about whether or not Trump was a fascist, whether or not he did things that were fascistic. And so some of the examples that I used of like fascistic things was that he sent federal officers to go protect federal buildings where some of them had never even been attacked, yet he still sent federal officers to go protect them. And the federal officers that he sent were ICE agents, not even like people who knew how to deal with riots or anything like that. So then some of those ICE agents ended up firing at crowds of people, rubber bullets, what were the, like, smoke bombs? So one guy had like a flare gun shot right at his face and like burnt the fuck out of his face. And there were just all sorts of like, the federal agents that they sent were not prepared for that sort of scenario. And then after they did this, they admitted, yes, we fired a bunch of shit at a bunch of people who were being peaceful, who weren't doing anything wrong, but they were totally not prepared and they weren't trained. And so they didn't know what they were doing. And so that's, they didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. And it was like, yeah, that's why Trump never should have sent those motherfuckers. But then on top of that, they also had federal agents driving in unmarked vans, just driving in the middle of crowds, grabbing random people out of the middle of the fucking crowds, throwing them into vans, and then just driving off with them. Like, people don't even know if these are fucking cops. They don't even know who these motherfuckers are. They're just pulling up in unmarked vans. They're not announcing themselves as police. They're not presenting any like identification, any badges, nothing. Just jumping out, masked motherfuckers, just throwing people into vans. And then supposedly they just drove these people around for a little bit and then said, oops, wrong person, and then threw them out, just dropped them off somewhere else and moved on. And it's kind of like, have you guys ever seen the Bang Bus videos? Where it's like a video where they get like a hot, porn star in the back and the girl like, waves her ass out the car and it's like, come fuck me. And then they're like, okay, yeah, sure. And they get in the van and then they have sex for a little bit and then they drive them like way down and then just throw them out of the car. And they're like, all right, adios, see you later. And they just drive off and leave them like 10 miles off from where they picked them up. Tom, what the fuck? What? Are you alone right now? You could be having sex with hot moms right now. Same here, we were advocating Marxism. Wait, no, we were not. We were not advocating for Marxism. So what are you talking about? I just got here and I'm confused. We're all confused. That's what we're here to be. We are here to be confused. Would you interview it? Oh, shut the fuck up. Gay Odyssey. Every time, dude. Every time. Tom's too horny to think straight. I am thinking straight because I'm horny. I'm not going to think gay while I'm horny. I'm only going to think straight, Tom, the hot MILF in my area is your mom. I'm off to bang her as we speak. Nice. Well, see if she's got anything baked and bring it over to my house when you're done, please. I am hungry. She made some roast for Christmas, and I'm betting there's some fucking leftovers over there. Why did Ray Epps get taken off the FBI most wanted list? I don't know. Why did he get arrested? Why did he get charged? Why did he get convicted? Somebody in the comments of those videos, dude. Somebody said some shit about like there were, what did they say? Oh man, I forget. They said something fucking wild, dude. So yeah, so this person here said 1,400 charged for January 6th. 1,040 convicted. Median sentence 120 days. Okay, it was the median. Shortest sentence a few days. Longest sentence 22 years. More than half 120 days or less. Damn, did they delete their fucking comment? Somebody left like a completely retarded comment on here. You're stupid. They just released the footage and showed FBI agents there. That's not, see, this is what I'm talking about. Everybody wants to bring up that there were FBI agents there. Nobody's disagreed with this. Every time a MAGA person comes in and they make an argument, we can be sitting here talking about whether or not, yes, they just released the footage, STV. They just released it. It just got released. Fucking 3 years ago. Just got released. They'll always come in and just make the most random off-topic argument that has nothing to do with what you're talking about, right? Like the guy earlier who was like going off about the fact that we weren't talking about the fact that communism was bad or some shit, when both of us did at the very beginning say communism's bad, we don't believe in it, neither one of us like Marxism, we don't believe Marxism could ever work, and then we went into like the topic after that. And then yes, this guy, while we're talking about like the semantics of everything, he's going off about the fact that we're not talking about how bad it is. And it's like, that's not relevant. It's just not relevant. Like, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. We don't care. But they'll always like shift to something totally random because buzzwords and like getting out the virtue signal is pretty much all that matters. That's all they care about. They just want to get out the virtue signal and the buzzwords to try to like make their side feel better. And so especially like during this video, I have a bunch of people who keep saying Tom has no evidence of any of his claims, right? He has no evidence. So like this guy, dude, where's my curve? He kept saying over and over, Tom has no evidence for any of his claims. He has no idea what he's talking about. Then, once I proved my claims, he was nowhere to be seen. Just disappeared. Gone. Gone. Just gone. Disappeared. Had nothing to say anymore. Like, so I during this entire video, like, when he first says, you know, Tom has no evidence of his claims. I keep putting his chat up here, just kind of flashing on the screen. And then, so you can see it like at the bottom flashing, and then I bring it up and make it flash. And then as I'm like proving all of these claims, I keep putting his chat back up on the screen and flashing it over and over. Because yes, once it comes time to actually prove the claims and you actually go over it, they're never there anymore. Or if they are there, they've moved to something totally different. And so they'll start saying, oh yeah, what about Hillary's emails? Oh yeah? Oh yeah, what about Hillary's emails? Oh yeah, what about when Obama drone bombed that one guy? What about that? Oh yeah? What about Hunter Biden? What about the Twitter files? What about that? It's like, it's just immediately just talking about everything that has nothing to do with the topic, because just admitting that you're wrong would be way too hard. It'd be way too hard. That would just be like too insane to even fathom. Just being like, oh, okay, yeah, I didn't know that. The echo chambers that I sit within never mentioned any of this. And that is like my main problem, is that these people who are saying I'm lying, obviously, the people that they watch, whoever they get their information from, never mention this stuff. 3 years later, they still have no idea what happened at January 6th. None of them know. And so as they're saying that I lied over and over and over and over, once I prove that I didn't lie and that I know what I'm talking about and that Tim Pool lied and that all those other people up there lied, they don't turn around and say, oh, well, fuck those guys. I'm not watching them again. Obviously, they're liars. They don't turn around and say, damn, whoever the people that told me all this shit and have been trying to brainwash me with a bunch of lies, I'm never watching them again. Instead, what they do is they turn around and say, ha ha, Trump won, suck it, we're on the side of a bunch of liars, we got tricked by liars, suck it, we are dumb enough to vote for people who lied to us, ha ha, don't you feel dumb now that we got tricked by the dumbest people in the country, don't you feel stupid that we're looking stupid right now, ha ha, that's what they do every time, it's every fucking time, that's all they do. I don't get it. It is like taking pride in being retarded. But then when you turn around and you say something like, yes, it's the very uneducated and people who don't keep up with the news who voted for Trump, according to all the stats and studies, they get really offended now. Now they're a victim again. Of course, they're always victims. There's always some victim narrative. Oh, whoa, wow, oh, how could you? You're not going to win us over like that, you know. That's why you guys lost, is because you guys keep quoting reality. You're not worried about my vibes. You aren't taking into consideration my feelings when you say the truth. You're not trying to appeal to my feelings. You need to try to care about that more. Instead of actually, ever caring about the truth or facts or logic. Whereas, when I was on the right, when I was a Republican, we said facts over feelings, bitch. That was our mantra. That's what we said. January 6th is an awakening. The January 6ers are all going to run for office. I can think of 2 who already have. January 6th will carry on MAGA. Yeah, but that's embarrassing. This is what I'm talking about. You taking pride in the fact that you're voting for people who are a bunch of terrorists is embarrassing. You sound just like the leftists, where I'm sitting here saying, Luigi is a fucking terrorist, and anybody who's praising him is a terrorist sympathizer, and anybody who's trying to compare him to Kyle Rittenhouse, who is a fucking victim, who acted in self-defense, when you're comparing somebody who literally hunted someone down just to murder them to a victim who was attacked by a bunch of people, you are a disgusting person. And their response is, Luigi is a symbol of the working class fighting back. Okay, so is Osama bin Laden then. Whatever, dude. Who gives a fuck? Like, so Tom, 1,500 people on January 6th represent 77 million people. No, I said earlier that I made distinctions between the different groups of people. I was very clear that I said I'm not talking about all Republicans. I'm not talking about all people who voted for Trump. I was very clear on this. I said that there are tons of people who are very embarrassed by what happened on January 6th. There's tons of Republicans who are moral people who actually will call out Trump and say, I don't like it when he does this. I don't like it when he does that. I don't like that he says this. Like Christians, like real Christians. Yes, those people are not going to publicly defend someone like Trump. Of course not. And so I'm very clear on this, that most of the Republicans that I know, they're not going to defend those things. Of course not. And then, here we go again. With the FBI agents, that's what they always go back to. They always go back to this. the FBI agents. It's always, you got to pivot somehow. You got to find some way to pivot to something else that'll make you feel better. Instead of ever admitting any of these things, they don't ever say, okay, yeah, true. True. Okay, but what about this? They don't ever do that. There's never like the concession and then saying, okay, fine, that's fair. That did happen. You're right. But what about this thing? They don't ever do that. It's an immediate pivot before they can ever get there. So, yeah, it's sad. 77 million people represent January 6ers the way that 75 million people represent BLM. Yes, of course. Of course. 100% yes. Like, yes, when we're going back to like what politicians like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were saying about BLM, they were saying, stop the rioting. They're saying, stop doing this. This is dumb. This is gross. Quit it. You got to stop with the violence. Stop burning down buildings. Where did the BLM money go? I don't know. I never supported those motherfuckers. I don't know. That was an organization, not the movement. People supported the movement. They didn't support the organization. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. If you want to come on here, Tim, if you come on here right now, I will pull up the video and then we'll see if you're the one who's willing to admit when he's wrong. Are you the one? Is that you? Are you the guy? Are you the one with some morals or a backbone or anything like that? So America is racist? Nope. Nope. I don't know why you just pivoted to that, but not relevant. Thanks. So are you the one? Tim? Is that you? Thank you for the raid. I can't read who that is, but thank you. I see, I should have. Yeah, no, it's not showing. Tim, there's a link in the description for Discord. Just click the link and then jump in the waiting room. And I'll pull you up. And then we can go over it. I don't know why you just switched to a totally different topic, but let's stay on whether or not they said that. Show me this video. I will if Tim's willing to jump on. Because you support the movement, not BLM. Well, I'm saying that, yes, most people, when they were asked if they supported BLM, and there was polls that said that 77% of the country supported BLM, they were not answering that they supported a non-profit organization who just happened to name themselves after the movement. That's not what they were answering. They were answering that they support the movement and what it is that they were fighting against. But the Ashley Babbitt had it coming. Fuck yes, she did. Fucking dumb bitch. Let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. Always Nerdy TV. This fucking retard. He said, also January 6th was nearly 10% FBI instigators who were storming, in quotations. In quotations, storming, as though like it wasn't really storming. So I said 10% of 30,000 people is 3,000 people, bro. You think there were 3,000 FBI investigators there? There were like 25 FBI CIs there. And a CI is not an FBI agent, just so people know the difference. There's a CI. You guys bring this up all the time. There were FBI CIs. Yeah, that's not an FBI agent, just to be clear. But But yeah, there were like 25 FBI CIs there, and a few FBI agents who were dumb enough to believe Trump's lawyers before they admitted that they lied about the election being stolen. But all the ones that broke the law were charged and convicted, so not much of a conspiracy theory your genius side continues to lie about. I seriously can't believe you cavemen continue to spread such low IQ propaganda for your elitist billionaire daddies, like the brainless programmed NPCs you are. At least try coming up with something that at least sounds more plausible than the Harry Potter movies were an actual documentary or something. Anything else you scum-sucking bots want to lie about so I can teach you how to engage in what sapiens call logic? So yeah, that's, that happened. It's always a pivot to the FBI agents every time. There were only 26 FBI informants, to be accurate. Yeah, okay, 26, not 25. You're desperate because your entire woke world is crumbling before your eyes. No, it's not. No. It's weird that you guys, maybe you've only been alive long enough to ever see, like, one president win. Like, maybe this is the first election you've ever seen in your life, okay? That would make you, like, what, 5 years old? 4 years old? But for the rest of us who have seen many of these things, this is how it goes. They go back and forth. Like, Republicans have won in the past. This isn't the first time Republicans have won. And in the past, when they won, they didn't just stay winning for the rest of time and eternity. That's not how it works. Donald Trump has won before as well, actually, if you guys would remember. Donald Trump won before, and he did so horribly that he didn't get elected in the very next one. And, yeah, it was like the first incumbent in my lifetime to lose. Yep. First incumbent in my lifetime to lose. Yeah. And still the only incumbent in my lifetime to lose. So, yep. That happened. All right, let's see. What is this? What is this shite? What is this shite?
This shampoo bottle is the end of a genius idea. The bottle itself is made of soap and filled with liquid shampoo. Once you use up all the
Wait, did they cut it? You have to cut it open?
Bottle is the end of a genius idea. The bottle itself is made of soap and filled with liquid shampoo. Once you use up all the shampoo, the bottle becomes a hand soap that gradually dissolves. Made with natural, biodegradable ingredients, ensuring no waste is left behind. This shampoo bottle...
Why? Why? They just solves a problem that we didn't have. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now that's solved. That huge problem we all had is finally solved. Damn. It's about time. I've been waiting for this. What happens, so if this degrades based on getting wet, what happens when all of the shampoo inside of it just sits on the shelf for like a month? Does it just start to degrade right there? Does it just start to fall apart just sitting there? Like, what the fuck? You do that too. You never take responsibility for your side, and then you lie about it. Wait, me? What? Like what? Give an example. Like what? Or are you doing it now? Are you doing the thing right now where you're lying about your side and not taking responsibility? Are you doing the thing? Oh, okay. I saw some of this earlier. So this is showing, we've talked a lot about the fact that like there's a bunch of weirdos who are all like praising Mangione and like acting like this is the beginning of a, you know, the proletariat revolution. They're coming for you now and all of that. Free Mario. Yeah. Yeah. I'm on Team Mario. Not actually, I'm on Team Bowser. You know what? I'm on Team fucking Bowser. Fuck Luigi. I'm on Team Bowser. But yeah, we've talked a lot about all the people who are supporting Mario. Wait, where did they go? Where did they go? 0147HEL. Where did you go? 0147HEL. Where'd you go? Come back. I have questions. It's time for you to take responsibility for you, not even your side. I don't ever ask people to take responsibility for their side. I don't give a fuck what their side says. So it's weird that you're telling me to take responsibility for my side. I don't have a side. But I want you to take responsibility for your words. 0147. Where'd you go? Zero 147. I don't know. I would bet that they're way behind because they said you do that too. You never take responsibility for your side. I would bet that they're like, yeah, like 10 minutes behind because we talked about that like 10 minutes ago. So there's no way the scumbag said a mother deserved to get shot. Oh, yes, I did. You wanna jump on and challenge me on it? Or are you just another fucking keyboard warrior who actually doesn't have anything to say? You're just going to grandstand and moralize everything and then totally SJW out in my chat.
He's accused of cold-blooded murder in Midtown Manhattan, but instead of condemnation, 26-year-old Luigi Mangione is getting support. Social media buzzing with sympathy for the suspect who police say gunned down the CEO of United Healthcare.
Is he an avenger or is he an assassin? That depends on which corner of the internet you're in. Luigi Mangione is receiving global support. People are sending him money.
Who's Phil?
And I've got something for you right here.
I challenge you, pick up the phone. There's nobody in. You're not in the waiting room. Jump in the waiting room, and then I can pull you in. You are not in the waiting room. I don't know why you're acting like you're there, but I can pull it up and show if you if you're gonna pretend like you're there. I can show it on screen.
Here. She's got a gun! It's a letter, Lisa.
Law enforcement found shell casings at the crime scene with the words deny, defend, and depose.
Deny, defend, depose.
Deny, defend, and depose.
Deny America.
He is 26.
Somebody said someone got arrested for saying that to their deny, defend, depose, lady arrested. Florida woman charged for threatening health insurance company. Delay, deny, depose. A Florida woman was arrested and charged this week after police say she ended a phone call with her health insurance provider with threats that mimicked wording associated with the suspected United Healthcare CEO shooter. The incident occurred Tuesday when Brianna Boston, a 42-year-old woman from Lakeland, who speaking with a representative from Blue Cross Blue Shield after she had been told that her medical claim was denied. It is a little odd that she would say this to Blue Cross Blue Shield because we looked up the numbers recently and they were one of the lowest numbers to deny claims and I believe the highest to accept in-network. Like they had the highest of approvals within in-network. So, and I've talked about the fact that I had Blue Cross Blue Shield and they were they never declined anything that I had, and I never even checked what was in or out of network, so. Nobody should ever get on the phone with Beta Boy. Well, that makes you a beta. Sorry, baby. Sorry, baby girl. Nah, you scared? Why? Wait. ABC. Or AB22. You just said you're challenging me live. So call in. You're not challenging me if you're just going to sit in chat and tell me to debate you, but then you won't do the things to debate me. You're not challenging me. You're just sitting there pretending like you're challenging me because you want to look like a big bad man. But apparently your dad did not teach you how to do this correctly. You have to follow through in order to look like that. If you just pretend like you're going to do it and then never do it, then everybody watches you not do it. You look like the fucking beta bitch that your dad was. So maybe get on those stairs and start walking up to Daddy Tom's stream. You're not delatable. You're a loudmouth. Wow. Well, I will work towards being delatable. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. The incident occurred Tuesday when Brianna Boston, a 42-year-old woman from Lakeland, was speaking with a representative Blue Cross Blue Shield. In an arrest affidavit obtained by ABC News, police said that near the end of the recorded conversation with the insurance provider, Boston can be heard saying, delay, deny, depose. You people are next. Oh, shit. Okay. You people are next is very important. Okay. You people are next is very important. People leave this out. I've heard a ton of people saying she got arrested just for saying the 3 words that were on Luigi's bullets. And I'm like, or his casings. And I'm like, what? Really? That's it? She just said it? Like, well, she said it to the insurance company. Like, okay. It's a bit more, but still. That seems a little extreme. But you people are next. Yeah, that totally changes that shit. That is another. I made it to New Zealand. My plane didn't crash. Congratulations, Mantis. Did you guys what was the phrase? Let's get it on. What did the guy say? Let's get it on. I forget. There was the guys on 9/11 who went to go beat up the... Let's go? Maybe that's what it was. Let's go. Why do you guys disregard the absolute incompetence of this last administration, all while destroying the country? Because there wasn't absolute incompetence. This is one of the best presidencies of all time. And if you've ever actually looked into it, you would know that. But you didn't. While you guys run around saying, let's roll. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Phil. Let's roll. Yes, while you guys run around telling people to do their own research, you just get spoon-fed propaganda and never actually look into anything. And so, yeah, Joe Biden, best presidency of all time. How about of all time? What did Jank do, Trib?
26-year-old Luigi Maggioni. He was arrested at a McDonald's restaurant nearly 300 miles away from the crime scene.
Probably of all time.
The defendant is charged with 1 count of murder in the first degree and 2 counts of murder in the second degree.
Shut up, Neotone.
1 count of murder in the second degree is an act of terrorism.
Open that cell, let that boy out of jail now. Open that cell, let that boy out of jail
taste and now I can't leave you. Yo no sé mucho, pero te siento allá en el fondo, en mis adentro. Algo me dice que yo estoy en lo correcto, que mi esto no requiere de tu.
We gotta skip past some of these fan cams.
You can look on this table.
Bullshit. Clinton's administration was 1,000 times better than dementia Hitler Biden. Maybe. I don't know about that. I think Biden's, by the data, was the most efficient administration. So they got the most stuff passed. They got stuff passed the fastest. They were able to do it while spending less money. And Donald Trump's was one of the least efficient presidencies of all time, and did it while spending by far the most money, and continues to plague the country and will continue to plague the country a decade after he took office. So it is it is one of the worst things to happen to the country, but you've never looked at it before. You have no idea what happened, so go me more daddy, Tom. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the $5 dono. We have hit the target. Hit another target. Let's get some fucking emotes up in chat. Let's fucking go. We did it. We did it, boys. Where did that number person go? Did they ever end up catching up in stream and respond, or 05472 or whatever? Where they at? They still didn't say anything. It's weird how it always works that way. And AB22 still has not joined the Discord or jumped on. So sad. I don't know how it always ends up being like all of the cowards that all end up on the same side of things. All on the same side of like every single topic, every single thing. Just so partisan in all of their beliefs. It's really strange. I don't know how that works out. Does that mean 3 more hours of tomfoolery? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. We're 7 minutes out from the 3-hour mark, and we just hit the goals. So we're gonna be here for 3 more hours.
Oh, and here's all the evidence I have right here, guys. Zoom in.
The details, but instead focus on the likeness of your subject. Bye.
Use a bomb because it might hurt murderers in New York City for me. So, yeah, thanks.
I know these will.
Well, anyways, I don't know where it is, but there's like a bunch of stuff here about the fact that like all of the support for Mangione seems to be split on age, mostly. Oh, this was cool. Okay, so this is people in the jail that Luigi's in yelling to the reporters about him.
This was just from a few hours ago, and here they are, 10 o'clock as promised. They said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, you know, that's just a hard roast at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way.
Can I just ask the guys?
Me and Rob Noor will hold the line for these right-wingers who refuse to debate. Yeah, I mean, the other day, we were talking about this the other day, where a bunch of people were asking, why are there so few right-wing streamers who are willing to engage? And I talked about the fact that there did used to be some, but they were all such like babies the whole time. All of them were always crying about how they were getting beat up on. They were always saying that they're getting bullied, that every panel they go on, there's so many people there, they're outnumbered, that everybody disagrees with them. You guys remember the debate with Rob Noor and Elder Drazi, where Rob was immediately like flipping out about the fact that like everything was against him and all of the terms were like made to make him look bad or something. And like, that's just kind of the aura. And a lot of them just kept leaving. They just kept disappearing over time. And my position, and the way that it looked like to me, is that they did just keep getting fucking wrecked. Like, rickety wrecked. Over and over and over and over and over, to the point that they either did what that one lawyer guy did, where he just cut himself off. He doesn't talk to anybody anymore. And he just like separated himself from S-Fan or something like that. Something Fan, where he just cut himself off from literally everybody else and refuses to talk to anybody. Or they just left. They just disappeared, like CTV and all those others. They just left. So, yeah.
If they can hear me right now, to answer yes or no.
Tommy Boy identifies as a male feminist. I am. Up until the last, like, maybe 6 months, this has become more of, like, an anti-Trump channel. But I would say for the last, like, 3-4 years, it's more so being considered an anti-socialist feminist channel more than anything else. So, yeah.
No, very loud. Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
So she's asking questions, and the people inside the jail are yelling out the windows to answer her.
No.
Unreal. They said no.
Chase!
Right? They're getting the questions, and they're giving us the answers. So Luigi does not have. Wow, this is quite something. This is the strangest interview I've ever conducted.
Me too, Ashley.
Never mind. I was excited to see you for a second, Chase, until I read what you said. Never mind. You can go back to disappearing again. What the fuck?
You know, according to the Department of Corrections, he's got his own solitary cell. It's not solitary confinement.
Tommy loves booster shots. I've never gotten one, but I might. We'll see.
But he's by himself. It's not dorm style. I'm not sure exactly what those guys got going on in terms of a living situation. It sounds like they're all clustered together. Isn't it interesting to see what accommodations that they have? They got their own light switches. They're obviously watching TV.
They're all doing
past
it.
Any sort of 10 o'clock curfew.
When I was in jail, every day I was on the landscaping workforce, where every day we would go out and we would cut the grounds of like the county grounds. So like we would cut the jails of like, or the lawns of the jail. We would cut some of the interstates. We would cut all like government owned buildings, at least county owned buildings. We weren't gonna cut anything that wasn't owned by the county, but county owned lawns, we had to cut all of that stuff. And every day we would have to go to the shed. And the shed is where we kept all of our lawnmowers, all of our weed eaters, all of our equipment and everything. And the shed was next to the women's dorm, which is I forget what is it called again? I'm blanking on the name of like what they called I keep wanting to call it a cubicle, but that's not it. But anyways, the J dorm, which is the women's dorm. And every day, as we're out there grabbing our equipment, all of the women press their tits up against the windows, and you could see it upstairs, downstairs, all across. They all have their fucking tits pressed up against the glass all the way across. Everywhere, from side to side, every single day. And I would have thought like at some point they would have like tried stopping them from doing it, but I think the guards liked it as well. I think they enjoyed it too. So like you would have thought at some point they can like just look at which windows are doing it, and now they can tell who is putting their tits up against the glass and make them stop. But no, they didn't. And so yeah, they just never did anything about it. And then even one time I had to go and buffer the floors. There's this massive machine, and everybody who was in charge of floors, they were going to do it. And I was like, yo, can I go with you guys? And one of the older guys was like, you can take my spot. I hate going in there. And I was like, really? Can I do it? And they're like, yes. Well, you have to run the machine though. Nobody wants to run the machine. I was like, fuck yes. I got it then. I got you. And so the other guys would walk with like push, what do you call it? Push mops, but they're dust mops. And so they would push these and pick up everything in front of me. And I was just walking and buffing the floor. It smelled so fucking bad in there. It smelled so bad in there. Like, it was horrible. It was horrific. Dust brooms? Yeah, maybe that's what it's called. But no, I'm pretty sure it's called dust mops. Isn't it? Yeah, it's a dust mop. Yes. Clean home mops for floor cleaning with different washable. Yeah, this is it. That's a dust mop. But anyway, so we go in there. It smelled horrific. Smelled horrible. Smelled to high heavens. And some of the girls were still like pressing their shit up against the glass and everything. And but yeah, so it turns out that all of the women who are in there, their cycles sync up. And when their cycles sync up, it smells horrible. It smells very bad in there. Like something died. It was a traumatizing experience. So I was going on in there like all excited. 18-year-old me just, yes, let's fucking go. These are the chicks that all stick their titties up against the windows. And I get in there. They're all gross. None of them have makeup on. They're all fucking missing their teeth. And I'm starting to now see who all the girls are who are shoving their tits up against the windows every day. And I was no longer, I didn't even look anymore after that. I was no longer missing teeth and titties. Well, missing the teeth. They weren't missing their titties, but some of them, probably the ones who had been on meth a little bit longer, probably were missing their titties. But yeah, no, it was not fun.
Depending on your age, this person could elicit a very different response. 41% of people aged 18 to 29 say Luigi Mangioni's killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was acceptable. In a separate poll, the same people in that age bracket view Mangione more favorably than Thompson. On the other end of the spectrum,
this cuck is so traumatized he steals comics bits. What did I steal from a comic? What have I stolen from a comic?
those 65 and older view Mangione unfavorably by about 15 to 1. This can help explain why your TikTok or YouTube feed can look so different from what you're seeing on TV or in the newspaper. Full disclosure, we are a newspaper on social media. Younger people are more likely to get their news from social media, and in this particular case, younger people had a...
Basically your last 5 minutes. You're saying there's a comedian who talks about how having to go into women's prisons or women's jail cells. Pod. That's what I was trying to think of. Okay, they're trying to go into a women's pod. It was J-Pod. And they talk about how bad it smells because their shit sinks up. Who is the comedian that does this? Who? I think it was a mistype. You stole the comic's tits. Oh, I stole their tits. Yeah, what comic did this?
Very different point of view than older people, and that's why Depending on your age, this person could elicit a very different response. 41% of people aged 18 to 29 say Luigi Mangioni's killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was acceptable. In a separate poll, the same people in that age bracket view Mangione more favorably than Thompson. On the other end of the spectrum, those 65 and older view Mangione unfavorably by about 15 to 1. This can help explain why your TikTok or YouTube feed can look so.
So this is what I've been talking about, is the fact that, like, yes, every day on TikTok and Instagram, it's just fucking flooded with people praising Luigi, them calling him a hero, saying he's the new Robin to the Batman, that he's a hero, that, like, all of this shit, saying that that Rittenhouse is this horrible murderer, but Luigi's a fucking hero, and, like, yeah, I guess that's the reason, is because there's a difference in age. It's flooded. Maybe you didn't know. You stole their jokes. Okay, who? Wait, is their name flooded? Their name is, multiple comedians have said your oh so original bits within the last 2 weeks. Okay, who? I've said this for fucking years. So who said this? I'm asking you for a name. Can you name one? It's so many, so freaking many. Name one. Just name one. It's so easy. There's so many of them. Name one. Name one. Because I've said this for years. This happened like 18 years ago to me. So it's not the Tom he's trolling. Oh, I know. It's we're gonna show this real quick, and then we're gonna give him the ousty. Robin Williams. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, it was Robin Williams who said this within the last couple of weeks. Yeah, if somebody said this within the last couple of weeks and they said it exactly the same as me, that means they stole it from me, and I would like to sue them, because, yeah, I've said this on stream for years. So. Yeah, fucking got him. So good. Male feminists are crazy. Donkey Hote. One more chat without giving me a name. Sue me, fuckboy. Okay, one more chat without giving me a name. And you are going in the list with all of the other fucking cowards who can't do anything but lie and make shit up. You're going in the MAGA bin with all the other spineless fucking cowards. Aw, that was cute. That was cute. Real cute, buddy. Everybody believes you. We all believe that you're just a real smart guy. We're all totally convinced. Everybody totally thinks that you're just a real brilliant person. Allie, who rated on Kick? It didn't show me a name, and I don't see it in my activity feed. It doesn't show it in anything. All right. What is this? Sean had the downfall of the Democrats. Oh, great. This is going to be full-on brainworms. You censor those you fear, Tom. Wait, if I'm afraid of them, why do I keep telling them to come on and talk to me? If I'm afraid of them, why do I keep saying, come on and talk to me? It sounds like they're afraid of me.
Election night in America, one of the most consequential elections in recent history.
Darius IRL, to be precise. Okay, so when you say to be precise, that means that somebody else told him to do it. Shit syncing up is different than periods. No, I was talking about periods. No, I was saying their periods sync up. Weird. I was talking about their periods. Their periods sync up. And it smelled bad.
Donald Trump has won the presidential election in Kentucky.
Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. Missouri will go to Donald Trump.
It's clear now that
I can't remember the comics' names, but I know their jokes, the exact word. Yes, to the exact word, I know exactly what they said. You said it to the T, but I have no idea what their name is or who they are, but there's a lot of them, and they all say the same exact joke that they're all stealing from each other. But I don't think it's stealing when they do it, but it's stealing when you do it, Tom.
Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said.
Didn't we watch this already?
Will win the state of North Carolina.
No, we watched a different one. So this is the downfall of the Democrats, the truth behind the election of 2024. So the one that we watched was why men are moving right, I believe. I believe that's what we watched. Maybe we did watch this.
The state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump.
The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Kamala Harris is not winning.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight?
News Decision Desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Do you really think that the Democratic Party is fighting for you? The overwhelming answer is...
Yeah, if we already watched this, I'm just going to turn it off. I move on to the next thing.
Well, well, well. What have we learned? Nothing, apparently. I regret to inform you, everything I predicted about the election in my last video came true and more. Men did overwhelmingly turn out for Trump, especially young men. But I was wrong about one thing. Young men weren't the only ones who came out in droves for Trump. Nearly everyone did. The madman took everything, every swing state, Pennsylvania, Georgia, my home state, New York, was closer to flipping red than Florida was.
Did we watch this? Okay. Yeah, I thought we just watched this one, but yeah, it doesn't look like we did. Okay. Well, yeah, never mind then. They were both put out back to back, so. Alrighty then. Never mind.
To be here today because the golden age of America is just beginning. Man, I gotta tell you, for the past few years I've been in a bad mood, and if you've watched my show, I'm usually in a bad mood. But I'm gonna...
Look, as wrong as Shoe on Head is in these videos, I still totally simp for Shoe on Head. Alright? She is still my queen. She still wins. And I vote for the pink hair or purple hair to come back 100%. Totally on board with purple hair Shoe. I know that she was not happy with some of the stuff that I said last time. I think she still follows me though. I know that sometimes she gets upset about some criticisms, but I think, yep, yeah. I've seen a lot of people where she just very quickly unfollows them because she gets a little defensive, but I'm so fair that, you know, I still got that follow, so still simping. Number one is her.
Pretty in good mood right now. Now, this is all happening because President Trump is a force. He is a historic force.
Kind of like when you ban people. Nope. Yeah, no. Not like that at all. Because, like I said, if I'm inviting them on to come talk, and they have an ability to just come and argue with me, or when I ask them a lot of questions and I try to get them to answer and I try to get an understanding from them, and they refuse to answer those questions and just make up a bunch of lies, then yeah, those are totally different things. Insanely different things. But I don't expect you to understand the difference, so.
He is the historic force of our age. He was the man standing between the United States and stagnation and surrender. And President Trump stood, and he was indicted, and he stood, and he was shot, and he stood. And America stood with him. We stood with him. You see, in America,
so true.
I really believe that America right now is divided between what I like to call the lions and the scavengers. Lions are people who want to build things, people who are productive, people like the people in this room, people who believe they have the power to choose and to act in the world, and that they have duties in this world, duties given to.
You know, Ben Shapiro's really come a long way from Donald Trump is a liar to this fucking pathetic shit, dude. To this fucking pathetic shit. He used to be so much cooler than this, and that was back when I watched him. That was back when I liked him, and I was willing to listen to a lot of what he said. But yeah, this is just full-on simpery. This is just full-on simpage. And I am not here for it.
In which I explicitly said Donald Trump is.
Let's see. Yeah, I think this is
Election cycle. In which I explicitly said Donald Trump is a liar. He is. I mean, Trump lies a lot. Let's be frank about this. Trump is not an honest guy. Okay, he does it habitually. He says a lot of things that aren't true. But are those the kind of damaging lies that destroy the country? Right? Which
Yes, when you lie about winning an election that you didn't win, and then a bunch of people go and rush inside of the Capitol, trying to overthrow the government to try to get the country back, because he said over and over that if they don't do something about it, they're going to lose their country, then yes, those are the types of lies that destroy a country. Then if you consider, like, yeah, when he said that, you know, the Joe Biden wasn't going to help the people who were, is an incredibly when he said, yeah, Joe Biden wasn't going to help the people who were, you know, had a hurricane damage and who were, you know, struggling afterwards, and he just kind of made it look like they were just going to be left behind and nobody was coming for them. Yeah, those are all lies that I would consider to be harmful and the types that are going to hurt the country. And so yeah, this was the cool Ben Shapiro that was about facts over feelings. This is the cool Ben Shapiro that had some morals, some principles that he was gonna hold true to. But currently, you cannot fight the cult if you're on the right. If you're on the right, you cannot fight the cult. You have to kowtow to Daddy Trump, or they will call you a rhino and they will say you are not even a right-winger anymore. So, Democrats believed Russia hacked the 2016 election, and the DNC-linked groups tried to stop the inauguration of 2017 by force. Was that on par with January 6th? I don't know about the hacked election part. I know that they said that they put out a bunch of misinformation on social media to lie to everybody about what happened, and tried to help Trump win through that process. And then, what was the other one? DNC linked groups tried to stop the inauguration of 2017. No, groups that just have some association with the DNC is not the same as the actual president of the United States. No. Nope. Having some groups with some loose associations, they donated to them one time. They were in the same room back in 1997. And then the actual president of the United States, no. Those are not on par. But, you know. Why did they hide 30,000 hours of January 6th footage? Who's they? Because Congress didn't do that. So what? Who's they? Who? You still scared of me? No, AB 22. I'm still waiting on you to jump in the waiting room. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still here. Waiting for you. I haven't gone anywhere. You're the only one who disappeared and came back. I've been here the whole time. Still waiting on you, buddy. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. But again, same offer. If you would like to come on, I would happily go over this with you, and we can get into it. If you want to jump on, I will go over it with you. But the reason that I make this like, this bar of you have to jump on first before I go and take the time to disprove your shit is that most of the time when I go and start debunking the dumb shit that you guys say in chat, you run away before I ever even get to it because you're just making shit up or you're just trolling or something, and then I take the time to actually disprove it. So I need somebody here who's going to take the L on stream. They're going to be here and they will eat that L here. We all know he won't jump on. He knows how bad it will go. They always do. Yeah.
To them by God, duty to family, to community.
Whereas here, there's a link to my Discord in chat, or in my description. You can just click the link and then jump in the waiting room. Maybe another time I'm driving now, then why did you keep acting like I'm running away from you when you're literally driving away from me?
To country and to themselves to be the best that they can be. Lions believe that merit ought to triumph.
We're
and then
lions,
there are the scavengers.
guys.
And they've been
We
in
have
charge
beautiful
for a while.
manes.
The scavengers believe
Look how
that
beautiful
if
our
you fail,
manes
it's
are.
probably somebody else's fault.
We're the king of the jungle.
They believe that all the systems that allow for success, for merit to thrive, that those systems are broken and must be wholly destroyed. Well, they were on the rise. For nearly 4 years, they were on the rise. And now the scavengers are on the run. They are in retreat. And that is thanks to you.
Tom, no one is stupid enough to waste time with you. Phil Jones, you've literally been wasting over 2 hours with me. So you apparently are stupid enough to waste time with me. You've been here for a very long time. So you literally are dumb enough to do that, actually. Thank you.
That is thanks to President Trump.
What up, Perry Jameson?
And that's also thanks to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, which have done such extraordinary
Yes, you've been here with me,
work.
Phil. Yep.
I actually met Charlie Kirk when he was 18 years old. He's younger than many of the people who are currently in this room. And Charlie was going around a conference in Florida, in Palm Beach, Florida, looking for donors for Turning Point. I remember turning to my business partner, Jeremy Boring, and saying, that guy is going to be the head of the RNC one day. And instead, Charlie built his own RNC. It's astonishing. So I want to talk today a little bit about why I am so hopeful. The reason that I'm hopeful is because...
Tom, do you want smaller government? Do you want a government held accountable when passing bills? Yes, and yes. Do you want war to stop? Depends. These used to be fundamentals of the left, but some reason not anymore. While I consider those positions fundamental to conservatism, so I don't know about the left ever wanting smaller government, but that was something that we called fiscal conservatism. So it was literally a conservative ideal. Then wanting wars to stop was part of fiscal conservatism because it was the most expensive thing that we put money into. So as part of fiscal conservatism, we were against lots of spending, which is one of the things that makes Donald Trump such a horrific pick for conservatives, especially fiscal conservatives, is that we are against somebody like Trump unnecessarily spending more than triple pretty much anybody else. And when you look at like all the complaints that everybody has about Joe Biden spending too much money, printing too much money, putting way too much money into everything. Well, if you combine Biden's COVID spending and his non-COVID spending and add it all up, it still doesn't even come close to Donald Trump's non-COVID spending. Donald Trump's non-COVID spending is more than all of Biden's spending put together. Donald Trump by far set the records in spending that you would literally have to try to beat in order to beat it. So there is no way that is true. There is 100% way that that is true, actually. Trump versus Biden 10-year debt spending. There is 100% way that that is true. Net 10-year debt approved. Donald Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID, 3.6 trillion COVID. Okay, so that's 4.6 non-COVID. Let's cut out the COVID, and then we'll just say 4.8 non-COVID. Biden, 2.2 trillion non-COVID, even though he dealt with the majority of the repercussions of COVID, and then 4.3% in COVID, so 2.1%. So both of these combined still end up short of Trump's non-COVID spending at 4.8 trillion. So yes, this is definitely true. When is this? Did you just come back from like... Did you just get like zapped here in a time machine or something? Yeah, literally everything says this. I don't know where you've been, but yes, this is... Mike Ball, thank you for the $4.99. Find me a single bill the left passed that didn't have Ukraine funding.
Find me a single bill the left passed that didn't have Ukraine funding.
Why did the TTS work for him, but it hasn't worked for anybody else tonight? What the fuck? Why did it work for him, but it hasn't worked for any of the other donos tonight? That is so weird. Why, Mike Ball? Why would I do that? I can find them, but why? When you say passed, you just mean like he signed it, or do you mean like he, as like a congressman, wrote a bill and brought it? You can't. What? Again, I don't even know what you mean. He passed it, right? Actually signed and passed. So you think that literally every bill that went through, okay? So how about the American Rescue Plan? Top 10 takeaways from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Ukraine not in the bill. So there you go. There's the biggest bill that he signed and passed was that one. How much do I win? Do you just send like a bigger donut now that I won, or what do we do next? Again, 144K. As I said, if you are willing to come on, I am willing to go over this with you. But total fallacy, check page 78 of the American Rescue Plan. It marks the 22nd U.S. AI package issued under the Biden administration, bringing the totals of U.S. security to I don't know. Page 78 of what? Total fallacy, he says. Yeah, you just mean you think I'm incorrect, but from what I remember, the American Rescue Plan got passed before the Ukraine war even started. So this is why I pulled that up. It's because it got passed well before Russia invaded. Okay, so he says page 78. Nope, not on page 78 either. Yeah, not there. So the totally fallacious thing that I'm checking page 78 for is not here. So I don't know what you were talking about, Mike. Where'd you go? See, is Mike gone now too? See, this is why I normally tell people that they have to jump on. It's because, yeah, you just disappeared right after I debunk them. Nobody here to take the L. Nobody here to admit that they're wrong. They just move on.
Donald Trump and the American people are about to make our economy dynamic again.
I'm right here. Find me a single bill that didn't have Ukraine funding at the left passed. What? I just did, Mike. You told me to go to page 78. You said total fallacy. I went, I showed it. You were wrong. You still haven't even admitted that you were wrong about page 78 saying anything about Ukraine.
Donald Trump and the American people are about to make America's position in the world unquestioned again. And Donald Trump is about to make the American dream possible again with the American people. So let's talk about the economy for a second. There's a whole school of thought out there.
You showed it showing funding to Ukraine. All right, Mike, if you want to jump on again, all right, I'm not going to I'm not going to keep playing these games with you. If you want to jump on, we'll go over it together, okay? We'll go over it together because, yeah, so far, it did not say anything about Ukraine. I literally control F'd the word Ukraine on the PDF, and nothing came up. So, I'm, unless control F doesn't work on here. Let me double check that. Yes, no, control F does work on here. Yeah, so here's control F. I just put the letter U, and it's got 22,900. So now let's put Ukraine, and yeah, 0 on there. So Mike, yes, if you will join the Discord, jump in the waiting room, I will pull you on, and we will go over it together. Otherwise, I'm moving on.
That just wants to punish success, that believes that innovation is a sin, that believes that people like Elon Musk, by building rockets, is doing something deeply wrong, that Elon Musk, by building Tesla, is doing something deeply wrong. He has committed the great sin, which is to earn. His great sin is that he created great companies.
That clearly wasn't the bill, Tom. I asked what he wanted me to pull up. He said the American Rescue Plan. So this is what I pulled up. And yeah, again, this is without him jumping on. I pulled up this one, and I pulled up this one, and these are the two White House PDFs that pop up when you search it. So I pulled up the things.
A huge sin in their view. But here's the thing. Businesses hate that sort of thing. So you end up with stagnation. You end up with inflation. You end up with lack of creativity. All of that is about to end. President Trump is a businessman, which means there's only one thing in...
We have no audio when you played the YouTube video? Wait. What do you mean? You don't have the audio? It's showing that audio is playing. I hear it now? Okay, well, I didn't change anything.
In life, we all know this, that President Trump cares about. There's only one thing.
Okay, jump on.
Winning. That is all he cares about. Hey, a lot of people think he cares about... That's wrong. He cares about one thing, winning. And he cares about winning for the American people. That means unleashing the power...
No audio, your mic is muted. All right, well, no typing. You're muted for 5 minutes.
...of free markets. Free markets have been maligned in this country. They've been treated as something wrong, as sort of a man-made system that's jiggered in order to harm certain people at the expense of others, and that is false. Free markets are merit. Free markets are justice. Free markets are innovation, and they are dynamism. Free markets are what's going to make all these young people rich one day. That's what free markets are going to do. The scavengers believe...
Eric, if you're talking about the deficit, that's not the same as the debt. That's not the same.
That it's the government's job to establish cosmic justice. That because all human beings are created equal before God, but we're not all equal in our qualities, right?
Yes, I know you
said that. LeBron James in basketball anytime soon. And by the same token, I've read more books than LeBron James, which is to say more than one book. That because of that, the scavengers believe that cosmic justice must be established from above. The outcome should be the same for everyone. That is truly unjust. It is tyranny, it is evil, it requires discrimination, and it requires cruelty. Free markets say the opposite. They say that you get to invest in yourself, that you get to take those risks, that you rise or fall on your own merit. They also say that you have to do something for someone else before you get anything else in return. I've said before that free markets are a form of forced altruism, and that's right. Nothing is open.
Okay, so here's another source. Trump ran up national debt twice as much as Biden. New analysis. New 10-year borrowing by presidential term. 4.8 trillion, 2.2 trillion, 2.2 trillion, 3.6 trillion. So yeah, this has similar numbers to what the last one had. So I don't know, where are you getting your numbers from, Eric?
Owed to you. You're not just given things in a free market. You produce, you make things. Life gets better.
These articles are from June, and we don't know what they are including. Okay, I don't think that Biden doubled his spending from June. But we do know what they're including. You just mean we don't know what they're including from COVID to non-COVID? Well, it doesn't matter. I'm including Biden's COVID and not including Trump's COVID. So it's not going to make that big of a difference.
And one of the magical things about free markets are the opposite of socialism and stagnation that the left likes to talk about. Socialists like Bernie Sanders and AOC, career useless people, absolutely useless leeches on the ass of society. These people, they can turn gold into sand. They can turn prosperity into failure. Free markets turn sand almost literally into gold. Imagine the fact that everything on planet Earth, everything in your cell phone, everything in your computer, everything in Elon Musk's rockets has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen. Every single element has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen. What changed? Innovation changed. Dynamism changed because of innovation, because you got to keep what you made, because you got to sell it, because you got to exchange it. These are the principles of freedom and liberty. Because you owned your labor and you owned the product of your mind, you were able to actually create. You can take the same sand that's been on planet Earth for all of human existence, and you can turn that into the superconductors that power the military equipment, that powers the American military, the greatest military on the face of the earth. You can do that because of free markets. And Donald Trump is going to make free markets great again. Donald Trump likes capitalism. Donald Trump is not afraid of business success. Donald Trump is a businessman. You can see businessmen everywhere are excited about this. I talk with a lot of tech founders, the people who actually found the big companies in tech. And what they say is this is a new founding. It's a business founding. You're going to see an explosion of business in this country like nothing I've seen in my lifetime. And then there is...
Okay, so I pulled up another website. I searched what you told me to search. So this has debt held by the public. That's around $6 trillion for both. And then it says gross debt under Presidents Trump and Biden. This one has 7 trillion, 7.8 trillion. But yeah, when you're saying they don't say what they include as COVID and non-COVID, it's literally everything from the point that COVID started, and then Biden had his COVID plans at the beginning, and then said COVID's done, and then they stopped including things after that because he said that they were done. But yeah, so this is gross debt under President Trump's and Biden's. Yeah, this is only 7 trillion, whereas this one's 8.4. This is these are only counting 10-year debt, and this is counting gross debt. This is gross debt, the gross national debt, which includes federal debt held by other parts of the federal government, such as the Social Security and Federal Worker Retirement Trust funds, also grew under both President Trump and President Biden. Gross federal debt grew by $2 trillion in President Trump's first 2 years in office, $6.3 trillion in his first 3 years and 5 months, and $7.8 trillion over his entire presidency. Gross federal debt grew by $3.7 trillion in President Biden's first 2 years in office and $7 trillion in his first 3 years and 5 months. Gross debt stood at $20 trillion when President Trump took office, grew to $26.4 trillion after 3 years and 5 months, and ended at $27.8 trillion by the end of by the day he left office. Gross debt grew from 27.8 trillion when President Biden took office to about 34.7 trillion today. The US debt is 36 trillion. Wait, you're talking about debt to other countries. When we're talking about debt here, this is not, we're not talking about like debt to a country. So this is approved 8.4 trillion of new 10-year borrowing during his full term in office, 4.8 trillion excluded CARES Act. President Biden in his first 3 years and 5 months in office approved 4.3 trillion of new 10-year borrowing, or 2.2 trillion excluding the American Rescue Plan. President Trump approved 8.8 trillion of gross new borrowing and 443 billion of deficit reduction during his full presidential term. Oh wait, okay, so maybe this is President Biden so far approved 6.2 trillion of gross new borrowing and 1.9 of deficit reduction. Okay, so this is including deficit reduction then? So yeah, this says, so far, President Biden approved 6.2 trillion of gross new borrowing and 1.9 trillion of deficit reduction. Okay, so this, yeah, so this is talking about debt to other countries. Okay. And then the 6.2 trillion and then subtracting the 1.9 trillion is how they come to the 4.3 trillion. Whereas Trump's spending of 8.8 trillion and then 4.43 billion of deficit reduction during his full presidential term. So yeah, this is saying that Biden's already done about 2 trillion in deficit reduction, and so that's why Biden's is so much lower, is because they're doing a full net 10-year debt approved, whereas the other one is a gross spending of gross debt. So this is including deficit reduction. My bad. So yeah, I was wrong on what it was that they were analyzing, but it does, yes, when they're including the deficit reduction, that's what, check your DMs. Okay. Fact check alert debunking CRFB's analysis of Trump's and Biden's impact on the national debt. Is that who this is? CFRB. Yes. Okay. So this is the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. All right. CFRB's report ignores the track record of increasing revenues following passage of TCJA. Yes, they would ignore increasing revenue. Omits the full cost of legislative actions per CBO data. Fails to account for inflation-induced interest rate hikes, increasing projected net interest cost by 4.8 trillion over 10 years under Biden, and undercounts the costs of President Biden's executive actions by more than 800 billion. CFRB states that Biden's administration increased the federal deficit by just 4.3 trillion. In reality, the Biden administration has increased the federal deficit by $11.6 trillion throughout the last 3 years and 6 months. $4.8 trillion in enacted legislation, $4.8 trillion in higher interest costs, and $2 trillion by executive action. What the CRBFB got wrong on President Biden. Claim President Biden's executive action have added just $1.2 trillion to 10-year debt. Since taking office, President Biden has proposed and implemented executive actions that have cost taxpayers over $2 trillion. A list of Biden's administration's costly executive actions include how does this actually cost us money? Not this one. Ending Trump-era SNAP work requirement. Trump administration attempted to address the abuse of geographic waiver loopholes, which have allowed millions of able-bodied adults to receive, SNAP benefits without working by submitting a final rule that imposed stricter standards for states to issue waivers. However, the rule was held up in courts and never fully went into effect. What? How would that? I'm so lost. So one, I don't know how ending something that would cost us more money they're counting that as costing us more money. And then two, they're even saying that it never even went into effect, which means that it couldn't. One way or the other, it couldn't cost us more money. Additional net interest payments of $300 billion. Federal spending contributes to our national debt and thus raises net interest payments the federal government must make on the debt. I'm so lost, dude. How is any of this actually upping what we would cost? Okay, I'll look at
Foreign
this.
policy. President Trump is going to make America strong in the world again. I had President Trump.
ABC, I thought you said, or AB22, I thought you said that you were ready. Like, you're not in the waiting room. You're still not here. What the fuck?
On a couple of weeks before the election on my show, and we were talking about foreign policy. And he said that his foreign policy is pretty obviously peace through strength, pretty clearly. And I'll tell you what he meant by that in a moment. But he summed it up pretty well in his stories. Okay. I threw a fundraiser for President Trump down at Trump Doral in Florida fairly early on in the election cycle. And he and I had a chance to chat. And he was talking about Joe Biden. Now, I don't mean to spoiler alert here. President Trump does not like Joe Biden. Just going to put that out there. He thinks he's not just a bad president, that he's not a particularly wonderful, although I will say I think that Joe Biden probably voted for Donald Trump. And by the way, I know that Jill Biden voted for Donald Trump. There is no question. You see them hanging out, there is no question she voted for Donald Trump. Okay, but what President Trump said, we were talking about foreign policy, and the war in Ukraine came up. He said, Ben, you want to know why Vladimir never invaded Ukraine when I was president? You want to know? And I said, yes, Mr. President. And he said, well, because I talked to Vladimir I said, Vlad, if you go into Ukraine, I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. And President Trump continued the story. He said, And Vladimir said back to me, no, you aren't, Mr. President. And I said, well...
This is, well, so Trump does tell these stories of like where he tells other people, I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. We're going to we'll roll tanks into your fucking country, blah, blah, blah. If Trump says this shit, this is peacekeeping. What he's doing is peacekeeping, and this is what a strong leader does. This is what a real strong leader does, and he means it when he says it, so they know he means business. But then when, like, if Kamala or Biden or somebody who's a Democrat said this, they're just a war hawk. They're just somebody who loves war and loves to fucking send troops to go die, and they're just in love with war, and they just want to make more money for the military industrial complex and blah blah blah. That's all it is. They went to war. I mean, if by like sending people to go and be around war and like help with things is them going to war, then Trump also went to war.
I might. And then President Trump said, quite correctly, if there is a 5% chance that that is going to happen, you don't do the thing. This is the thing that President Trump knows, because he is a man who is credible on foreign policy. He's not like our current dead president. Usually, maybe he'll end up on a dollar bill or something, because usually you have to be actually dead to get on a dollar bill. Joe Biden has been dead for a while, so he might make it onto a dollar at some point. In any case, our currently dead president says things like don't, and then the rest of the world just does. Right? Meanwhile, President Trump says that, and the rest of the world goes, ooh, I don't know. This could get ugly. When we talk about President Trump's foreign policy, it is not isolationism. He believes in an America First foreign policy. And here's what I think.
Kolbua.
Yes, sir.
All right. You, who are you from chat?
Maggot Destroyer.
MAGA Destroyer.
The fucking troll. Yeah.
Oh, wait. MAGA or maggot?
Maggot.
Oh, maggot. Okay.
I don't have teeth, so it's hard for me to pronunciate.
Okay. I don't think I've seen you in chat. Which one are you in? Are you in short bus?
You have.
No,
I'm.
Oh, there you are. Maggot Destroyer.
Yeah.
How many military died under Trump? Tom versus Biden.
Yeah. Just certain things like that. The reality of Trump versus Biden. I tend to be independent right, but because of Trump, I lean left. You don't have the truth, not you personally, but in general, the truth of how many military have died under Trump versus Biden. How many bombs have dropped under Trump versus Biden. They preach that we love him. How many veterans, when you actually ask them, most of them don't use their benefits. The people that support Trump that are military don't use their benefits like that.
Oh, I most of the military that I know hates Trump, but it does seem as though polling shows that he is like more popular with the military. But everybody that I know personally, they're all like, furious that like under MAGA, like he's gotten them to like lower payments to veterans and gotten rid of help for veterans over and over. And like him and Elon are even currently pushing back against budgeting for veterans and for the 9/11 rescue heroes and crap like that. And so yeah, they're like, every time I see vets talking about any of this shit, they talk about the fact that Democrats have been the only ones pushing for funding for them and trying to help them.
The false claims of Trump, the Choice Act. Oh, I revamped the VA and this and that. And it's who created, or not created, who signed the Choice Act? What year was that? Why did that happen? Because of veterans that died in Nevada, waiting for health care. So Obama, what? I think it was like 42, 47%. Homeless veterans had a change in their lifestyle. So it's really frustrating. I've been sitting here for quite a few months watching your stream, watching you claim to be independent, right? And I can agree to that. I can agree that why can't somebody who appreciates weapons can also appreciate abortion? Uh, there's with the MAGA, there's no middle ground. It's all black and white.
Well, I am pro-life.
I had to say my piece. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also pro-life, so yeah, even that doesn't fit for me. But yeah.
Well, if you're pro-life, why do we still have adoption? I'm adopted. If being pro-life, supporting kids, why do the red states always have the worst health care? The worst mortality rates.
Like right-wingers are the ones who spend way more money and donate way more money to adoption, donate way more money to foster care. They're way more likely to.
Say that one more time. You broke up a little bit, please. Hello?
Sorry, my mic goes out every once in a while, so I had to fix it real quick.
You're good to go. You're good.
So yeah, I was saying while that is true, there's a number of things that I want to address there. So one, right-wingers are more likely to donate to adoption centers. They're more likely to adopt. They're more likely to donate to foster care. They're more likely to have foster children. They're more likely to be the ones helping people in foster care or adoption agencies across the board. But also, when it comes to being pro-life, it really just means anti-abortion, right? If we say that the other side is pro-choice, that doesn't mean that we get to just go find any choice that applies to anything and then say, well, if you're pro-choice, then why aren't you pro this choice? Why aren't you pro that choice, right? It's just a label that just means that you're just against abortion or for abortion, and then pulling up adoption centers or something like that isn't really the same as saying I just think abortion's immoral, right?
I could see that. With abortion being immoral, do you find certain aspects of it being moral?
Do I find certain aspects of it being moral? What does that mean?
Yes. I guess let's get a little personal. I had my ex-wife. She technically hadn't had abortion because the baby died inside of her. She ended up getting septic. She was pushing the third trimester. She was in the second trimester. If it wasn't for doctor intervention, I would have lost her and the baby.
Yeah.
Would you find that moral?
No, I think that by far the majority of people who are pro-life are in favor of medical exceptions, especially those that are threatening the mother's life.
So you would have found that as a medical exception?
Yeah, of course. Yes. You're saying the baby died inside of her and then she got sepsis. Yes, of course. Sepsis is obviously a medical. The baby's already gone, so now they are just removing a baby that's already deceased. But the on top of that, yes, if the baby does not come out after it's after it's gone, and then and then it just sits there rotting and gives them sepsis, then yes, like even more so. But it's already gone at that point, so it's not really an abortion as much as it is just a removal of a.
And you said you were pro-life?
Yes.
Okay.
But you understand there's not a life there. You're saying that there's not even a life there.
No, and no, that I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just confirming what you said, that you were pro-life, but in due of aspects where the fetus is non-viable and the mother can still be viable, you should save the mother over the
yes, but
fetus.
again, I am not like an exception here. Whereas, like, by far the majority of people who are pro-life have believe in exceptions for medical necessities. Like, by far the majority. We're talking about, like, if you look at polling, it's going to be somewhere about like 80-something+% of people who are pro-life believe in medical exceptions when it comes to legality.
Then why is there this huge claim of religion and right-wingers, MAGA, that are pro-life, but they don't agree with, survival of the mother and everything? Where does that breakup happen?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
So when it comes to pro-life, where is the breakup of where most of Americans deem that taking care of the mother's life is first and foremost, in a sense, if the fetus is not viable? Where does the MAGA come from where without, I guess, push religion, where abortion is evil and everything? There's no exceptions, no this and that. Where does this
again? Well, that's why I'm saying
come
that
from?
so that is like a much older version of the movement that is pretty much like almost died off. So like if we go back to like the 80s and the 90s, the pro-life movements and like the March for Life and all of these things, the leaders in the pro-life movement were hardcore, no exceptions, like no exceptions whatsoever. And over into the 2000s and especially around 2010, this started changing pretty dramatically, where yes, almost all pro-lifers over time became more and more pro-exceptions. They didn't feel like the mom's life had to go, because even in most cases where like a mother's going to die while trying to give birth, most of the time that fetus is going to die too. So you're not even doing any favors to anybody by doing something like that. And so they're almost always going to be in favor of exceptions. Again, that is like, we're talking about like yes, like maybe less than 20% of pro-lifers are in favor of no exceptions. But I will say that the laws currently that are being implemented by Republicans, some of those states, I think there's like a couple of states that don't have exceptions for medical necessity, and those just don't align with the majority of pro-life movements. They just don't. At least pro-life polling doesn't show that aligns with them.
So you think there's a correlation between them, or the lack of the belief of what they say and they believe kind of coincides with the military and everything? Kind of what I said before, where Trump claims where veterans love him and, pro-lifers love us. I feel like there's a lot of claims, but the evidence behind it, where how many military have died under Trump versus Biden? That's a big one for me. Prior service. From what I know, it's 65. 65 have died under combat-related deaths under Trump, and then you have 15. You have your 13, and then you have 2 others that died under Biden. The whole claims are just full of hot air, and that's the biggest thing that MAGA, I guess, drives me nuts. There's Republicans, there's MAGA.
Yeah.
That whole evidence of military, all that bullshit, voting against the PACT Act. How many Republicans voted against the PACT Act? How many Democrats have voted against the PACT Act? That's not just Afghan war veterans, Iraq. That's people like my own father who have served in Vietnam, Bronze Star recipients. They're fucking war heroes. 178, according to my number.
Yeah, well, it's funny too because
voted against. Yeah.
When you go and look at like arguments that they make again about like giving money to Ukraine or crap like that, it's the argument that I hear the most often from MAGA is, why would we give money to Ukraine when we still have veterans who could use that money instead? And yet they're the ones who don't care about veterans. They're the ones who keep taking away programs from veterans. They're the ones who keep taking away funding from veterans. They're the ones who don't care about the veterans, and it is Democrats who have been the ones who have voted in favor of funding for veterans. So it is.
That's why I called in tonight. Call it a little beer courage, but I just after what 6-7 months of listening to you, I had to finally say something where the truth, facts speak.
Okay, well, fair enough.
I do appreciate you listening to me run my suck. You keep doing what you're doing, Tom, and you have a good night. I hope you had a good Christmas. So
yeah, you too. Thanks for calling in. Have a good one, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Out.
Trib, yeah, when we're talking about the exceptions that we're talking about, the things that people believe are like good exceptions in case of like the life of the mother, where the life of the mother is threatened or something like that, that is like less than 2% of abortions. So if that's what you were saying, yes, I like that is true. That is a small minority of the time. In the exceptions that we're talking about, that actually, like where we're talking about, like in cases of rape, in cases of incest, in cases of like medical necessity, threat to life, something like that. Yes, these are small percentages. Let's see. According to a Statista survey, 63% of pro-life adults in the U.S. favor abortion exceptions if the life of the pregnant person is endangered. This is in addition to exceptions for rape or incest, and when there is a lethal fetal anomaly. Common exceptions to abortion limits make up less than 5% of all abortions. The remaining 95.9% of abortions are for elective or unspecified reasons. Tom Foolery show, yeah, I mean, they feel monetary reasons or just not feeling ready enough. Prior to 14 weeks is an invalid reason to get an abortion. I'm not talking about rape or complication. Yeah, I do as well. If we're talking about medical necessities that put the mother's life in danger, and then you say, and you guys don't count that they just don't want to do it as one of those medical necessities that puts the mother's life in danger. It's like, well, yeah. Yeah, because it's not a medical necessity that puts the mother's life in danger. It's correct. It's not. $5 from Chase. Let's freaking go, boy. Let's freaking go, boy. Wow, the nip rubbing sticker didn't show up on stream. I don't even see it. What the hell is this? Oh, he is kind of rubbing his nipples, isn't he? That is weird. That is strange. I haven't seen that one. Is Down syndrome a medical necessity? No. Nope. I believe there's even like a movement of like people with Down syndrome against pro-choice or something like that. And it's it's a bunch of kids who are or adults with Down syndrome who are saying like, hey, I live a normal life. I live a happy life. I have a job. I have kids. I got blah, blah, blah. And now the left is pushing for just nipping us in the butt while we're still in gestation. Tom, what about the abortion pill prior to like 13 weeks? So do I think it's wrong? Yes, I think it's wrong. Do I think that there should be some legality for it? Yeah, I would say that about that point is where I would say like anything legal wise, I would say that 14 to 15 weeks, like first trimester, makes sense for actually like consistency within the law. So I think a parent being unfit to be a parent and then needs to rely on the government or the community in order to raise their kid is a bad thing. Well, sure, but I mean, I can understand that, but I don't think that that's the only option there. And I would say that somebody putting their kid up for adoption is a better option than that kid just never having any sort of option or attempt to live whatsoever. Like, I had 5 foster brothers and sisters. I've had, I know numerous kids who were adopted, numerous kids who were abandoned, and most of these kids, if you looked at their lives and knew what was going to happen, most pro-choicers would say, I think it's best if that kid would have been aborted instead. Or, kids where their parents had to struggle, where they were homeless, where they had a lot of problems growing up, that people would say, yes, it would make sense if they were just aborted instead of ever having to struggle in the first place or having to deal with these issues. And I think that that's just like a very odd, it's a very odd stance to me. So from a moral grounds, I would say that for sure. If the kid is born, I hope it works out. I'm just saying the parent making that choice is fair and honestly more preferable from my perspective. Okay. I don't know why wouldn't it be more preferable for them to put the kid up for adoption? Why wouldn't that be more preferable? Like, one is where we're saying no chance at all, just that's it, that's the end of it, done and done. And the other one is where it's like, they're probably going to have some struggles, they're probably going to have some hardships, it's probably not going to be, their whole life is probably not going to be rainbows and sunshine. But I would almost guarantee the person without the rainbows and sunshine is going to prefer. I mean, if you'd like, we can look up like circumstances and see how often they commit suicide. And I promise you, it's not going to be over like 50%. It's probably not going to be over even 5%. So I think even those people would say that those circumstances are still preferable to being dead, but for 1 minute, I thought you were advocating abortion over some struggles. No, I'm saying the opposite. Well, at a certain point. But I'm saying that at a certain point, like these are all elective and that everything else is like 5%. And so anything outside of that 5%, yes, I'm putting like a moral weight on that decision that says, look, I believe people should do whatever it is that they want to do with their bodies, and I think that those people should be free to do so. But having sex is not this like necessity that you have to do. This is coming from the fucking King Coomer himself, the one who's had sex with literally every single one of your moms. I am saying that I don't think sex is this necessity that has to be there, to where if you do have sex and then something is created from this, and you know that going in, like, unless you're like living under a rock your entire life, by far the majority of people know when they first have sex and when they get pregnant, they knew that when they had sex, it was likely going to create a life. And that when you do this, and you know that this is likely to happen, that once this happens, that this is rape. Well, that's why I said they're like, I would understand like exceptions for rape and incest, because these are scenarios where I don't feel like the person is actually like consenting to the action. So there is no like contract being made here that actually has an agreement to it, right? Whereas in every other circumstance, they are making that decision. They are engaging in that contract, and they are choosing to do so while understanding the possible consequences of their actions. And then when those consequences come, to say, well, they might have some inconveniences in their life, so we'd rather just go ahead and nip it in the bud and just cut it off there and just move on. So yeah, okay. I think legally they should have those options, and they should be able to do that. I think morally, I think that those are, you made your bed, and then those decisions I would morally hold you accountable for. But yeah. My lady was on birth control with our first daughter, and second condom broke. Never crossed our minds to abort. Well, that's good. Congratulations, I suppose. Or maybe not. I don't know.
That he means pretty clearly from his foreign policy in his first term. He means three things. One, America's interests are first. Now, this should be obvious. America's interests are paramount, obviously.
I've just fucked something up, and I don't know what I did. And now, oh, there it is. Okay. Never mind. I can't see base chat right now. There we go. I got it back.
This should be a truism. American citizens come first, right? We're Americans. We come first. This is America. Welcome to America, right?
Oh, wow.
America first does not mean that America has no interests in the rest of the world. I can name off.
Wait, but it does, though. It does, though. This is literally the argument that's made to me from people who call themselves America first all the time, where they say, oh, you want to send money to Ukraine? Well, then you're not America first. And I'm like, wait, at the point that we're sending Ukraine more money than like the United States is using for themselves, then sure. Now you can say that we're prioritizing others over America. Sure. At the point that you can find a bunch of things that you say, they said they couldn't do it because they ran out of money, and that's because they sent it all to Ukraine, then sure, now you can say that we're not putting Americans first. But you can't do that. And so all of these people running around saying that sending any money to Ukraine whatsoever is not America first, those people are literally saying putting anybody second, third, or fourth means that it's not America first. They truly believe that, yes, anybody from second, third, fourth, fifth, that like all of those are not worth it. 330 million a day in Afghanistan. How much we sent to Ukraine? A lot. I would say more than that. I think we're in the trillions now. How much has the United States given to you? Ah, shit. It just Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, February, 56.3 billion in security assistance. So not all of that's actual cash. A lot of that is like us just giving them old shit. But yeah, not all of it's actual like cash that's being handed to them.
The interest America has in the rest of the world. We have an interest, for example, in seeing that Mexico doesn't ship a bunch of fentanyl up through our border. We have an interest in making sure that China doesn't take control of the trade routes through the Taiwan Strait, through which 92% of world shipping goes. We have an interest in ensuring that...
Let's see. MW donated $5 earlier. He said, you have to read between the lines. With UV light in a controlled environment during a total solar eclipse while standing in the Oval Office. What? What does that mean, MW? What does that mean? What the hell? What the hell does that mean? Tom, they'll say they can do both and then tax everyone to pay it through inflation. Wait, you don't pay it through inflation. You mean that they printed more money and that printing more money made inflation. But is that what you mean by that?
That China doesn't ship the precursors for fentanyl over to Mexico. We have an interest in ensuring that Iran doesn't threaten American allies. We have an interest in all of those things. Now, that brings us to point 2. America's interests have to be carefully calibrated to our investments in them. Okay, that doesn't mean that every solution is the same. So, there are lots of bad things happening all over the world at all times. If America only has a minor interest in a thing happening on another side of the world, we ought not get involved in that thing. Conversely,
they print more money, which devalued the dollar, which is essentially a tax on the American people. Maybe to some extent. I don't think we've printed that much though. We'll see. During the quantitative easing of 2021, 319.7 billion US dollars worth of banknotes were printed, marking the third highest figure with the period. By 2023, the value of the new banknotes printed had dropped by half, reaching 162.4 billion US dollars. That doesn't make any sense. That literally makes no sense. The value of the banknotes printed had dropped by half. That means that we would have had to have had like 50%, no, 100% inflation. That makes no... What am I missing here? Inflation is just another tool the government uses to tax the people to fund programs. That's way too broad of a statement to say inflation is something like... Inflation is like like if Taco Bell decides to go from selling a taco for 90 cents to now charge $1 for it, we will call this inflation. Like, that doesn't necessarily go to the government. The government didn't get a tax from that. We're just losing the value of our dollar, therefore it is inflation. But if you're saying inflation is just printing money, that's all you're calling inflation, is just printing money, then sure, in a sense, that's true, I suppose, in some way. But, like, there's way more that goes into inflation than just, like, more money. When you introduce more money into the supply, money is worth less. Yes, of course. That's the most basic definition of inflation. Well, that is just one aspect of inflation, not definition of inflation. It's just one aspect of inflation is the money that is in supply. That is one aspect of inflation, but that's not a definition. Like, let's see. Define inflation, the act of inflating or something, or the condition of being inflated, a general increase in price, and the fall of purchasing value of money. So that's inflation. Like your purchase, how much your dollar is worth in terms of what it is that you're buying, that is inflation. So like during COVID, tons of businesses had labor shortages, right? All of these businesses had labor shortages, especially in like the restaurant business, like service, convenience, things like that. So they all had to raise their wages to try to be more competitive, to get more employees to come work for them, right? So they're all raising their wages up. And so now because they're paying their employees way more, now they have to charge more for their products. So now they're charging more for their products and their services. Their prices went way up. We didn't need more money within the rotation in order for that inflation to happen. That inflation happened just because there wasn't enough labor, so they all had to raise their wages. So they raised their prices. That is just a basic aspect of inflation that the government did nothing about this. And the government could have stopped that from happening one way. There's one way the government could have stopped that from happening. There's a couple of ways, but the main way that they would have done it is by allowing more by allowing more legal immigration into the country. If they had allowed more immigration into the country, it would have taken up those low-wage, low-skilled jobs with low-skilled labor to where there wouldn't have been a labor shortage, and then the companies would not have to have raised their wages. Not saying they should have done this. I'm saying that is like a way that the government can like intervene. But outside of that, like, yeah, this has nothing to do with how much money there is. No, it isn't. He's strawmanning the argument. Wait, me? Wait. What do you, hold on. What do you think I strawmanned? As prices rise across the whole economy because of more money chasing the same goods, this is what we call inflation. Yes, that is one aspect of inflation, as I said. That is one aspect of inflation. So, like, yes, the more bills there are, the less value it has. The less bills there are, the more value it has. This is like basic economics. This is, supply and demand. The less of something there is, the more demand there is for it, therefore the higher the value. Okay. They print more money, which is devalued the dollar, which is essentially a tax on the American people. Inflation. Okay, hold on. Government approves a program. Government goes to the Fed to print the money to pay for the program. Fed prints and causes inflation. People's dollar is devalued by X% as it would have been with a tax. Yeah, that's why I said, sure, like in some sense you can consider it a tax. Like, sure. I didn't argue with this. I'm saying that when people in chat are saying this is like the definition, this is a basic definition of inflation, I'm saying it's not a definition. That's just one aspect of inflation. You're going to call that a definition. You're acting like that's the only type of inflation that exists, and it's not even the most common type of inflation. So it's just kind of it's a weird like way that people look at inflation, because even our like GDP will change inflation. Imports and exports change inflation. Money that we are owed from other countries changes inflation. Like, there's so many things that add and take away from inflation that like, yes, go into the process of like figuring out what inflation is, and to think that it's just like how many dollar bills are it within rotation. That's not, yeah, that's just one aspect of inflation. That is not the idea of inflation. Google, does printing money cause more inflation? I never argued that it didn't. I never argued that it didn't. I don't know why. I never said it didn't. At no point did I say it didn't. So for the motherfucker, Mr. Johnson over here saying that I'm strawmanning you guys, but now he's literally strawmanning me. At no point did I say it doesn't cause inflation. I literally said it does cause inflation. I literally said it numerous times. It does cause inflation. I never said anything other than that. I never strawmanned anybody. He's strawmanning me. And then now, yes, I don't know why people are acting like I ever argued against that. I just said that that's not the only type of inflation, and then started explaining other types. And then people started arguing against me. And then that guy said that that is the definition of inflation, which it's not. The definition is just that the value of the dollar goes down. That's so then I started giving examples, and then people started acting like my examples were bullshit. So I pulled up the definition to show that my examples are not bullshit, and that this is like basic inflation. It's just the value of your dollar went down. So that's what inflation is. Like, that's it. It's pretty simple. So yeah. I don't I'm still waiting for Mr. Johnson to give me an example of how I strawmanned the argument, but it doesn't look like he's going to answer, because yeah, this is how it goes, which is another example, guys, for why I demand people jump into the waiting room so that I have somebody there to actually answer. Tom, my original statement that brought this into topic was that when they say we can do both, they can do both by printing more money or stealth taxing the American people. Well, again, there's other ways that we make money. Like, there's other ways that we make money that is not tax dependent nor inflationary. That we just talked about the other day when Elon Musk was walking around like a fucking retard saying that all government spending is inflation. All government spending is inflation. All government spending is either inflation or taxes. It's just not true, because there's a very important thing called treasury bonds, where yes, this is not inflationary, and puts more money in our government's pockets. So all right. I think we got a little bit more of this left, and then we're going to move on.
If we do have an interest in the other side of the world, or close to home, then not only ought we to get involved, we ought to do it in the most efficient possible manner. Which brings us to point number 3. When America's interests are on the table, all measures and means necessary to achieve those interests are on the table. That is why President Trump has been hyper-consistent in his application of foreign policy. Contrary to popular left-wing opinion that he's sort of throwing darts at a board or something, that is not true at all. President Trump wants America's allies to be strong enough to stand on their own. President Trump wants to make sure that America's enemies are in retreat. Why? Because anything else wouldn't be America winning, and President Trump wants America to win.
So just real quick, I'm going to look at this a bit more, because from what I understood, of the $300 billion that was printed, my understanding is that the majority of that was just reprinting. It was not inflationary. That by far the majority of this, like I'm talking like 80, 90%, from my understanding, was non-inflationary printing, meaning that they're taking old dollars that have been in rotation for too long, or are too messed up, or are too are ripped or, have drawings on them, stuff like that. They're taking them out of rotation and putting new bills in to replace them. And so, can't hear the audio again. It's there. So what the problem right now, Wrestling, is that you probably have like one earbud in. For some reason, this video is only playing in the left side. This video is only playing in the left side. So it doesn't have a, mono? It doesn't, I think it's mono that plays like one audio. This has two, so I can show you here. It has two. It's playing two, left and right, but it's only playing on the left side. Same, I can hear the audio. Okay, well, yeah, it sounds like it's only you that doesn't hear it then. But yes, if you only have one earbud in, it's the mono channel and you're broadcasting stereo, correct? So this is, well, it's not even that. It's, if it was mono, it would just have both of them at the same rate. So because I'm in stereo, it would put it on both sides and just keep it at both sides at the exact same rate. There would be no difference, which is what most channels do. Most channels have a mono, and so they're exactly the same on both the left and the right. But this one has stereo. It's just only playing it through the left.
And then there's the American dream. Now, the American dream has sort of been perverted in the United States over the course of the last few decades. But I think it's a pretty obvious dream. It's a dream to get married, to have kids, to be able to live in a community that worships the God that you love, to be able to build a business that you want to build and make that business successful and hire other people, to give charity, to stand up for your country. Right? These are all the things that are elements of the American dream.
So yeah, you can see, if it's only playing on one side, that means that it's recorded in stereo. It's just only recording the left side for some reason. So, question, do you keep your old live streams on your channel? Yes. Yes, I do.
They were always the American dream. And yet we were told that the American dream is weird.
Tom, can you bring Korvek on? I want to hear him say dumb shit. The last 2 times I brought him on and gave him an attempt, he literally just didn't say anything and just fucked around the entire time. And I kicked him off the first time. Then he begged to come back on, said that he would engage, so I brought him back on again. And then again, he just fucked around the entire time and I kicked him off again. He literally will not say anything. He just trolls the whole time, so. I was dying laughing on your live stream during the election. Why? What about it? That I was like marching around in a Trump hat and saying that I voted for Trump or some shit? This is what the liberal dude that was yelling at you? There wasn't a guy who was yelling at me, but there was a guy who was like very like black. He was very like black pilled and like doomsday, like, this is it, man. It's all over. We're done, man. This is it. We're totally fucked, man. This is the end. We're fucking killed, man. We're toast. There was that guy. He wasn't yelling at me. He was just yeah, but he was very upset. If that's, yeah, I think you're talking about Jola.
We were told that all of this was weird. I've never seen a bigger political misstep than the entire Democrat media human centipede declaring that J.D. Vance was weird. Okay, the vice president-elect is the least weird person I have ever personally met.
Really? So, it's interesting, because you guys run around saying that, like, Kamala and Biden called Trump Hitler and all this shit, which never happened. They never said this. I can't find a single Democratic lawmaker who's ever called Trump Hitler. But J.D. Vance did call Trump Hitler. He is the one lawmaker I know of that actually did call Trump Hitler. And you guys throw a fit about this. Like, it's such an insane thing to say, such a horrible thing to say. Oh, how could they? Oh, this is so horrible. Oh, man. And then, yeah, it turns out he's the only one who did it. It's just him. We're going to make Tom the official ambassador to Greenland. Maybe mayor of Libville, the first city where we build for progressives only. What the fuck? I will kick them all out. I don't want any fucking progressives in my city. Fuck that shit. I heard her and him. Well, Starlight, if you want to hop on, we'll go over it. You're wrong. Well, biggest dickus, if you want to hop on, we'll go over it. But you won't. Y'all never do. Because you wrong. Y'all just make shit up. Y'all just like to say shit. Y'all just like fucking programmed bots. Somebody programmed your dumbass to go around saying shit, and so you say it. Trump increased the M2 money supply by 45%, so he's guilty of doing this too. But Biden increased it by 10%. Increasing the money supply alone doesn't cause inflation, though. Well, right, that's what I was saying. Wait, that's what I was saying. Wait, that's literally what I was saying. What the fuck? That's the whole thing that I was saying. That's the whole thing that I was saying. That the whole time. That's what I was saying. What? What just happened? The whole time what I was saying was that, yes, it's not just increasing the money alone. She didn't. Wait, Mr. Johnson, hold on. I asked you a couple of questions and I haven't gotten answers to them yet. Why are you back chatting again? Why are you back chatting again? You didn't answer my questions. The last thing you said was, no, it isn't. He's strawmanning the argument. Search, does printing more money cause inflation? I've said numerous things to you about this argument. You still haven't replied to that. What the fuck? What are you doing, Mr. Johnson? Biggest Dickus said, the cops. Oh, the cops called him Hitler. Damn.
That is the most bizarre statement. They trotted out the human inflatable Tim Walz to flail his arms like he's in a car lot off the side of a freeway and pretend that it was masculinity when apparently he has no bones in his wrists.
Thank you, President Trump. You're the bravest of them all. Flaws and all. Damn, dude. I feel bad for you. What fucking horrible father figure did you grow up with? Shit. When did you finish stripping? It was like the 6th or 7th kid?
And somehow
with a name like
he
Starlight.
Wasn't weird. They trotted out Doug Emhoff, who, may or may not have assaulted some ex-girlfriends. A question that the media were totally uninterested in investigating, of course. They trotted out Doug Emhoff. I have personal irritation with Doug Emhoff. Of everybody in the Biden orbit, I hate Doug Emhoff the most.
Doug Emhoff almost sounds like something that you would go to like a Walmart customer service desk person and say, hey, can you page my friend? I've lost him. I can't find him. His name is Doug Emhoff. They'd be like, I don't even know what that's supposed to sound like, but no. No, I am not saying that shit. Go try to fuck with somebody else, dude. I'm not saying that over the fucking loudspeaker. No, I am not. Thank God his name wasn't Jack. Mr. Johnson! Mr. Johnson! Your name being Mr. Johnson makes me feel like I'm a fucking teacher right now. Mr. Johnson! You have not responded to my allegations about you calling what I said a straw man, good sir. Am I going to have to call your parents? Mr. Johnson?
Right, just as a Jew, he drops me up a wall. He drives me up a wall. Doug Emhoff represents Judaism like Osama bin Laden represents Christianity. Okay? In any case, they tried out these guys, and they're like, this is the new masculinity. And J.D. Vance, that weirdo with his picture-perfect family and his beautiful wife and his nice kids, living in a nice house, having grown up in really, really horrifying circumstances. You should read his great book, Hillbilly Elegy. And then having built companies, gone to Yale Law School, served in the military. Like, he is the apotheosis of what the American dream looks like, the vice president-elect. And some of them are like, that guy's weird. Here's the thing. We are now in the middle of a normie revolution. Okay, because it turns out a lot of us are normies. A lot of us just want a quiet, good life where we build things and we get to engage in the greatest economy in the history of the world, and we get to live secure in our own.
But instead, you voted Trump in. 4 years, didn't really have any good economic policies. Almost all of them ended up in net negatives, and he was able to just coast off of good economies that other greater men built. Fucking crazy that that's the direction you decided to go in. So, what date is this? This is from 7 days ago. It's just a waste of time unless you are new to his clown. Get nothing out of listening to him. Well, I get a lot out of listening to him. And I say we should listen to more of him. That's why I am bringing to you today, for the very first time ever, a video that I meant to watch a long time ago and I never got to watching. I'm sure somebody's going to come in here in a little bit and tell me that I already watched this video, and apparently I was just totally way too trashed and just don't remember it. But yeah, read the 10 Commandments repeatedly. I've read them repeatedly. Probably more than your dad chose not to teach them to you. So my nose hairs are getting too long, so I gotta trim those motherfuckers real quick. They're itching the hell out of my nose. I'm an old man. If only the fucking hair in my nose grew on my head instead, I would be so much better off. If I could just get that shit to just go up there, just somehow. Get it up there. Be much better off. I totally did that on purpose.
From the Free Press, this is Honestly, and I'm Barry Weiss. There are no perfect political candidates, but what do you do when both candidates are not just imperfect, but deeply flawed and, according to half of the country, disqualified?
We love this guy. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
You were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years.
Well, he also said that he didn't have to follow the fucking Constitution, that he was going to get rid of that he didn't have to follow any of the articles, even those found in our great Constitution. The motherfucker, dude. Like, you guys are just so brainwashed to the point that you would actually vote for somebody who is straight up anti-Constitution. Like, not only did he already engage in a fucking coup, not only did he already fucking, try to steal the election, lie about losing the election, has 80-something fucking charges on his record. But then, yes, he says he's going to be a dictator on day one, and that he doesn't have to follow the Constitution, and y'all still vote for him. And then y'all brag about it, too. You're like, yeah, haha, you lost, suck it. It's like, why would you brag about that, dude? I would be so embarrassed, but you got to be in some kind of fucking cult to be that fucking nuts.
Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Well, there was a lot that was done, but there's more to do, Anderson. And I'm pointing out things that need to be done. that haven't been done but need to be done.
We did great in 2016. A lot of people don't know we did much better in 2020.
I don't understand. They're playing like horrific things from Trump. And then they're playing some horrific shit from Trump. And then they're not playing like the stuff from Kamala is just like just bland shit. Like the fact that they're playing these side by side just showing like how horrific Trump is with the bad shit that he says versus how bland the shit she says is, that's like somehow supposed to be in comparison to this. It's actually insane that they would play these side by side like this as though they can be compared whatsoever. This is wild.
We won. We did win.
Oh shit.
It was a rigged election. It was a rigged election.
Is there something you can point to in your life, political life or in your life in the last 4 years, that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
I mean, I've made many mistakes, and they range from, you know, if you've ever parented a child, you know you make lots of mistakes too. In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
Yeah, you should feel compelled to answer a question then. Maybe feel a little bit, maybe try feeling more compelled to answer that question. Maybe try feeling a little bit more compelled to answer that one. For some reason, you didn't feel all that compelled that time. MW with another $2. He said, you are now under my genjutsu. Huh. Genjutsu. Genjutsu is a ninja technique that uses chakra to create illusions and manipulate a target's senses. Oh shit. Are you the one that's making my fucking nose itch?
We are just 1 week away from a presidential election that will decide if the next 4 years are helmed by Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. I know a lot of people who are still undecided. Some of them work here at the...
Tom, I will not move on. Wait, what did I strawman? Hold on. I wasn't even saying that you accused me of strawmanning. I said the other guy did. What did I what did I strawman? What the fuck? What are you talking about? Your camera. I'm clipping my fucking nose hairs. I said I was going to clip my nose hairs. I said I was clipping them. I'm not going to do it on fucking stream, okay? But I was... Alright? I'm grooming. Chill. At Joa. Is Joa here? Joa America, God bless. The channel name now is Joa Talks Politics. Okay. Yeah, there was a period where I used to say, my show name is Tom Foolery because a great man once said that to talk politics and philosophy is tomfoolery. And I always said that with people, expecting people to say, oh, really? Who said that? But they would be like, oh, that's cool. Okay. That makes sense why you named your channel that then. But nobody ever asked. Nobody, I would have said that I said it, but nobody ever asked. And so I just didn't ever get to do the joke. I found your original channel, Tom. Tom Foolery. Did you? Yeah, it was a long time ago. But yeah, there was I really, like I've always said, kind of. I had a friend. The two of us were supposed to make a channel. Our girlfriends were sitting there talking about the fact that, like, when they listen to us talk about politics, they enjoy listening to it, and that we should do a podcast together where we talk about politics more, and that more people would probably enjoy listening to it. So we were like, okay, cool, let's do it. So we started planning, and we started buying equipment, and we started getting everything ready. And then every time we were supposed to do a setup, like a practice test, he never showed up. Every single time, just didn't show up. And so eventually, I was like, yo, like, are you ever going to show up? And he's like, yeah, I got it. Like, just had some issues this time, blah, blah, blah. But I had told him, I was like, all right, well, I think I'm going to call it Tom Foolery. Is that okay? I don't want to just, like, name it after myself, but I do feel like so far it's looked like I've bought all the mics, I've bought all the cameras, I've bought all the equipment, I've done all the research, I've done all the shit. Like, and I wanted to name it something with a good, like, play on the name. And so my name's Tom. So I just went with Tom Foolery, and he's like, yeah, that works for me. But then he never showed up ever. So yeah, I just went with Tom Foolery then. So initially it was called the Tom Foolery Podcast, eventually changed to the Tom Foolery Show. But I could have named it other things. It's just that the other names with Tom in them aren't that great. Like, Peeping Tom was probably, it wasn't one that I was really interested in. I didn't want to do Peeping Tom as much. And then Uncle Tom, also just not really doing what it is that I was looking for. Should have went with Weasel with Daddy Issues. Oh yeah, Zermillion, why don't you hop on and we'll go over whatever issues you have. How about that? See, for those of us who don't have daddy issues, we were taught to be like men, to have a spine, to engage with our problems head on, not to be like little bitch boy keyboard warriors who just sit and whine and complain for very long periods of time, refusing to do anything about it. That's what those of us with dads learned. Interesting.
The free press. These undecided voters have just one presidential debate to reference, and as my friends at Open Debates said in a Wall Street Journal op-ed recently, I can confidently state that we haven't yet seen a real presidential debate this year. Debates have devolved into political theater with combative candidates, biased media, agenda-driven moderators, and a fixation on social media soundbites. This structure fails to deliver the substance voters need. So today, I'm here without the pageantry, the makeup, or the muted mics to host not Trump versus Kamala, though the invitation, if you guys are watching, is still very much open, but two very smart people who represent each side of the choice that we are going to make a week from today. Sam Harris, unrelated to Kamala Harris, is a neuroscientist, philosopher, best-selling author, and host of the essential podcast Making Sense. Today, he will explain why he is voting.
We're talking about you here, not me, and I'm not taking advice on how to be a man from a liberal. That's the definition of counterproductive. Yeah, but the point is that you feel that way, and I get it. You keep telling me about your feelings. Almost every single comment from you is about your feelings. And again, maybe if you had a daddy or a mommy to listen to your feelings, you wouldn't be coming into my chat to kind of act like I'm your fucking therapist or some shit. Here, we debate politics. That's what we do here. And if you can't debate politics, maybe you should go fuck off somewhere and go back to your fucking OnlyFans girl. I'm sure she'll respond a little bit more nicely in a way that you'll appreciate. But Yes, if you're going to sit here and whine and cry in my chat the entire time, I'm going to respond. And over time, if you're just never able to back up anything that you say, we're going to get rid of you. So, man ranting about his feelings, not wants to talk about politics, LMAO. I'm glad I'm getting to you. Okay, well, good then. Have a good one.
For Harris. Sam has spoken passionately and consistently on this issue since Trump came onto the scene. He calls Trump, quote, the most dangerous cult leader on earth, and highlights Trump's character flaws. Things like how Trump was found liable for sexual abuse, how he mocked a disabled reporter, how he said John McCain wasn't a war hero, how he called veterans suckers and losers, and if I kept going on with examples here,
I don't think he just said that he wasn't a war hero, but I think he also said that he got shot and that only losers get shot, that if he had gone to war, he wouldn't have gotten shot. But Trump has gotten shot since then, which I'm blown away that we haven't found that clip again and played it, because, like, that should have been played over and over after he got fucking shot in the ear. That should have been all over the place. But on top of that, he did avoid going to war when he was younger. So yeah, it's a little weird that he would say any of that shit. Was it shot? I thought it was shot talking. Oh, maybe, yes, maybe you're right. Maybe it was captured. Okay, maybe, damn. That's probably why. Is that what it was? Maybe it was captured.
You know, it's a great applause line, and obviously they appreciate it. But referring to people as rapists, referring to John McCain, a war hero, 5.5 years as a POW, and you call him a dummy. Is that appropriate in running for president?
Okay,
Actually,
you got to let me speak, though, Frank, because you interrupt all the time, okay? So, no, I know him too well. That's the problem. Let's take John McCain. I'm in Phoenix.
this is 9 years ago, dude. He, like, the age that the first 4 years put on him, not just him, anybody, like a presidency's put so much age on people. But yes, like he is so different here. It's like looking at a different person.
We have a meeting that is going to have 500 people at the Biltmore Hotel. We get a call from the hotel. It's turmoil. Thousands and thousands of people are showing up. 3-4 days before, they're pitching tents on the hotel grass. The hotel says, we can't handle it. It's going to destroy the hotel. We move it to the convention center. We have 15,000 people. The biggest one ever, bigger than Bernie Sanders, bigger than 15,000 people showed up to hear me speak, bigger than anybody, and everybody knows it.
Everybody knows it.
A beautiful day with incredible people that were wonderful, great Americans, I will tell you. John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up, crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, you know, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, you know, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero.
He's a war hero.
He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Do you
He's a
agree
war
with
hero.
that?
He's a war hero because he was captured. Okay? You can have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but right now.
Yes, literally, yes. He was a war hero because he was captured. Yes, like, yes, if you get captured by the enemy and have to, like, deal with, like, torture and shit, yes, that generally makes you a war hero. But I guess from the guy who's trying to take away funding from the 9/11 responders, I wouldn't expect him to know what the fuck a hero looks like. Would not expect that guy to know what the fuck a hero is.
Now he said some very bad things about a lot of people. So what I said is, John McCain, I disagree with him that these people aren't crazy. And, very importantly, and I speak the truth, he graduated last in his class at Annapolis. So I said, nobody knows that. I said he graduated last or second to last. He graduated last in his class at Annapolis. And he was upset. I said, why, for telling the truth? See, you're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has. We have a lot of work to do. Frank, the other day, Hillary Clinton got up and she said, I didn't like Mr. Trump's tone. We have people, Christians, having their heads cut off in the Middle East. We have people dying all over the border, where I was right, 100% right. We have all of this, like medieval times, and she said, I didn't like his tone. And you know who else said that? Jeb Bush. I didn't like his tone. What does it have to do with tone? We want.
Yeah, the guy literally just doesn't understand communication. It's really weird. He doesn't get it. Yet, he'll tell people all the time, you are so disrespectful, okay? I have never been talked to in such a way. All the time. Over the fucking tone. All the time.
Want results. This group wants results.
Shut the fuck up. We're done.
We'd be here all day. For him, the biggest issue is January 6th and what he says was Trump's refusal to commit to a peaceful transfer of power. Sam writes, quote, the spectacle of a sitting president refusing to commit to a peaceful transfer of power, culminating in an attack on the Capitol, remains the most shocking violation of political norms to occur in my lifetime.
Yes, the grossest thing that has happened in politics in my lifetime as well. Obviously, his lifetime has been longer than mine, so obviously it's, yeah, but damn, like, yes, one of the grossest things to happen, and the fact that he's trying to steal an election while doing it is just fucking amazing. Fucking amazing that anybody could ever vote for a guy like that again and call themselves a patriot.
So that's Sam Harris. On the other side, Ben Shapiro, lawyer, co-founder of The Daily Wire, best-selling author of many books, and host, of course, of The Ben Shapiro Show. Ben's going to explain why he's voting for Donald Trump. He argues that we were a better country.
Wait, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. To say John McCain is a war hero is retarded and just to disagree with Trump. No, it's not. Again, I didn't just say just John McCain. Everybody called John McCain a war hero before Trump was ever fucking around. You guys are so obsessed with Trump, dude. It's fucking TDS. Like, the amount of obsession you have with Trump. You think everything is about Trump, when instead, most people don't give a fuck about Trump as much as you do. They actually just care about the truth. But it had not, nobody stopped calling him a war hero until Trump said it. You guys are so fucking obsessed with Trump that you say it just to agree with Trump. But everybody called him a war hero until that. And then, yes, Trump came out and started saying this shit. Yes, he was called that before Trump. Yes, so it doesn't, so I'm not saying that just to disagree with Trump. That has nothing to do with my analysis. It's not relevant. He's touted as a war hero in a context that is hyper-war hawkish. Pursuits had more validity. I don't know what that means. because then his war hawk positions would seem more valid because, oh, he's a war hero. Okay, yeah, I don't think his positions on war are more or less valid based on this, but I would say that him being kidnapped and captured as like from enemy combatants, yes, I would say that that does make him a war hero. Yes, for sure.
Under Trump, and that Trump's policies make us freer, more prosperous, and safer.
Okay, we don't
He
care.
says that under the first Trump term, there were no hot wars, no inflation crisis, and far less traffic at the southern border. He makes the case that Trump is not going to be abandoned by the experts, but instead will delegate responsibilities to capable and trustworthy policymakers. He says that Kamala is incompetent and unqualified, and that radicalism defines her. I suspect if you're listening to the show, you know these two names and have listened to them many times before. And I don't think it's an over-exaggeration to say that Ben and Sam are two of the smartest, most influential, and most insightful voices on the American political scene today. Today, I ask Ben how he puts aside Trump's character, or at the very least how he contends with it, his efforts to subvert an American election, and his lack of inhibitions, especially in a future administration where he could have far less...
What happened to what you said earlier about him not being a hero because he got shot? I didn't hear that. Yeah, I already conceded that. Did you hear that? When I said, wait, earlier? When somebody else said, I don't think it was getting shot, I think it was getting kidnapped, and I said, oh yeah, I think you're right. Did you hear that? Or did you not hear that either? Did you miss that one too? Did you miss that? Because I'm sure conceding things isn't something that Trumpers know very well. They don't understand it very well. It's not a thing that they're able to comprehend. But most of the time, when other people are wrong, at least people with a backbone, a spine, morals, you know, those sorts of things, they will say, oh, I was wrong about that, or like acknowledge the other thing that they were wrong on. Didn't because I'm brushing my teeth and flossing, so I put my phone down. I'm not a Trumple, by the way, sorry. Okay, fair enough.
Guardrails. I ask Sam how he can support Kamala, who hasn't come out against the faction on the left that supports Hamas and Hezbollah. How can he support a candidate that's flip-flopped on her policy position so frequently, and even, as David Axelrod recently put it, goes to word salad city when asked simple questions? And I ask how each candidate stacks up on questions of democracy, the economy, the border, Israel, Iran, Russia, and Ukraine. All that plus much more. Stay with us. Sam Harris, Ben Shapiro, welcome to Honestly.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Great to be here. Great to see you both.
Really, really happy to have both of you. I guess I want to start by setting the table with the most basic and fundamental question, which is giving each of you the opportunity to make your pitch to listeners, which is the question of who you're voting for and why. Sam, let's start with you.
Well, I think it's no secret at this point that I'm not a fan of Donald Trump's. And I'm voting for Harris. I would, the truth is I would vote for almost anyone over Trump, right? So a lot of this conversation is going to be talking about why I think.
Ask Hillary about that conceding in 2016. I should. She's really good at it. She conceded the election literally the next day. Yeah, I would definitely ask Hillary about conceding. I wouldn't ask Trump because, yeah, here we are 4 years later, and I think he forgot. I think he just forgot to concede is what happened. I think it slipped his mind.
Trump has disqualified himself for the role of president, and I'm happy to talk about Harris as well. But I mean that really is the whole story for me. I mean, this is I would be voting against Trump with more or less anyone, because what I want really is normal politics, right? I mean, the fact that politics has taken up so much of our bandwidth of late, for 8 years, 9 years at this point, is a sign that something's wrong, right? And Trump is at the very center of that. So nothing I say in this conversation is going to come out of a feeling of my own partisanship. I happen to be registered as a Democrat, but I would vote for Mitt Romney at this point. I would campaign for Mitt Romney. I mean, a normal Republican would be absolutely fine with me. So most of what I have to say really has nothing to do with policy, even. Trump has announced some policies that I would disagree with, and we can talk about those. But the real issue for me is that Trump is the most divisive political figure to appear in my lifetime. And, we should get into the reasons for that. But whatever you think of Trump, right, even if you think he's great, you really can't deny that he brings out the worst in us.
He didn't dodge the draft, weak-minded one. He was rejected by the military for flat feet. We used to have standards to become a soldier until Biden and the Democrat Rainbow Coalition seized power. I don't know if Biden changed any of those standards, but the motherfucker. I can never... What's it called? Shit. Crap. How do I pull this up again? Because, yeah, according to this, Donald Trump avoided the military draft 5 times. But I can't read the article, so there might be, like, more information in there. I didn't say avoided the draft, by the way. I don't know if... I'm assuming they're talking to somebody else, because I didn't say that, but... Bone spurs, bruh? Yeah, I had bone spurs. They're fucking horrible. Uh, 50 years later, disagreements over young Trump's military academy record. From the moment 17-year-old Donald Trump was named a captain for his senior in New York Military Academy, he ordered the officers archive.ph. Okay. Donald Trump avoided the military draft 5 times, but it wasn't uncommon for young men from influential families to do so during the Vietnam War. President Donald Trump received military draft deferments 5 times, once for bad feet and 4 times for college. So once for bad feet. 1 time for bad feet, just to be clear. Trump paid a doctor to lie and say he had flat feet 5 times. Flat feet is a permanent affliction, but he seems to have been cured after there wasn't any chance of him being drafted again. Thanks in part to the deferments, he did not serve in Vietnam. The president has received criticism for dodging the draft, including from members of Congress. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, a Purple Heart recipient, once called him Cadet Bone Spurs. Oof. Eesh. Like Trump, many other young men from wealthy families found ways to avoid the draft. A young Donald Trump was seemingly in good health when he graduated from the University of Pennsylvania in 1968, as the United States was mired in one of the bloodiest years of the Vietnam War. The 22-year-old, who was 6 foot 2 inches tall and an athlete, had already avoided the military draft 4 times in order to complete his college education. But that spring, As he was set to graduate, he received a diagnosis that landed him a 5th draft deferment that would once again keep him out of Vietnam. Bone spurs. President Trump sat... Okay, so bone spurs is different from flat feet. Bone spurs is something that can go away. I had to get like cortisol shots in my feet for fucking bone spurs. And they are... Not only are the bone spurs painful, but the cortisol shots are fucking horrific, dude. Like it is insanely bad. Like, if you had bone spurs, that actually is a horrific fucking pain, dude. It is truly bad. Cortisone? Did I say cortisol? Cortisone. Yes, cortisone. Did I say cortisol? President Trump sat out the war and instead went on to join his father in business. The New York Times reported that the president, as a young man, said his heel spurs, which are protrusions caused by calcium buildup on the heel bone, made him unfit for service. Copen seethed Tom. LOL, this douche is still trying to cope. Dante's Cristo. When I'm literally reading something to defend Trump on something and you're still fucking whining and crying, you are on another level of fucking of brainwashed. Like, you are truly on a whole other fucking level. What do you want to say? He didn't have bone spurs? That it's a lie? He's too good for bone spurs? Are his feet too majestic to ever have been, to have bone spurs, and this is all fake news? Like, what is your argument? What are you crying about? Why are you fucking coping over this right now? What is the problem here? Dante's Christos. It's interference to your title. It's interference to my title. What do you mean? You are my title. You are... It's in reference to your title. Oh. Okay. Well, my title is in reference to you. So yeah, President Trump sat out the war and instead went on to join his father's business. In New York Times reported that President, as a young man, said his heel spurs, which are protrusions caused by calcium buildups on the heel bone, made him unfit for service. Heel spurs can be cured by stretching, orthotics, or surgery. The president said he never got surgery for the condition. Yeah, I never got surgery either. Over a period of time, it healed up, he said, according to the Times. The diagnosis came 2 years after Trump had been declared available for service and passed a physical exam. Yeah, I had to wear, when I was working in restaurants, I had to wear slip-resistant shoes all the time. And being on your feet for like 10 to 15 hours a day sometimes in slip-resistant shoes, they are not good for your feet. And it gets very, very, very fucking painful over time. And then, yes, once eventually I was in more of like a desk job sort of thing, I was able to get, what do you call it? Physical therapy and shit. They don't just heal up. No, bone spurs do not heal on their own. Once formed, they are considered permanent and typically required medical intervention to manage the pain, as they will not naturally disappear without surgical removal. No spontaneous resolution. Bone spurs, also called osteophytes, are bony growths that do not go away on their own. Pain management focused treatment for bone spurs primarily focuses on managing the pain they cause through methods like physical therapy, orthotics, medication, and lifestyle changes. So I did physical therapy, and I had to get shots in my fucking feet. But I never got surgery. In severe cases where the pain is significant and non-surgical treatments are ineffective, surgery may be considered to remove the bone spur, particularly when a patient has bone spurs on the spine. No, on the spine. Once formed, heel bone spurs are permanent. Surgically is the only way to remove a heel spur, since heel spurs usually don't hurt. Treating the condition that caused your heel spur should help ease your pain. Huh. I didn't know that. Inflammation at the bottom of the heel or the location where the spur is present. Because this was like in, I think like 2015, 2016 when I had them. Or when I thought I had them. Now I'm wondering if I was just, if I didn't have them, or if they just, because they keep saying the pain will go away. So why does the pain go away, but not the bone spurs? The feeling of a small bony bump on the bottom of or back of your heel, numbness, burning, and tingling in the nerves are impacted by the spur. Treatment for heel spurs associated with condition include exercise, custom-made orthotics, anti-inflammatory medications, and cortisone injections. That's if conservative treatments fail, surgery may be necessary. So I'm totally lost on what the fuck. Does the inflammation just go away, but the spur is still there? Yeah, the bone spurs never go away, and having surgery, they can still grow back after surgery. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Right? He brings out the worst in both his friends and his enemies. And Bret Stephens wrote a piece on this recently. So more than anything, I just want this experience of continuous political emergency to end, right? I want that to be behind us. And from my point of view, Kamala Harris, whatever her weaknesses as a candidate, would be just a much-needed return to normal politics, right? And this is, of course, this assumes that if Trump loses, he's not running again in 4 years, right? I mean, then I think that it keeps the emergency alive. But I mean, for all its flaws, the Democratic Party is a normal political party, and the Republican Party is now a cult of personality, which I consider to be actually dangerous. So, that's really my main concern. I don't think any of this gets better until Trump gets out of politics.
And to just draw a line under it, let's say the election.
Even Trump getting out of politics isn't going to fix the issue. The issue has to be fixed through education. Like, most of the issues that we currently have within politics is because people don't understand normal logical thought processes. They don't understand what it means to question something. They don't understand what it means to be critical. They don't understand what it means to research. They don't understand fallacies. They don't understand, like even just understanding our own, like, political system, right? Vibes-based epistemology. Exactly. It is all very much vibes-based. And so they'll look at something and say, was this before the election? No, this is a month ago. Oh, wait. Yes, it was. Okay, October 29th. Yep. It's before the election. So, yeah. So, like one of the main things that people say that is just wild to me is the government is corrupt, right? And they'll say the government, and then they'll say Democrats and Republicans are the same. Both parties are the same. They're both corrupt. They're both just, there for private interests. They're both there just for corporations, shit like that, right? While there are outside interests that exist that are influential for people, to call these corruptions is a bit of a stretch. And then when people look at things like the government as one body that is moving towards like one goal, working together as one thing, this is the worst misunderstanding of politics that currently exists within our country. It is the biggest issue with civics currently in the United States, that they think the government is a thing. That the government wants this. The government wants you to believe that. The government is trying to do this. And so it's not really, like, nothing can ever work that way in the government, but it's not, yes, it's not a body doing a thing. Is it really insane for a third-party voter to think the two main parties are very similar and back corporate interests? As far as the backing of corporate interests, I would still say yes. As far as like a third-party voter, sure, they have what we call shit. What is the phrase that I use for this again? Y'all help me out here. It's shit, fuck. What is the phrase that I say for this thing? It's Overton depth perception. So yes, because of the Overton depth perception, because it's somebody that's so different from these two parties, that, no, I don't say pastrami. Thing that is. That's not what I call it. Normally. I might have before. Pastrami, and it's not pastrami and meatballs either. No. JW, this dude is a genius. We have another JW here. But you are not her. Spaghetti and meatballs, pasta fazool. What is happening right now? Salami. What is going on? What's happening to my chat? Are we just guessing pasta? I have no idea what the fuck is happening right now. I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about at this point. I'm starving now. You guys are making me fucking hungry.
Shit. Was between Mitt Romney and Kamala Harris. Would you be voting for Mitt Romney or Kamala Harris?
Well, honestly, at this point, I would probably vote for Romney, but that really should not give any indication of...
I said numerous times that, yeah, if Romney was running, or if, like, George Bush was running or something like that, I would have voted for them over Harris.
How fully I favor Harris over Trump. I mean, I'm all in for Harris, right? I've given her money. I'm going to be honest about what I think her flaws are as a candidate.
Yeah, I said over and over. I didn't like Harris as a candidate for many reasons, but yeah, I said I would have voted for a zucchini over Trump, and I hate zucchini. I don't like vegetables in the first place, and I definitely don't like fucking zucchini.
But I mean, there's just, my preference is as large as it could conceivably be. But I think Ben and I and you and I agree about many of the problems in the Democratic Party. And yes, I would view a normal Republican as a corrective to that. But I don't view Trump as a corrective to that. I'm sure we'll get into this. But I think everything that Ben and I worry about on the left.
You are retarded. Wait, you just said I was a genius. I'm going with the first one. You think I'm a genius. I'm sticking with that.
Left gets worse under 4 more years of Trump.
Ben, let's go to you.
Sure,
Obviously, you're not voting for Kamala Harris.
Sarcasm? Oh, you saying I was retarded is sarcasm. That's what I thought.
Notice, yes. So obviously I'm coming at this from precisely the opposite point of view. I've given money to President Trump. I've campaigned with President Trump. I brought President Trump to Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson's Ohel on October 7th, where he met with hostage families. So I'm very involved in this campaign. So I'm going to use a bit of a different model. I think that Sam is coming from the point of view that Trump is preemptively disqualified from the race. Just period, start to finish, we're done. And that ends the calculation. For me, the question is, were you better off in 2019 or are you better off in 2024? And the way that I view this political race is that basically you have this strainer that is American politics. That's the political system that involves the constitutional checks and balances. It involves the back and forth of politics. It involves the rhetoric. And what goes into the strainer is what the candidate brings to the table. And very often that's rhetoric, that's policy, that's staffing. That's all the mess that whatever candidate.
Okay, it's time for me to lose myself in some Slither, all right? If this is y'all's first time here, appreciate you joining. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. I am a professional Slither player. I am the greatest Slither player on the entire planet. This is what everybody's here to watch. Sometimes I enjoy listening to politics while I play Slither, but I am just doing politics or listening to the news, shit like that, while I get my Slither playing time in. According to my contracts, I have to get at least a couple hours in every single day, and so I am here to play Slither, but have fun, y'all. Wait, why are you leaving? What the hell? You've been gone. Your last message is, I've been gone for a week. I don't know what's going on. I'm totally lost. And then now that you're here, you're like, okay, well, I'm out. See you later. Tom, go through the Matt Gaetz ethics report. Play with us. Also, that's what I was going to say, is if you guys want to come and enjoy with me, I am going to be in server 7870. So, yeah, it sucks here. Why does it suck here? This is the greatest place on the fucking planet. I don't want to go over the report myself because I don't want to have to read, but is there somebody who goes over it that I can just listen to?
If, like me, you struggle with your weight, then stick around until the end of this video. Lumen, the world's first metabolic things on my docket of videos. We're going to start with this from CBS News. They have obtained a copy, an early copy, the rest of it, I guess, is going to be released today to the public, of Matt Gaetz, the final verdict on Matt Gaetz' ethics violations. And what is contained within, I'm going to play a quick summation from CBS News, and then I'm going to read from this article that really goes into a little bit.
Okay, we'll play that.
Now this here is Tyler Oliveira, YouTuber.
We're going to watch some stuff on this, this Tyler Oliveira guy. I don't know who he is, but this is some sort of like expose video on him. So we're gonna watch that. Let me X out of some of these tabs. I've literally got like 5 billion tabs up right now. Literally 5 billion. Shit. I just X'd out of what we were just watching.
If, like me, you... That's probably not going to be too much. You know, oftentimes I wake up on a Monday wondering what I'm going to talk about, and especially leading into a holiday, Christmas being Wednesday, and I think to myself, that's probably not going to be too much. Today was not such a day. All kinds of things on my docket of videos. We're going to start with this from CBS News. They have obtained a copy, an early copy, the rest of it, I guess, is going to be released today to the public, of Matt Gaetz, the final verdict on Matt Gaetz' ethics violations. And what is contained within, I'm going to play a quick summation from CBS News, and then I'm going to read from this article that really goes into a little bit more detail. It's not...
Wait, Glenn who? Who's Glenn? Wait, the bald guy?
Not just ethics violations. Obviously, it's a violation of ethics to have sex with a child, obviously. But the findings of the Republican-led ethics committee doesn't leave much wiggle room for Matt Gaetz' future. And it also raises the question of...
Oh yeah, the bald guy.
So friends, CBS News just reported some of the details in the Matt Gaetz House Ethics Committee report. And now we know more about exactly what kind of person Donald Trump wanted to install as his Attorney General.
Yeah, somebody to enforce justice. We want a very just man to enforce justice. Somebody who's never been a prosecutor in his entire life to be over all of the prosecutors. So made a whole lot of sense. The whole thing, just brilliant idea. But yes, we have gotten more and more from this administration. So far, everybody was afraid after the red wave that Donald Trump's MAGA loyalists were all going to take over and allow him to get away with whatever he wanted. And we have seen so far that that is not the case with the rejection of the funding, the budget that Trump and Elon Musk wanted in, with the approval of the delay on the government shutdown, with the rejections of some of his picks for his cabinet. So far, we have seen a lot of Congress showing that they are not going to go along with these things. Now, so far, it's a good sign, that checks and balances are still going to work within government, and that they're not a bunch of partisan hacks that are just going to do whatever they're told by a cult. But they haven't all taken office yet. So a lot of the people who got voted in on November 5th have not gotten in yet. And so when Trump takes over, a lot of those people who are holding the line and making the difference right now could be gone and could no longer be there to make that difference. So we'll see. But currently, there is a good sign that checks and balances and American democracy is still at play as of right now.
Let's talk about that, because justice matters. Hey all, Glenn Kirshner here. Well, friends, it looks like CBS News broke the story about some of what is contained in the Matt Gaetz House Ethics Committee report. And we're going to read some of that CBS News article now. As you listen to it, I would ask you to please keep two questions in mind. One, what information about Matt Gaetz was House Speaker MAGA Mike Johnson so desperate to conceal from the American people and from the voters of Florida? And two, exactly what kind of person did Donald Trump believe was the right person to be Attorney General?
It seems like it's always the right who's trying to hide information from everybody. Isn't it like, I could be wrong. It's just in my own like anecdotal thoughts on this and my own like experiences, just thinking back on like all the times that I've heard, they're trying to conceal this, blah blah blah. It feels like it's just always them just trying to hide shit. And like it feels like it's always the right who's always saying like, this information should be free. Like if they're trying to hide something, this is election interference and blah blah blah. But then Donald Trump, like during one of his court hearings said all of the evidentiary information through the hearings should be hidden. It should not be made public. Nobody should know about what's happening in the court and what's coming out in these hearings until after the election. Because if they found out what was going on here, that would be election interference. It's like, wait, okay, so now telling the truth and not hiding things is election interference. Okay? And then when it came to like, drone bombings, like it was always a thing where drone bombings were supposed to be public record. Everybody was supposed to be able to see them. We were supposed to know how often they happened and where they were happening and everything. And Donald Trump made it to where they were no longer public record and they were able to hide drone bombings. When it came to Donald Trump's report on the Russiagate stuff, Donald Trump got his DOJ at the time to hide the entire thing and redact like 90% of it. And then kind of misrepresented it to the people over and over, pretending it said things that it did not say. The whole, it says that they were spying on the Trump campaign. And then later, he had to come back and be like, oh, yeah, probably shouldn't have said spying. Maybe that was a poor choice of words. Maybe I'll refrain from using the word spying in the future. I probably shouldn't have said that. Yeah. It's always them that's kind of hiding shit from everybody. And then acting like everything's being hidden from them. The government's so corrupt, blah, blah, blah. But then when they're like, when Trump and his team's literally saying, yes, we're hiding this from everybody. They're like, well, yeah, we didn't actually care anyways. All the crimes that he's committed, all of the shit that he's done, he's literally said over and over, he could go out and shoot somebody and he wouldn't lose a single voter over it. So why would we care what he does?
United States. Who did Donald Trump intend to inflict on the American people? With those two questions in mind, here is some of the new reporting from CBS News. Headline: Matt Gaetz' ethics report says his drug use and sex with a minor violated state laws. And that article begins: former Representative Matt Gaetz, a Florida Republican who briefly stood to become President-elect Donald Trump's nominee to be Attorney General, was found by congressional ethics investigators to have paid numerous women, including a 17-year-old girl, for sex and to have purchased and used illegal drugs in...
This dude is a mental midget. JW, if you'd like to hop on. If you are not a mental midget, if you happen to be a mental adult, and you also have a backbone, you have a spine, you're capable of standing behind your own words, you're capable of articulating them in a way that actually makes sense. If you're not a coward, if you have balls, If you have a dad that didn't abandon you when you were a little kid, leave you having absolutely no idea what it's like to be a real man, then today is your day, good sir. I don't see STD use caps. My balls are in your mouth. Well, then come on over here and let's enjoy them in my mouth together. Join the Discord. The link is in the description.
Including from his Capitol Hill office, according to a final draft of a comprehensive investigative report obtained by CBS News. Those were among the findings of the long-running investigation by the House Ethics Committee into Gates, which concluded the former Florida congressman violated multiple state laws related to sexual misconduct while in office. Quote, the committee determined there is substantial evidence that Representative Gates violated House rules and other standards of conduct.
How would they find any of this out? They're able to do like investigations on things, regardless of whether or not the person wanted to press charges, right? So like at the time that things like this happen, lots of times it seems, I think something like 70% of like sexual assaults and rapes and crap like that don't get reported to the police, and then later those people sometimes can come out and speak. Generally, I'm not in favor of that sort of shit. Like, if people aren't willing to go forward and say something under oath, then I don't think that we should take much of what they have to say very seriously. But in this case, depending on who's doing the investigation, if the FBI does the investigation, you legally just aren't allowed to lie to the FBI while they're investigating something, even if there's not a criminal, even if there's not like a criminal charge that's likely to come from it. You're still not allowed to lie to the FBI while they're investigating something. So fuck. I almost got that guy. You're a loser. You lost. No, I fucking won. You're still in chat. I'm here waiting on you. Join the Discord. Join the waiting room. I'm here waiting on you, J-Dubs. You got a lot to say. I want to hear it. I'm here to learn. I'm a student. I am here to understand people. I want to know what it is that's got your panties in a wad. I'm a big fan of panties. Dude, that looks like a 2 in yellows. Can I finish it off and just... Okay, did I make it? Did I make the 2? No, I did not. No, I did not.
Prohibiting prostitution, statutory rape, illicit drug use, impermissible gifts, special favors or privileges, and obstruction of Congress. The 37-page report concludes. Gates resigned from Congress in November after Trump announced plans to nominate him for Attorney General, but facing opposition from some fellow...
Oh, damn. I didn't know. I thought they said that. I thought they said that he resigned as soon as he got the nomination. And then when he didn't get it, I didn't hear anybody talking about the fact that he already resigned, so he's kind of fucked. I didn't hear anybody talking about that. So I thought I was just totally confused on what happened. So he did resign. Damn. FBI can't prove I've lied to them either. What do you mean they can't prove it? Like, when we talk about proof in a legal sense, we do it like beyond a reasonable doubt, and you go to court for it, and then it's decided whether or not beyond a reasonable doubt you've lied. That's how the law works. Yes, he resigned to try to dodge this shit. So he resigned because he didn't want the reports coming out. Huh. I thought he resigned just because he got the nomination. And so he was like, well, I can't be a congressman and, head of the DOJ at the same time. I'm out of here, suckers. Later. Didn't he resign to try to stop them from releasing the report? Yeah, that's what Mantis just said. Yeah, I couldn't remember, but yep, they released that shit no ways. So here we go. He ain't screwed. He got voted by his people to serve in the next Congress, which starts on January 5th. Okay. So even though he resigned, he's still able to go back in because he won the next election. Okay. Damn. Yeah, well, after this, I don't know if he's going to be able to. I mean, it's possible he could just get completely impeached over this shit. And yeah, whether you're Republican or Democrat, it's not going to look good if you don't vote to impeach the fucking pedophile guy.
Republicans, Gates withdrew from consideration a week later. The release of the ethics report, expected Monday, brings to a close, at least for now, Gates' incendiary tenure on Capitol Hill, where he became one of the most vocal and provocative members of the pro-Trump faction.
Yeah, wasn't he the reason that the last House, I forget the name of it, but like the head of the House got taken out? I'm blanking on his name, but there was, I remember like all the Republicans I know being super pissed off about Gates ousting the last McCarthy. Yes. Yeah. Wasn't he the reason that McCarthy, yeah, Speaker of the House. Thank you, Freddie. Wasn't he the reason that McCarthy got taken off Speaker of the House and they just voted in somebody else? I remember, yeah, all the Republicans I knew were pissed at him. They're like, he's a rich little snob whose daddy does everything for him. And his dad made it to where they got rid of McCarthy because he didn't like him. His dad's going to do everything he asks him to. I don't know if any of that's true. I just know that that's what they were saying.
In Congress. Gates has denied any improper conduct and asserted the claims were a smear invented by his political enemies. The committee said the congressman refused to sit for sworn testimony, though he did submit written answers to some of the committee's questions. The report gives fresh voice to allegations of misconduct that have circulated around Gates for years, in spite of his firm denials. It draws on testimony from witnesses who told the committee they were paid to have sex with Gates, text messages discussing the transactions, and Venmo and PayPal receipts.
That was slick.
Among the report's most lurid findings were the allegations of sex and drug-fueled parties and travel, including a 2018 trip to the Bahamas, where witnesses say he took ecstasy and had sex with 4 women.
Based, I don't know. I don't know, dude. This report's making me start to like him a little bit. I don't know. Fucking ecstasy and then sex with 4 women. What the fuck? He's a fucking beast. I'm starting to like this guy. Oh, hearsay. All right. We'll see. Yeah. Maybe I'll leave it. Maybe I'll leave it alone for a little bit. I don't know. starting to become a fan.
From 2017 to 2020, Representative Gates made tens of thousands of dollars in payments to women that the committee determined were likely in connection with sexual activity and/or drug use, noted the report, which lists payments totaling more than $90,000 to 12 different women. The committee said it also received testimony that at a 2017 party, Gates twice had sex with victim A, who was 17 years old at the time and had just completed her junior year in high school. Quote, victim A recalled receiving $400 in cash.
So wait, these are straight from the people. Okay, Google. Define hearsay.
Here's the definition of hearsay. Information received from other people that one cannot adequately substantiate. Rumor.
Okay. This is from other people. So yeah, maybe I'm thinking of something else instead of hearsay. But yeah, I thought we wouldn't really call like getting it from the first person hearsay. But we would call it, yeah, like witness testimony instead. Because I thought if it came from like a secondary source, they say, yes, I heard this from that person that he did this, then we would call it hearsay. Yeah, like secondhand. Yeah.
Cash from Representative Gates that evening, which she understood to be payment for sex, the committee wrote. Victim A said that she did not inform Representative Gates that she was under 18 at the time, nor did he ask her age.
Oh.
In his written responses to the committee, Gates denied having sex with a minor.
Okay, that's very different though. Like, still illegal, still bad, but that's very different. That's very, very different. Like, if he didn't know that she was a minor, and sure, he didn't ask, it's probably good to ask, but that's still very, very different. Unless there's like some reason we think he knew. Like, did he... Bro, how do you not ask? Sure, like, it's probably good. Yeah, it's good to ask. Like, and legally, it doesn't matter if they, like, it doesn't matter. Even if the minor lies to you, legally, you're still fucked. Like, the minor can literally show you a fake ID, and you're still liable. Ooh.
The Department of Justice previously investigated Gates for violating sex trafficking.
If they could have proved it, he would have been charged. Depending on, like, I don't remember the year that it happened, but it depends. It depends on the jurisdiction that it happened in. Because, yes, it sounds like some of these are happening in what sounds like other countries. I thought they said the Bahamas for some of this, so maybe that's still... But yeah, if it happened in a different jurisdiction, it matters whether or not there's still... It's within the time limit for them to... I'm blanking on words right now. I'm super tired, and yeah, not... As I said earlier, I'm not feeling well, but I mean, would you ask someone you met in a bar if they are old enough to have sex? Not saying that's the same in this case. Yeah, probably not. Like, right. Like, if you're drinking with somebody at a bar, you assume they're at least 21. But I think normally you would ask. Like, I think normally you ask anyways. Whereas in this case, yeah, they said he didn't even ask. And yeah, I'm wondering if there's any evidence that's going to come out later where they say, like, no, he specifically asked for somebody underage or something like that. I'm going to rewind it a little bit because I need to hear some of that again. I just need to find, like, a safe space. I need a safe space, guys. Of course, I'm a liberal, and I want everybody to have a safe space to be able to rewind their YouTube videos. Okay.
Witnesses say he took ecstasy and had sex with 4 women. From 2017 to 2020, Representative Gates made tens of thousands of dollars in payments to women that the committee determined were like.
If she was also Asian, right? Right? That's what I'm saying. What if she was Asian? Like, although, I guess if she was Asian, that probably would give more reason to ask, though, right? Like because Asians look younger, generally, that would make it to where you're just more likely to ask, even when they're older, right? So yeah, that actually does the opposite.
Likely in connection with sexual activity and or drug use, noted the report, which lists payments totaling more than $90,000 to 12 different women. The committee said it also received testimony that at a 2017 party, Gates twice had sex with victim A, who was 17 years
Is that
old
MW?
at the time.
That's
and
MW.
had just
Let's freaking go, MW in the house, baby. I thought that was you earlier. Did I? Oh, fucking shite. Oh, my bad, MW. I'm so sorry, man. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
just completed her junior year in high school. Quote, victim A recalled receiving $400 in cash from Representative Gates that evening, which she understood to be payment for sex, the committee wrote. Victim A said that she did not inform Representative Gates that she was under 18 at the time, nor did he ask her age. In his written responses to the committee, Gates denied having sex with a minor. The Department of Justice previously investigated Gates for violating sex trafficking laws, but did not bring charges. The committee said it did not find sufficient evidence Gates violated the federal sex trafficking statute because, although he transported women across state lines for the purpose of sex, those women were all 18 or older at the time. The report noted that while
Tom pulling an all-nighter. No, we're only at 6 hours. We hit the first dono goal, so I have to at least get to 6 hours. We're at 6 hours. I'm going to play some of this. We're going to hang out. We're going to get Slytherin. We're going to get Slytherin all up in here like we're in a Harry Potter book. And, you know, and then I'm going to get off in a little bit.
all the women who testified said the sexual encounters with Gates were consensual, one woman told the committee the use of drugs at the parties and events they attended may have impaired their ability to really know what was going on or fully consent. Another woman told the committee, "When I look back on certain moments, I feel violated." The report found substantial evidence Gates engaged in rampant illicit drug use. The committee said it obtained text messages he sent where he referred to drugs as party favors, rolls, or vitamins. It also said he created a fake email.
Sorry, MW. Yeah, it was. I'm sure it takes a while to find me. If I can probably just like report every once in a while where I am on the map, so I can say like, you know, northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast, towards the middle southeast, outer southeast, stuff like that.
Email from his Capitol Hill office for the purpose of purchasing marijuana. The report noted that Gates had denied using illicit drugs in his written answers to the committee.
Okay.
In addition to sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, the report also accused Gates of accepting gifts of luxury travel in excess of permissible limits with the 2018 trip to the Bahamas. And it said he arranged for his chief of staff to assist a woman with whom he had engaged in sexual activity in obtaining a passport, falsely indicating to the State Department that she was one of his constituents. Now, friends, in the days to come, we will look in more detail at the 37-page Matt Gaetz House Ethics Report, and we'll try to answer questions like, what state laws in Florida, if any, might Matt Gaetz have violated, and what might be done about it? But what I want to remain focused on is that President-elect Donald Trump believed that Matt Gaetz was the right person, his kind of person, to head up the Justice Department. This is the person Donald Trump wanted to inflict on the American people. What does that say about what we can expect over the course of the next 4 years? Well, friends, one thing I hope we can all agree on, information like this from a bipartisan House Ethics Committee made up of equal parts Republicans and Democrats, information like this about our elected officials is precisely why
it's a lot
we
of
fight
words
on.
to just say deep state.
Because justice
Am I right?
matters. Friends, please stay safe. Please stay tuned. And I look forward to talking with you all again tomorrow.
All right, so I'm up towards the north, right where the N would be, right in the northeast of the north. Okay. Safe space, safe space.
So, friends, as
No,
we
shut
continue
up.
to work our way,
One more failing of Merrick Garland. It's what the hell happened with.
Now this here is Tyler Liviera, YouTuber turned investigative journalist. With 7 million subscribers, Tyler's had quite a bit of impact on...
Okay, it's Tyler Oliveira, but he keeps saying it without the O. Tyler Liviera. It's Tyler Oliveira.
the world, with hit videos such as cat-eating Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, or neo-Nazis uprising in Germany.
Oh, this guy was wild, dude. This guy was wild. So yeah, we watched him on the cat-eating Haitians video, and it looked like a troll. The entire thing, I think like all of us thought it was a troll at first. And then, yeah, the more the video went on, the less and less clear it was. Like at first, it seemed like he was pointing out how dumb it is that these idiots think that the Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Like the opening video is a guy yelling the N-word with the hard R at some of the black Haitians that are living there, saying like, you know, shit like, oh, I wouldn't let them eat my dog's food or some shit like that, and just saying like horrible shit to his neighbors who were black. And so it seemed like he was like pointing out how racist these people are who think that the Haitians are eating the cats and dogs, that these people are all just like a bunch of fucking bigots and racists when he's showing them saying this stuff. But then, yeah, then he started like doing semi-investigatory work on this. It wasn't good investigatory work, but he was doing more than what you would expect from like a YouTuber, and definitely way more than what you would expect from someone who is doing a parody on this. And so yeah, this guy's strange. I think that's the only video we watched by him. So yeah, it's hard to tell what the fuck he's doing.
His investigative work into hot-button political situations reaches hundreds of millions of people. Now, while Tyler claims his videos raise awareness of the problems in our world,
we are informing people about current events, topics that the broader public needs to be aware of,
and that he's YouTubified news and journalism.
We've YouTubified traditional news and documentarian content.
And while his fans state that Tyler's one of the greatest journalists of our time, that he's unbiased, a searcher for the truth, I'm here to tell you today that this is all a big lie. In my opinion, Tyler pushes hoaxes for truth, dehumanizes people for clicks and views, and manufactures fake videos to sell to hundreds of millions of people as hard-hitting journalism. In my opinion, Tyler only throws gasoline on the problems in America, all in the name to get clicks and views. Today we are going to expose who Tyler Oliveira really is. Because whether you're left-leaning, right-leaning, you like Tyler, you hate him, I think everyone can agree that a lie is bad. And when those lies are pushed to hundreds of millions of people as the unbiased truth, I would say there's a little bit more than just a problem. Now, normally I don't make exposed videos, but after me and Tyler got into a little Twitter spat, it led me down a rabbit hole of his content that I thought was so twisted and sick that I thought the entire world should know about it. And I'm so surprised that all of this stuff I'm going to talk about has never been mentioned before online. Now, I'm not going to talk about Tyler's drama with Soft White Underbelly, Brent Riviera, the Las Vegas Tunnel people. Everything in this video is newfound stuff that I've discovered over the past 4 or 5 months. So, before we get going, Tyler, I am not trying to...
Who the fuck, Tyler? So we watched Tyler's video back when it first came out about the Haitians.
Don't wave at me, you sorry fucking sand. There was Haitians in a white van driving around.
So yes, like I said, it opens up with that guy saying that. Don't wave at me.
Don't wave at me, you sorry fucking sand.
You sorry effing sand N-word. Okay? This is the way that the video opened. He has 7 million subscribers. It says on here, disclaimer, this video is for educational and documentary purposes only. It contains material that may be disturbing or offensive to some viewers, but it is presented in a truthful and non-exploitative manner. The views expressed in this video do not necessarily reflect the views of the creator or YouTube. Why would they reflect YouTube? Those interviewed in the video do not represent either the creator or YouTube. Okay. Uploading extended / uncensored cuts, early access to all the videos you watch here, and exclusive content you won't ever be able to watch on YouTube. Thanks for watching. It says here, but there's not like a link or anything. Oh, it's under his Patreon. He just has it like spacebar down. That's dumb. So yeah, this entire thing was, it looked like initially it was like a parody meant to make fun of them. Starting off with this racist guy saying racist shit.
Wouldn't give him motherfucker the sweat off my balls if he's dying of.
I wouldn't give those motherfuckers the sweat off my balls if he was dying of thirst. Like, this is what they start with. This is the very beginning.
Corner house.
Knock on that door, yeah.
And 4 of them just moved in here. They ain't in there.
Do you think you'll sell the house to a Haitian family one day?
Hell no. I wouldn't give him motherfucker the sweat off my balls if he's dying of thirst. I'm f***ing for real, man. I
get it.
I am f***ing sick of them. You know, I don't give a f*** if they put a Haitian in every f***ing house. I'll be the only white person here.
Twitter is saying that Haitians are kidnapping the neighbor's cats and
So yeah, you remember this. So he did some stuff that actually, like, he did go talk to Haitians. He talked to a lot of people in the neighborhood, but then he started doing weird stuff, like asking people if they've ever seen Haitians cut in line at the DMV. And he spent a lot of time at the DMV just like talking to people standing around there. And that's where it like really started to just kind of like derail for me. Like, and didn't really make a whole lot of sense anymore. And then he went and got a guy who was running for mayor to like tell him about, it was a black guy who was running for mayor, to talk about all of the like accidents that Haitians get in, and the fact that they have such a high rate of accidents. And his reasoning is that because they don't have a license. So first off, immigrants do get in accidents at higher rates. This is true. 2, if they have a license in the country that they're from, they don't have to get a license for like a year in their first year here if they have a visa. So but he doesn't really mention those things. He just kind of like makes it all seem like very, very like malicious and weird. And
Medicaid, your welfare benefits, etc. You're waiting 2 hours now. Crazy?
Crazy as fuck.
We're 6 minutes away from this woman's house. This woman has stated that people are throwing mattresses on her joint. She is not expecting it. You're laughing.
My mom actually seen a post on Facebook. There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods collecting cat.
For what?
Skinning them and eating them. Snyder Park, our actual park. If a Haitian is caught...
I took it as parody. So did I. I thought this was a fucking parody. And then I saw more of his videos and started to think otherwise. I was very surprised to realize this was not a parody and that he wasn't just showing like the dumbest, most toothless, like most illiterate people possible to kind of make fun of them. But instead, he was calling this real journalism. And so, yeah, it was just, the whole thing was strange. The whole thing was very odd, very strange.
The market, because, you know, like I said, I couldn't even get anybody to call me back for months. Couldn't tell you. I haven't had any problems with anybody. I can tell you that. Again, no cat eating.
How you doing, sir? What's your name?
Shit. Pavon. I own
Pavon. Oh, you own this?
Yeah.
So yeah, it was wild. Shit, this is 49 minutes. I'm sorry. I feel like shit, guys. I want to watch this, but I feel like shit. I wanna stay at least like another 30 minutes, but I'm not gonna make it through this, and I don't want to start this if I'm not gonna finish it. We're not even 2 minutes into it now, so I want to go ahead and cut it off here. Is there something else that I can pull up that's not gonna be that long, so I can still fucking gangbusters here on Slither instead of... Oh, Benny Johnson posted this, which I was very surprised considering, you know, his issues with Russia and Putin and all of that. I keep getting more and more surprised that like Tim Pool and him just keep posting stuff that put Putin in it at all. I think that they would stay as far away from anything Putin at all, but this is a fucking banger. This is a fucking banger. If you guys haven't seen this, I am totally taking a copyright for this. So everybody make sure that you hit the thumbs up and become a member today. You can support this channel and make up for the differences that I am losing for your enjoyment. You're welcome.
Get it? Text a message, I don't know the number. Flexing on these niggas, every bone and muscle. Steady taking shots, never hurting them. Even then, y'all don't worry nothing. And I like to give a shout out to my niggas with the game plan. And shout outs on my niggas with escape plans. 20 bands, rain dance. We can either rain check or we can make plans. Pockets
okay,
loaded, rocket loaded,
left lamp
rock and roll it. Time to go, lock, stock, and two smoking barrels locked and loaded. Diamonds glowing, chop climbing on them. You think I'm jumping out the window, how I got them open. Line around the corner, line them up the block and over. Sometimes I even stop the smoking when it's time to focus. My shade, Dior, my pants, velour. Create, explore, expand, concord.
There's a deer back there.
I saw, I came, I saw, I praised the Lord, then break the law. I take what's mine, then take some more. It rains, it pours, it rains, it pours. I came, I saw, I came, I saw, I praise the Lord, then break the law. I take what's mine, then take some more. It rains, it pours.
Joe Biden's jumping into the chimney on a freaking wheelchair, dude. That is great, bro. That's freaking great.
Yeah, I sold,
Why did they put Jake Paul on there? What the hell? It's so random.
In line, return, refine the new design. You lost, I came, I saw, I came, I saw, I praise the Lord, then break the law. I take what's mine, then take some more. It rains, it pours, it rains, it pours. I came, I saw, I came, I saw, I praise the Lord, then break the law.
Let's go.
I take what's mine, then take some more. It rains, it pours,
Kim Jong-il.
it rains, it pours.
So a bunch of dictators, crazy people, oligarchs, and then Kamala Harris. Cool. Cool. Well, now I wish I had pulled. Okay, thank you for killing me. I needed a way out. I died there on purpose, so I think I've got some new cartoon characters that I'm gonna be coming out with. So instead of the guy with the hat, you know, I've been rocking the baldness lately. Been doing it bald with the glasses, so probably gonna get rid. Oh, Naomi, you're allowed to chat. Welcome back. I need to learn his Slytherin tricks. Just watch and learn. Ooh, that sucks that you got a funny shaped dome. They don't have any cures for it so far. They're still working on it. If you guys will donate to the Funny Shaped Dome nonprofit, it can help people like me. It can help children like me. That cartoon touches his beard less than Tom. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, is there something else that I can watch for like 20 minutes? Here, let's watch this. Okay, I don't know what the hell this is. So this is the stuff where I was talking about. Oh wait, yeah, this is the stuff the other day I was talking about where like Blake Lively is apparently suing a couple of people, and they're now saying that like Blake's lying, and they're putting out YouTube videos about it and shit, which is like the worst idea. But I think they're even like attorneys and crap, so I don't know what the hell is going on there. But Tom Crenshaw, we just watched Crenshaw in the last video.
You are taking information from Blake Lively's team without even double checking if there's any truth to it. Hi and welcome to Close and Talk. I'm Stephanie Flo, and this is my channel where I talk about my experiences with celebrities, good and bad ones, and working here in Hollywood as a reporter. So lately there's been a lot going on in regards to Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni and the allegation she has just announced against him, and I have been dragged into it. I posted a video about this yesterday and I just had to make something clear. This morning, I read an article in the New York Times stating that Blake Lively is suing Justin Baldoni over sexual harassment. The claim accuses Justin Baldoni of orchestrating a smear campaign against Blake Lively. The article also mentions my interview with Blake Lively. Okay, so I actually reached out to New York Times today because I have to say that I was really shocked when I read this in the New York Times, and I did go through the entire lawsuit looking for my name, and I did find my name, but my name was just mentioned as part of the video that I posted. It was just the title and nothing else. There is no mention in the lawsuit that I've been involved in his team or anything like that, because obviously they don't have any evidence of that, so they can't put it in any legal papers. So that's why I was also very shocked to see that the New York Times reported this and insinuated that I had anything to do with it, because they have no sources of where this information comes from. It's only conspiracy based on me posting an interview with Johnny Depp during the trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and Johnny Depp used the same PR company as Justin Baldoni.
Okay, so the New York Times reported this. You're saying there's no truth to it. I have trouble believing this. What is it that the New York Times reported? Can we bury anyone inside a Hollywood smear machine? Private messages detail an alleged campaign to tarnish Blake Lively after she accused Justin Baldoni of misconduct on the set of It Ends With Us.
Of orchestrating a smear campaign against Blake Lively. The article also mentions my interview with Blake Lively. Okay, so I actually reached out to New York Times today because I have to say that I was really shocked when I read this in the New York Times. And I did go through the entire lawsuit looking for my name, and I did find my name, but
Blake Lively by Kirsty Flay, in which B. Lively snarked at Miss Flay, Francesca Bacardi. So this is Kirsty Flay. That's who this is. This lady is Kirsty Flay. Page 6, Blake Lively once snapped at a reporter for asking about Ken Badgley romance. I thought you were supposed to be classy. August 19th, 2024. Referring to a 2008 interview, Gabby Duncan, Blake Lively called out again for repeatedly using problematic transgender slur in resurfaced interviews. Marina Ehrman, Blake Lively under fire again, using transgender slur in multiple resurfaced interviews. Bored Panda, okay. So it does just reference her interview as like a source for where something was said on her interview.
But my name was just mentioned as part of the video that I posted. It was just the title and nothing else. There is no mention in the lawsuit that I've been involved in his team or anything like that, because obviously they don't have any evidence of that, so they can't put it in any legal papers. So that's why I was also very shocked to see that the New York Times reported this and insinuated that I had anything to do with it, because they have no sources of where this information comes from. It's only conspiracy based on me posting an interview with Johnny Depp in his team or anything like that, because obviously they don't have any evidence of that, so they can't put it in any legal papers. So that's why I was also very shocked to see that the New York Times reported.
They're saying that she's part of the team to slander her?
That I posted, it was just the title and nothing else. There is no mention in the lawsuit that I've been involved in his team or anything like that, because obviously they don't have any evidence of that, so they can't put it in any legal papers. So that's why I was also very shocked to see that the New York Times.
This lady's really bad at like telling this story. She's not making a whole lot of sense of it so far, and her grammar is pretty poor. But obviously, English is her second language. She sounds like she's some sort of like Nordic or Swiss or something like that. Tom Foolery Show, your cadence reminds me of Destiny. Really? My cadence reminds you of Destiny. That is a first. Destiny talks much faster. Yes, I was about to say that, like, Destiny talks way faster than I do. I have way more uhs and ums. My cadence is very different from his. My inflections are very different from his. Destiny as in Stephen Bonnell. That's what I'm assuming. Briefly, haven't watched much. Okay, I was going to say, I was about to say, like, if you're sure of that, I'm about to like pull chat or something. Cause yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard that. Destiny likes to watch his wife get railed. Well, then we have that in common because I also like to watch his wife get railed, so.
Times reported this and insinuated that I had anything to do with it because they have no sources of where this information comes from. It's only conspiracy based on me posting an interview with Johnny Depp during the trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and Johnny Depp used the same PR company as Justin Baldoni. I posted an old video with Johnny Depp hashtagging it Justice for Johnny. It was a random hashtag that a lot of people used. I looked it up. It's 500,000 people have used that hashtag. That hashtag is now what's being used to prove that I worked with Johnny Depp's team in smearing Amber Heard. I never even mentioned Amber Heard in any of my videos. And this is just insane to me, how this kind of conspiracy theories about my involvement is just starting to snowball and people believe it. So I sent this email to the 3 journalists that wrote the piece, Megan Twohey, Mike McIntyre, and...
Okay, hold on. Did she show that?
...into me, how this kind of conspiracy theories about my involvement is just starting to snowball and people believe it. So I sent this email to the 3 journalists that wrote the piece. They used the same PR company.
It wasn't the first time she had posted a video aligned with a client of Miss Nathan in 2022 in the midst of Mr. Depp's legal battle with Miss Heard. Miss Flay posted clips of her interviews with the actor, tagged #Justice for Johnny Depp.
Company as Justin Baldoni. I posted an old video with Johnny Depp hashtagging it Justice for Johnny. It was a random hashtag that a lot of people used. I looked it up. It's 500,000 people have used that hashtag. That hashtag is now what's being used to prove that I worked with Johnny Depp's team in smearing Amber Heard. I never even mentioned Amber Heard in any of my videos. And this is just insane to me, how this kind of conspiracy theories about my involvement is just starting to snowball and people believe it. So I sent this email to the 3 journalists.
Yeah, I'm not... Why didn't she show that they actually like accused her of being involved or anything? Why didn't she show that? She showed 2 different screenshots. 3. One of the headline of an article. One of the actual one of the court papers, and then this one just saying that she used the same hashtag.
Journalists that wrote the piece, Megan Twohey, Mike McIntyre, and Julie Tate. I did receive a response from the New York Times saying that, "Dear Ms. Flaw, we have received your email about your article on Ms. Lively. Thank you for sharing your perspective. I have reviewed the article and discussed your concerns with my colleagues. We have concluded that the story does not require a correction, but we intend to update the piece to make it clear to readers that you assert you were not involved in any way in an organized effort to harm Ms. Lively's reputation. Thank you again for writing to us."
This has been added to the article. After publication of this article, Ms. Flay on Sunday contacted the Times and said she had not participated in any orchestrated effort to harm Mrs. Lively's reputation. In an email, she said that she had resurfaced the 2016 interview independently this past August. What does that mean, she resurfaced the 2016 interview? It was neither coordinated nor influenced by anyone associated with the alleged campaign, she wrote. I've seen celebrity PR tactics at work. Blake Lively is not alone. All right, we'll listen to it. If we can. Maybe that part's not archived. Yeah, it looks like that part's not archived because it's I thought her name was Flay, F-L-A-A. It is. I just control F, F-L-A-A, and it's not in the entire article. Okay. So this, okay, this is 23 hours ago. Justin Baldoni's ex-publicist sues over alleged smear campaign. An ousted PR executive alleges a conspiracy to harm her and steal her clients in connection with an effort to tarnish Blake Lively. A former publicist for the actor and director Justin Baldoni filed a lawsuit on Tuesday that adds a new dimension to an alleged campaign to undermine the actress Blake Lively. The publicist Sophie Jones said she was forced out of representing Mr. Baldoni in his film studio amid concerns that Miss Lively would go public with accusations of misconduct against him. Miss Jones' lawsuit, filed in New York, and alleged breach of contract follows a separate legal complaint in California on Saturday by Miss Lively. The actress asserted that Mr. Baldoni, his film studio, Wayfarer, and their public relations representatives retaliated against her. After she raised her misconduct allegations during the filming It Ends With Us. Miss Lively's legal complaint included excerpts from thousands of pages of text and emails that she had obtained through a subpoena. Miss Jones' lawsuit reveals that those messages came from a company phone used by one of her former employees, Jennifer Abel, who was among those Miss Lively accused of helping to orchestrate a smear campaign against her. All right, so let's control F. Miss Flay, again, is not mentioned in here. Okay. I'm getting a little fucking lost at where the fuck this woman comes into any of this. Has a celebrity interview made you cringe? It was probably hers. Yeah, that's what she's starting to sound like. She's just like trying to insert herself into this, but shit. We can bury anyone inside a Hollywood smear machine. Okay. I tried to hit the play button before this popped up to see if it would let me just move on. If anybody wants to donate a membership to the New York Times, that would be great. I've had a bunch of people donate memberships to other websites before. It's been very useful. All right, let's see if she's in this one. Yes, okay, we got one. All right, we got a hit. Let's fucking go. On August 10th, so let's see. Meanwhile, an online backlash against Miss Lively was underway. It is impossible to know how much of the negative publicity was seeded by Miss Nathan, Mr. Wallace, and their team, and how much they noticed and amplified. On August 10th, Kirsty Flay, a Norwegian entertainment reporter, uploaded to YouTube a 2016 interview in which Miss Lively snapped back when Miss Flay commented on her baby bump and remained testy for the rest of the conversation. Miss Flay titled it, "The Blake Lively Interview That Made Me Want to Quit My Job," and told the Daily Mail that it's time that people behaving badly in Hollywood, or anywhere else for that matter, gets called out for it. Wait, was she pregnant at the time, though? Like, After publication of this article, Mrs. Flay on Sunday contacted the Times and said she had not participated in any orchestrated effort to harm Miss Lively's reputation. In an email, she said that she had resurfaced the 2016 interview independently this past August. It was neither coordinated nor influenced by anyone associated with the alleged campaign, she wrote. It wasn't the first time she had posted a video aligned with a client of Miss Nathan. In 2022, in the midst of Mr. Depp's legal battle with Miss Heard, Miss Flay posted clips of her interviews with the actor tagged #ForJustice for Johnny Depp. That's not. That's not much of a correlation there. That's kind of dumb. During the film rollouts, Miss Lively was also accused of being insensitive about domestic violence. The official promotion plan instructed the cast to focus more on the uplifting aspects of the movie than on abuse, and to embrace a floral theme. Her character has a flower shop. In several appearances, she never made reference to domestic violence at all, and she faced criticism when her Betty Boo's beverage company was promoting the film, given the role alcohol can play in abusive relationships. Okay, so it sounds like Blake Lively is getting smeared by PR groups. What a coincidence. What? Yeah, like it's not even worth mentioning. This is such a dumb thing that she posted the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, and that's it. Like, what the fuck? This is so weird. So they didn't say that she was actually associated with them. They didn't say that. But that's obviously what they're implying here when they say this. So the idea here is that, like, there is a coordinated smear campaign against Blake Lively, and that this isn't just against Blake Lively, but they've used these tactics against others in the past, and that this woman, just so happened to align with some of those things, but they don't know if she's associated. And the only thing that they mention is that she had her interview with Blake Lively where she got mad about the baby bump thing, and then also brought the interview back where they said it resurfaced, which I don't know what that means. Like, if it got reposted or if she took it down and then put it back up. Yeah, exactly, Freddie. I think that, like, she is somebody who just tries to, like, throw like gasoline on the fire and include herself to kind of like insert herself into things. But even here, they're not definitively saying that she's part of this. They're saying that she just so happens to align with some of these things. And while they're noticing patterns of people being part of orchestrated hit pieces on people and orchestrated smear campaigns, that this woman just so happens to align with the timing that's going on. But even these things, it's not really good evidence, and they didn't seem to make a big deal about it. This is it. We read everything. It doesn't say much else. It's literally this. That's it. That's all of it. Right? So this is her here. And this is like way down towards the bottom of the article. Like, it is not a pronounced thing. So, but yeah, now she's going to go make a video about it because she needs to insert herself a little bit more. So,
I understand that the New York Times didn't want to put out a correction because that makes them liable, and that's how this whole thing worked. But I do want the truth to come out, and that's why also I want to be transparent with everything that I do. I understand that Blake Lively's team has a big interest in taking away my credibility as a journalist. I mean, for them, proving that I was part of Justin Baldoni's team take away everything that I say and my credibility and my professionalism. And of course, by doing so, it's a win for Blake Lively, part of their big campaign in building up her reputation again. So for the New York Times...
okay, so even the way that she's talking about this here, this is not helpful to her case. When you're kind of fucking hating on Blake Lively while talking about the fact that you're not part of the group to hate on Blake Lively, this is not helpful to you, motherfucker. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why would you do that? Why would you say that? What is wrong with you?
To actually make this assumption in an article without even contacting me and asking me if this is rooted in any reality, it's quite shocking to me. I really respect the New York Times and I respect their reporting, but this to me was just like, best case scenario, really lazy journalism. Because you are taking information from Blake Lively's team without even double checking if there's any truth to it.
They didn't, though. This is all it says. It wasn't the first time she had posted a video aligned with a client of Miss Nathan. In 2022, in the midst of Mr. Depp's legal battle with Miss Heard, Miss Flay posted a clip of her interview with the actor tagged #Justice for Johnny Depp. Like, she said they didn't even check to see if they're, you know, double check to see if there's any truth to it. They just stated the facts and just said, you did things. That's it. The things that they said you did were true. You haven't even said that anything they said was untrue. So why are you acting like they didn't double check to see if it was true? You're not saying it's not true.
That makes me wonder what the rest of this lawsuit, to be honest with you, what's true and what's not. Because now I know what they say about me is a lie. I am just a freelance journalist. I'm by myself. I'm not backed up by anyone. New York Times is a huge media corporation. Blake Lively is married to Ryan Reynolds. They're a power couple in Hollywood. Justin Baldoni, I don't know what he's worth, but, you know, I am just a pawn here that's being used in their fight against each other and to pull each other down. I appreciate that they have corrected the article, but I do not appreciate that these things can be happening because, of course, these things get legs. People start reporting on it. I've received a bunch of hate mail from people. They're trolling my social media account saying that I'm a disgraceful person and that I should be ashamed of myself and my family and everyone around me, basically. Her team is now trying to make me look bad. It's very simple. That's how it works in this industry, unfortunately. Anyways, I just had to put that out there because I was being really bothered by this and I've been contacted by so many reporters from everywhere. And I've seen reporters writing articles about this based on the New York Times article. And I see a lot of people here in the comment section are referring to that article and insinuating that I had anything to do with it and basically mess. I never asked to be a part of it. It was bad behavior. And a lot of women could relate to that. A lot of women could see people were reacting to that video, as I said before, is because it was bad behavior. And a lot of women could relate to that. A lot of women could see themselves in that video of things that have happened to them. And that's why a lot of people were afraid.
What the fuck is this video?
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
What about my bump?
Blake Lively is facing backlash after a video surfaced showing her fat-shaming and bullying a journalist. Before diving into the details of this video, it's important to note that Lively is currently accusing her co-star, Justin Baldoni, from the movie It Ends With Us, of fat-shaming her. The issue arose from a scene where Baldoni is required to carry her, and due to his pre-existing back issues, he asked about her weight to prepare himself for the scene. However, when Lively found out about his inquiry, she became upset and accused him of fat-shaming her. Ironically, as she makes these accusations, a journalist is also accusing her of the same behaviour, with video evidence to support their claim. In the video, a reporter from Cafe Society, who is also the CEO of the Academy of Fashion Arts and Sciences, shares her uncomfortable experience interviewing Lively.
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
I can't believe this channel, 26,000 fucking subscribers, is using that as their clip. A fucking screen recording from a phone with like all of the fucking like
First of all, congrats.
Shit and everything still on it. They still have like everything here. This is actually wild that they would use this.
On your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
What about my bump?
You've got two nice ones.
And these.
The interview takes an awkward turn when the reporter congratulates Lively.
That is weird. That was weird. Why did she say that? If she was pregnant, why did she say that? That is weird.
Lively on her pregnancy, only to be met with a fat-shaming response. Parker Posey joins in, and they briefly mock the reporter, making her feel...
I'm not gonna lie, something about Blake Lively, I've never liked her. I've never liked her. I think the first thing I ever saw her in was some movie where she has like two boyfriends, or like one boyfriend, but the other guy is like her like friend with benefits or some shit. But the two guys like rob banks and rob like cartels and shit, and they like robbed the wrong guy, and now they're after them, and now they're getting kidnapped and shit like that, and they wear masks and everything. And like I remember watching it and just thinking, the Town, no, but the I guess she might have been in that as well. I can't remember, but no, it wasn't The Town. I like The Town. This is, but anyways, the movie was like, okay, it was a good movie. I enjoyed it, but I remember hating her the entire time. Savages. Yes. Thank you, Ryan. Yes. I remember hating her during that movie. I remember thinking like, yeah, she's kind of hot. I should like her, but I can't stand her. I cannot stand this chick.
Feel uncomfortable. Lively continues to bully the reporter, dismissing her questions about the movie's fashion, saying that no one asks men the same questions.
Did you guys love wearing those kind of clothes that you...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, working in digital.
Everyone wants to talk about the clothes, but I wonder if they would ask the men about the clothes.
I would.
I love Jesse's suits and hats.
This is the video that's lagging like this. Why the fuck is this channel using shit like this?
That's what I'm saying. His wardrobe was beautiful.
I know,
Corey's wardrobe was gorgeous. Those high-waisted pants.
He's so great.
I wish men
and
wore
sorry
high-waisted
too.
pants
I
like
know.
that still.
Me
Or
too.
the father with his tank top in
Oh,
bed.
it's so good.
Ironically, after criticizing the double standard in questioning,
I also, yeah, like I said, Freddie, I like the movie. It's just I didn't like her for some reason.
Lively discusses the film's clothing, excluding the reporter from the conversation.
The way they don't even look at the journalist when answering questions is demeaning and rude as fuck. Wow. Not the good girl. Huh. With a check mark next to her name. Yeah.
Fans have called out Lively for fat-shaming and mocking the reporter, especially given her own promotion of her fashion line during the press tour. The question about the movie's clothes was relevant, as Cafe Society's interviews focus on fashion in Hollywood. Lively's actions contradict her feminist stance, as she mistreated a fellow woman doing her job. While some might argue she didn't want the reporter prying into her personal life, Lively and her husband have been open about their children and pregnancies, making her rudeness unwarranted.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't get that. Why the fuck did she respond that way?
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the complaint filed by Blake Lively against
I don't
Justin
like this
Baldoni.
guy.
First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. Blake Ellender Lively was born on August 25, 1987, in Los Angeles, California. Her father was an actor, and her mother was a talent scout. When she was
We'll give it
young,
a
she
shot.
attended acting classes, which were taught by her parents. Blake made her acting debut at the age
neither.
of 10 when she appeared in the 1998 film.
Dr. Grande is my man. Yeah, but you really like autistic guys. Which, yeah, I don't know why you watch me. Am I autistic, guys? Do I not? Do I just not know it? Am I that guy? Mantis accuses me of being autistic all the time. Just the right amount of autism. That's what I think. Yeah, I think that I try to have like good amounts of autism. Right? Which, if you're able to have good amounts of autism, that means that it's the opposite of autism because you're aware enough to know. You're probably on the spectrum, yeah. I swear I will kill you, motherfuckers. I will kill you. I will show up to your house and murder you. That is how fucking autistic I am. Shut the fuck up. Alright, I don't even want to watch this guy now. Not even gonna do it.
The downfall of Blake is super important because it represents our collective awakening, specifically to celebrities that we should not be idolizing, and they hate that.
So do you feel free now to try everything? I mean, what is the next
What does
5
that
years
mean?
of... Well, in terms of trying, I mean, well,
Did you
yeah.
see the movie?
I did see the movie. But I mean,
We're going to give you a pop quiz at
there
the
can be a
end.
pop quiz every minute of it.
Yeah.
The
downfall of Blake is...
Wait, she was being cute there. Give me a break. That was dumb.
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump. What about my bump?
This chick, dude, it hurts so badly when she says that because it's like, it's so cringe, but it's obvious that she's trying to like release the tension.
2 nice ones.
A reporter has shared a nightmare interview clip with actress Blake Lively that made her want to quit. Journalist Kirstie Flay referred to her sit-down interview with Lively and actress Parker Posey as the most uncomfortable situation. It looks uncomfortable
Did
as
you
well.
guys love wearing those kind of clothes that you...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, working in
Everyone
digital...
wants to talk about the clothes, but I wonder if they would ask the men about the clothes.
I would.
I love Jesse's suits and how
That's what I'm saying. His wardrobe.
Yeah, this is weird where they're looking at each other and just talking. They're having their own conversation in her studio. This is weird.
Beautiful.
I know,
Corey's
everybody.
wardrobe
I
was
know,
gorgeous.
he's
Those
so
high-waisted pants.
He's so great.
It's not just the women that have the clothes.
So what is this the movie that they're talking about? What? This is from 4 months ago. So what? Is that the movie that they're talking about? Close. It ends with us. Blake Lively says outfits in It Ends With Us came from Gigi Hadid, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, they are very like homeless chic. Like, I don't know. These are weird. It's not weird to ask about those clothes. Yeah, this was not odd to ask about. Wait, is that from 2016? It said the thing was from 4 months ago. So wait, Mobile, what are they talking about then? What movie? Blake said the dude in the movie fat shamed her, so this interview cropped up to call her a hypocrite. That's all I have so far. The interview is 2016. The movie is this year. Okay, so what? Yes, I'm asking what movie are they talking about? What movie? Nobody knows.
The downfall of Blake is super important because it represents
Like her title is Why I'm Being Dragged into Blake Lively's Lawsuit in Justin Baldoni's Smear Campaign. But it doesn't look like you're being dragged into it. It looks like you're dragging yourself into it.
Okay, so I have a few more things that I want to say actually. Since I posted the video on Monday, first of all, I found a shirt that I still have, which I'm wearing in that interview. I haven't worn it in 8 years. So I'm bringing it back out. Maybe it's my bad luck shirt, we'll see. But I do like it. Anyways, I wanted to address the fact that a lot of people have been calling me out on putting out the video right now, at the timing of the video. And as I said, there was a little coincidence there. But also I have to say that if I had posted that video 8 years ago, I probably wouldn't have had a career. And that's the way things work. You know, celebrities are protected. And I did post another video once where a celebrity wasn't being on their nicest behavior. And I was told that you should probably take that down. And so I did. And a lot of people do. You know, I've been contacted by probably like 6 or 7 people now who said that they had experiences with Blake Lively and that they could never go public with it because it will end their careers. Still, after all this has come out, people are scared. And I understand that. And also, when you put yourself out there, you need to be prepared to get criticism too. And I wasn't ready for that 8 years ago. Now I can handle it. I'm okay. And I just felt like it was time for me to share that interview. I haven't been doing so many of these lately, and probably I won't. I'll keep you posted if I get an invitation to do more of these interviews. Since I came out with this, obviously I am not a favorite in Hollywood, and that's just something that I have to deal with. And also for people who said that I am working with the PR team of Justin Baldoni.
Too late for me, Mantis is a deep-rooted tism. Yeah. I tell you guys that she likes guys with autism, and you immediately say, I have autism. Oh no, I've got really bad autism. No. I've got the worst autism. I am so far on the spectrum.
That is not true. I'm by myself. I'm a freelancer. I've never spoken to him or anyone at his team. So this is just something that I did for myself, and no one else is involved. And I don't know, you can keep on with the conspiracy theories, but that's not true. So that's that. Also, a lot of people have been commenting on that I interviewed Blake Lively again in 2018. Why did I do that if I had such a bad experience with her? And the thing is, I, as a freelancer, this is my livelihood. You know, I couldn't just say, no, I don't want to interview her because she was rude last time I met her. That's not how it works. So, but as you can see, I found this clip from before the camera started really rolling. Well, they were rolling already, but they haven't started the interview. And you can see by my facial expressions, I am dying. I'm so nervous. I'm making all these like things with my face, and I'm just like so uncomfortable being there.
Yeah, with the premise that with the premise that Stephanie and that anybody would consider Stephanie a bitch. Like annoying, sure, but
on the schedule
like just as a premise.
So again, she's just sitting there talking to the other person again.
Which makes sense. You notice that a man who's like not afraid of who he is.
Yes.
Has to be someone on that who's more complex.
Watching that now makes me cringe. If you want to check out that entire interview, I'll link it below. But it was okay. I mean, her and Anna Kendrick had their thing going on, but it wasn't like a horrible interview. I just feel like there was no chemistry there, but you know, that's fine. You can't have good chemistry with everyone. There's been so many people commenting on this interview on TikTok and on YouTube, and I find myself everywhere these days, and it's really interesting to see how people are analyzing the situation. And I have to say, you know, a lot of people have been mentioning maybe something happened before this interview that made Blake Lively and Parker Posey behave like the way they did. And I have to say that nothing happens before these interviews, because you have like 10 seconds to go from the corridor in the hotel, sit down, say hello, say your name to the camera.
Cafe Society, that's what I thought, because it was it was behind them. In the interview, it was behind them. Okay.
Sandman. This movie was directed by her father. While still in high school, Blake was featured in the 2005 movie The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. After graduating from high school, she landed roles in several more movies and was on the TV series Gossip Girl from 2007 to 2012. Many of the movies featuring Blake were not particularly popular, but for the most part, critics liked her acting. In 2010, when working on the 2011 film Green Lantern, Blake met the Canadian actor Ryan Reynolds. The couple married in 2012 and went on to have 4 children. Now moving to the timeline of the incident.
Of course they did.
When Blake Lively was working on the 2024 film,
she just doesn't seem like she just doesn't seem like somebody that he would be with. I guess I knew that they were together, but he like Ryan Reynolds actually seems like a cool guy. Like he seems like down to earth. Like he seems pretty chill. And yeah, she does not. She does not seem like any of those things. My Slither is completely frozen. I can't get it to move. But I will say that today, every time my shit has frozen or like had problems, currently everything seems like it's moving oddly and slowly. So, but oh, now it's okay. Now it's doing something. But yeah, my audio the last week has gone out every time that's happened, and now today it's not going out when it happens. So,
It Ends With Us. She allegedly encountered difficulties with the movie's director, Justin Baldoni. Justin also functioned as her co-star. This led Blake to filing a complaint with the California Civil Rights Department. This type of complaint is often a precursor to a lawsuit. In addition to Justin, the complaint targeted the lead producer, Jamie Heath, the studio, Wayfarer Studios LLC, and others. Essentially, the complaint could be thought of as having 2 major components: alleged sexual harassment that occurred while filming It Ends With Us, and alleged retaliation after Blake complained about the harassment. Here is a summary of Blake's 80-page complaint. Much of this is paraphrased. It's important to keep in mind that these are only allegations. In 2020, Justin Baldoni started Wayfarer Studios. He and a friend of his named Jamie Heath represented themselves as male feminists.
Are you guys able to hear fans in the background today? I've got a lot of fans going because the computer overheating issues. And it's kind of loud here. I'm wondering if you guys are able to hear like humming in the background of my mic every time I talk.
On a crusade to destroy toxic masculinity, Wayfarer Studios funded the production of the film It Ends With Us, with Justin playing the character of Ryle Kincaid and Jamie as the lead producer. Blake Lively was cast as the character Lily Bloom, who was Ryle Kincaid's love interest in the movie. Production started in early May 2023. During production, Blake believed the behavior of Justin and Jamie was
Okay, I'm back in
unprofessional
the game.
and sexually inappropriate. Several examples were provided in her complaint. During one scene, Justin bit on Blake's lower lip, kissed her more times than planned, and shot the scene more times than required. During a slow dance scene, which did not have any sound being recorded, Justin spoke to Blake out of character, as himself. While kissing her neck, he said, "It smells so good." Later, when Blake complained, Justin said, "I'm not even attracted to you." After Blake signed on to the movie based on a draft of the script, Justin added graphic content, including an on-camera
Based as fuck. Did he call her white trash too?
orgasm. He said it was important because he and his partner climaxed simultaneously. Justin then asked Blake if she and her husband did the same thing. During a scene where Blake's character Lily was giving birth, Justin said that Blake should simulate full nudity because women give birth naked, and it was not normal for women to remain in hospital gowns while giving birth. Justin and Jamie often spoke about having an addiction to clothing-challenged images. They would constantly hug and touch cast and crew. When Blake objected, they became irritated and cold. Justin told Blake that he could speak to the dead and had spoken to her dead father. Justin called Blake sexy and hot. When she said, "That's not what I'm going for," Justin responded, "I guess I missed the HR meeting." One time when Blake was topless, having body makeup removed, Jamie Heath arrived unannounced at her trailer and demanded to talk to her. Blake agreed, but told Jamie to look away, but he kept staring directly at her. Blake said both Justin and Jamie entered her trailer while she was undressed. In June 2023, production on the film stopped due to the writer's strike and stayed this way for a few months. Before resuming production, Blake asked the studio to resolve the problems that she was having with Justin and Jamie. She requested the studio implement a safety plan, which included several items. For example, no one was to show Blake clothing-challenged images of women, no more improvised kissing, no more entering Blake's trailer when she was not wearing clothing, no more comments about Blake's appearance other than in connection with character and scene work. An intimacy coordinator must be present anytime Blake was performing a scene with Justin, and no retaliation. All the parties agreed to Blake's terms. Production of the film resumed in January 2024 and concluded in February. The film was scheduled to be released in August 2024. Blake and other cast members promoted the film in advance of the release, but would not appear with Justin, mostly because of the alleged harassment part. It appeared as though Justin was worried that Blake was going to make her concerns public, which would damage his reputation. He contacted a studio public relations employee named Jennifer Abel and told her that they needed to have a plan. They discussed various ways to explain the allegations. For example, maybe it was because Justin was impulsive and socially awkward. At the end of July 2024, Wayfarer Studios hired a public relations expert named Melissa Nathan to get ahead of the narrative and to mitigate bad press that might come about from Blake making her complaints public. Melissa's company marketed itself as a team of crisis specialists who redefined the rules of reputation management.
So they're fixers. They're fixers. There's normally going to be lawyers. But yeah, like PR people are often going to have like just straight up fixers. Like normally when you think of PR, you're thinking of people who are going to help you plan ahead of things and kind of talk about like how you're going to deal with any sort of publicity, dealing with like movies and yeah, like any sort of crap like that. But dude, the lag is too much. The lag is way too much. I'm not able to do anything here. I'm just kind of fucked. But yeah, here this sounds like fixers. These sound like people who are there to come like retroactively deal with like the bigger shit.
At this point, again, according to Blake's complaint, Justin, Jennifer, and Melissa perpetrated a retaliation scheme based on social media manipulation. For example, they engaged with social media to amplify negative content about Blake Lively and suppress negative content about Justin Baldoni.
Yes, that is fixer shit right there.
Blake would be portrayed as someone who involved her husband, Ryan Reynolds, to create a power imbalance with the studio, and a bully who had a reputation in the film industry. Justin indicated that he wanted Blake to be buried. In messages exchanged between Melissa and Jennifer, Melissa expressed concerns that her company could not write down how they were going to destroy Blake. Referring to Justin, Melissa wrote, quote, "He has to look at it as an information document for us to be armed with, that's all. Imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands, unquote. I guess Melissa doesn't have to imagine anymore because it happened. Despite these concerns, the social media combat plan moved forward. On August 10, 2024, Melissa told Jennifer the socials were really ramping up. She indicated how it was actually sad because it just shows how people really want to hate on women. A few days later, an article came out in Daily Mail titled, "Is Blake Lively Set to be Cancelled?" The subtitle read, "String of hard-to-watch videos that have surfaced following tone-deaf Q&A to promote It Ends With Us could tarnish 36-year-old star's golden Hollywood image for good." Jennifer wrote a message to Melissa that read, "You really outdid yourself with this piece." Melissa responded, "That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best."
Damn.
The social media campaign appeared to be effective. There were many negative articles and comments being made about Blake Lively. Among other things, the comments accused Blake of being a mean girl, a bully, and controlling. As Blake was being ripped apart on social media, Justin was enjoying a golden age. He was held out as a feminist who was fighting for justice. The complaint claimed the impact of this social media retaliation campaign on Blake's life.
So what I wonder is, in this case, if a lot of the stuff that they're promoting turns out to be true, can they still get in trouble for this legally if they're just promoting true things about someone that are negative, even if it's to smear them and to stop, her allegations, her possible allegations about him from being taken seriously?
Was extreme. She experienced grief, anxiety.
Some of the subreddits felt stupid when the scheme came out because so many gossip Redditors fell hard for
fear, trauma, and physical symptoms. It not only affected her, but her husband and her children. After the complaint was filed, an attorney for Wayfarer Studios indicated that the studio did not retaliate against Blake Lively. She was just desperately trying to fix her negative reputation. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Do I believe that Blake Lively's allegations are true or substantially true? As I mentioned,
That's funny. I was just talking about the fact that this hasn't happened at all today. Just 10 minutes ago, not even 5 minutes ago. I was just talking about the fact that this has been happening all week and that everything lags and then all of a sudden my audio cuts out, and that hasn't happened at all, and then now it happens. I think it's because I opened up my Nitro fan stuff. And so that's gotta have something to do with it. My throat is giving out. But yeah, I was asking Moba what he was talking about, what drama. Is he saying that is he saying, or Moba, are you saying, wait, are you guys able to hear me now? Squirms just said Tom. Are you guys able to hear me? Yes? Okay. Maybe they're just behind. Okay, yeah. So I was asking Moba if he's just talking about because he said Redditors were mad that they fell for the drama. So what was the drama? Is it just that they were mad that they fell for how horrible Blake Lively is? Or listening to this makes me think of there was a woman who was she was in what was the movie? Knocked Up. I forget her name. Kate Beckinsale, or no, that's the short-haired chick who married the soccer player. There was a chick who was in a doctor show. And then she was Katherine Heigl, yes. So I remember similar shit for her came out where like everybody was talking about what a horrible person she was, how horrible she was to work with. All these like clips of her in interviews being like super sassy and such a dick came out. There was tons of like people coming out about like all of this, like how horrible she was behind the scenes, how she was always rude to staffers, how you know, when she won whatever show she was on, it won like, fuck, dude, the lag is too much. It's really too much. Fuck. It's going to be impossible to play this fucking game like this. But yeah, it came out that she, like, when she won the like an Emmy, that she came out and said, we don't even deserve this. The writing this year was horrible and it just was not Emmy worthy at all. So I don't even feel like I deserve this. And I think she turned down the Emmy because the writers were all shit. It like just so much like hate from this chick. And yeah, now I'm wondering like, wait, was that like a targeted hit as well? Like, cause that was very similar to this. Like everything that happened there was just very, very similar to this. And now I'm wondering. Cause yeah, I remember I could not stand her after watching all that shit. Just seeing like how horrible she was to everybody.
The complaint is really broken down into two components: harassment during production and retaliation after the movie was completed. I will look at these allegations separately.
Dude,
as far as the harassment, there appear to be witnesses to the bad behavior, at least based on what is in the complaint. Blake had this safety plan created, which contained several exceedingly creepy behaviors on the part of Justin and Jamie. Extremely embarrassing actions that really make them look bad. Like nobody would want to work with them if the allegations were true. After Blake made these accusations, the film resumed production. One would think that if the men were innocent, being presented with a document like that would have been a deal breaker. If the allegations were false, who would want to move forward with an actress who would say such things? Now, it's possible that Blake made all this up and the men were just trying to save the film. Maybe they were attempting to get the job done and move on, get as far away from Blake.
What did she say?
Nobody would want to work with them if the allegations were true. After Blake made these accusations, the film resumed production.
What did she say? Motherfucker! I'm trying to play Slither.
Item number 1. Do I believe that Blake Lively's allegations are true or substantially true? As I mentioned, the complaint is really broken down into two components: harassment during production and retaliation after the movie was completed. I will look at these allegations separately. As far as the harassment, there appear to be witnesses to the bad behavior, at least based on what is in the complaint. Blake had this safety plan created, which contained several exceedingly...
The only reason I stayed on longer is because I wanted to play Slither, but it's lagging way too much, so I'm getting off now. I am still getting very frustrated with my computer problems, and it doesn't... I thought it was settled, apparently not, so I've, yeah, I might have a lot of work to do before I can get back on again. This is driving me a little crazy. Make sure you guys donate. I might have some computer parts that I'll have to get pretty soon. I know Rage Pro has offered to help with those, so that'll be huge help. If anybody else wants to help, there's a link in the description that says tips on it. That money does not go to YouTube. They don't get to take 30% out of it. Big tech does not get to take a big chunk of the money out. If you go to tips in the description, that money goes straight to me. You know, somebody might take, I think PayPal might take like 2% out of it or something like that. But that is where the majority of the donations for this channel go, and they are greatly appreciated. Anything that goes to YouTube not only takes 2 months to get to me, but also, yes, takes they take 30% out of it. So the tips link is the best way to send money, and it also will still get TTS and still be right on screen if you leave a message with it. So Anybody who's willing to donate, please, yes, do that through the link in the description. Grown man e-begging. It's not e-begging. You understand that I am providing a service as you are sitting here watching me this entire time. You are watching the grown man. PayPal isn't Elon Musk. I don't think Elon Musk is still part of PayPal, is he?
Renoman24 Raccoon tipped $10. Here you go. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Rhino Man. Appreciate it. No, Elon Musk no longer owns PayPal. Current ownership, public company, including managers Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. So yeah, Elon Musk was part of the people who started it, but yeah, he helped build it. Thank you, Ryan, for the $10 donut. So yeah, anybody willing to help out, it's greatly appreciated. I will be back on tomorrow. If you missed the beginning of stream, we went over a number of things, touched a little bit upon the January 6th stuff and the Tim Pool video that I put out recently. Some of the comments, they're funny. We also went over, I've talked a bit about the fact that I was looking for some stuff related to the Tenet media allegations, and I found a clip that, to me, makes it pretty clear that, shit, I can't remember his name. I'm totally blanking on his fucking name. What was this guy's name again, guys? I'm way too tired for this shit. This guy, whatever his fucking name is, he did seem to know about the Russians. So yes, I came out with some evidence that to me says he likely knew that he was getting paid. Benny Johnson. Yes. I came out with some evidence that says I think he likely knew that he was getting paid. After all of that, I think it is likely that he knew that he was getting paid by Russians and that he knew that he was getting paid to put out Russian propaganda, and he did it. So I am not as skeptical with him as as with others. With him, I would say pretty clearly, I think that he knew. So if you didn't see that part, make sure you go back to the beginning of the VOD and check it out. And then also, if you guys are watching this in phone format, up and down vertical format, there are other formats as well that I stream in. So not everything is in phone format. We do this in the vertical format as well. And so you're able to watch on computers. The vertical format in chat there. So you might notice that there are some people chatting that you don't see. They're either on Kick or they're on the other YouTube stream. And so this is the other YouTube stream right here. So you can watch on both. I go live on both every single time that I stream. And so you can check it out. Also, make sure you join the Discord. Links in the description. All of my socials are in the description, including my Kick link, where there are apparently 20, 30 people over there watching right now. So appreciate you guys joining. Make sure you hit the follow. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit the like. And I'll be back on most likely tomorrow. Hopefully, if I can get some of these computer issues fixed. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Delinquent Deluge says. Super legitimate. Ismael Lopez says. JW, then why do you keep talking to me? Tonight with Kyle says. I have a modest proposal, why don't we feed the rich to the children? Dead Man Hand says. Ismael Lopez, remember to tell mommy you're not gay because you talk to a gay. Freddie Drongo says. 07. MW says. Later Tom, later fools.
Later.
JW says. Ismael Lopez, I'm making fun of you.
He's making fun of
Deluge
you.
Says. Dead man with the spicy butt theorem of homosexuality.
Ismael Lopez
Another
been
spicy
owning
take.
JW this whole time.
GTGT says. Elon is our Lord and Savior. Lobster 2.0 says, LOL. Tonight with Kyle says, I feel like making love to you.
Let's go.
MOBA says, good night, mightisms. Ismael Lopez says,
Natism.
JW, you suck at it. MW says, Tom still using the Twitch bits list. JW says, Ismael
Twitch
Lopez
bits
eat
list,
my.
what?
Thetrib1 says, Bop bop bo be bop. Floppy Nappers says, Spaghetti. Thetrib1 says,
What?
GG's chat. Tom. Botrix says, follow Tom on Twitter link. JW says, Tom is a retard.
Let's go.
Tonight with Kyle says, Nine chat, love you guys. Lobster 2.0 says, and his name was Mike Oxmole. Squirm says,